finds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a 1-on-1, but the teleport, big mistake. Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let's Skirt get that 1-on-3.
With Undercolor pushing through with his pincher maneuver in towards Market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on Pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKIM is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKIM pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not. It'll be so bad for Tank. I think he has an English decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Quaker, excuse me, gets that shot. Now it's going to be Vet gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out needs to have it, and ships to the night. What is happening? Getting a 2 at the spray down's good. Finally turns for the 3rd, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing. Welcome one, welcome all to GLG Pit of Valor number 97, brought to you by Community Gaming MSI as well as Metafy. We've got a whole stack of teams ready to compete for the lion's share of $350 today, thanks to Community as well as Metafy, as well as going for the MSI mouse that the MVP is going to end up winning at the end of the day. And it's going to be Mick and I to bring you guys through the first half of this day.
Yeah, most definitely will be, and even then considered, I mean, looking at what we got so far, to just go ahead and give a little bit of refresher of obviously what Pit of Valor is as a single elimination all the way through, all the way up until grand finals, and even this, and just a round of 1 as well, because we like to keep things simple, fresh here, and go ahead and have ourselves a little bit of a weekly competition going on. And even more exciting thing being brought in this week is going to be the introduction of Pro. We're probably not going to be able to see that today, unfortunately, because nobody's going to feel confident enough to play it. But at least on my terms, I've been really enjoying the map so far, and I love to see some of these teams and what kind of compositions, even more so what kind of strats they can bring into it. But nonetheless, talking about strats, talking about teams, we already had the first 2 lined up today. It's going to be the likes of Godspeed and Minions for our first round here on the board. And we're going to be going to the likes of Bind, oddly enough, because we like to see a lot of teams kind of go in with their comfort picks here for the first map, find themselves going into a comfy little haven maybe, or even then sometimes here and there, or excuse me, mostly going to be Ascent, but instead we're seeing a little bit of a switch up today.
Yeah, for first map of the day, I mean, I'm not complaining. We're probably going to see those standard stuff like Ascent's iceboxes later on. But to see it Bind first off is pretty refreshing. I appreciate it from these 2 teams. So we'll see what they got to bring out, because it's the first game of the day. It's the round of 64. So I think statistics usually show that this is either going to be a banger or if it's going to be like completely one-sided. And we won't know until we get into it. I guess because the background of these teams are fairly, I think, fairly scarce. We tried to find some stuff on them. And I could only find information on one of them. I think I found some stuff on Minions, but Godspeed are a bit more low down. I can't seem to get their riot tags, but as soon as we do have some more info, I'll try and get that stuff to you. But yeah, these teams, they're pretty high up there, around like Ascendant, Diamond, that kind of region. So again, round of 64, it's going to be those games where you're either going to have like super hard stomps or you're going to have a banger of a game. So I'm excited to see what we're going to get to find on this Bind.
And even then, I mean, that's kind of a really exciting thing when it comes around to these kind of situations, being these open tournaments that are provided, obviously, by some of our great sponsors. As you mentioned, I mean, Metafy being one of those, being the one that's kind of introducing this bonus prize pool here for these past couple 5 weeks. It's going to be the final week where we do have that $350 prize pool. This is going to go back down to $250 because Metafy, they're going to sadly part with us at least for a little bit, but I'm hoping to see them here soon because they're such a great service, allowing coaching to anybody who needs it. And even then on the fly, I mean, I was watching YouTube videos earlier today with Radiant coaches, and they were providing all the input on that software, specifically on that website, giving all the tutoring that you needed. even then just to get your game up. Because we know with Ascendant now being in the kind of rank pool, obviously that green trash can rank doesn't mean as much trash as you really think. So it's fun to see everybody kind of getting out into it, or at least out of it as well, to get back into Immortal. But overall, speaking of Immortals and what we got going on here, we're not really too sure about race, because once again, in these earlier rounds, we start to see people really filter themselves out. The good teams and the bad teams, with it being completely open and free to join, we start to see a little bit of a rowdy composition, a little bit of rowdy map picks here and there. And even then, this could be one of those games, because we don't have too much to read on either one of these teams. But one thing we do have provided to us already is going to be the likes of these agent selections. And we can see, at least with Godspeed starting on the side of the defense, we're getting the double initiator with the Neon. Is something I'm loving to see thus far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got obviously probably one of the most populars as of now being Fade. Don't blame them. Fade's super strong. Especially in the more like the highest tier, you see her, and the agent combinations are absolutely ridiculous with her. At this kind of level, when you haven't studied up on all those things that could possibly go your way, it could be absolutely oppressive. So I like to see Godspeed bringing it out. I would be a bit disappointed to see Minions not do the same thing, but it looks like they only have one more slot left to fill, and that's Brandon. We'll see what this guy ends up picking. But yeah, double initiator versus, so far, just a Sky. Everything else is almost a mirror, other than the duelists being. There's a Neon on the side of Godspeed, a Raze, as well as a Jets in Truzo's hand, and Aaron Ames. I'm probably going to butcher that pronunciation a couple times. I apologize for that. But Brandon on the solo smokes for their team, as opposed to the Astra. So there's quite a bit of variation between these two teams, other than just two agents. There's a Chamber on both sides, Sky on both sides.
Yeah, and honestly, in the Chamber, that's going to be a trademark, honestly. I mean, no pun intended. I mean, Chamber is going to be the go-to for the majority of maps. Having yourself a free operator, more importantly, having yourself a Guardian on round one, essentially, it's just so influential over the course of this game. But even then, I mean, just going to kind of go back to that initial point you made. Godspeed, I'm loving the kind of point they're going for here. Obviously, with the likes of Copenhagen going on right now, as everybody's loving the likes of VCT going in full force in their international competition in full-fledged, we're seeing the Neon pick really start to come alight a lot more. It's almost just like Jet when the conception of Valor came out. People were thinking she wasn't all that great of an agent. She was going to provide too much. But once you saw Victor from Optic get on that agent, find the aggression, and people are starting to say, wow, there's a lot that Neon can start to provide. She's seen a lot more common real occurrences inside the game. And it's so much fun to see, because not only does she provide that huge flashiness for a squad and just be really fun to look at and observe more specifically, but I mean, just knowing the impact of having a wide area stun, having a wall that's almost just like Phoenix, because good Lord, that man is dead. But it's because people do his job so much better, and it's just so much cool to watch. But I mean, even then with Fade, knowing that initiator now, knowing the kind of intel you can get right off the get-go, knowing that you don't even have to have lineups like a Sova, you just throw it up in the air, it sinks down somewhere, and even pops itself up to kind of compensate for that lack of latitude you have there. But already some aggression over towards the A side, but unfortunately nobody's there. It's going to be everybody pushing over to the B side, and a huge push coming through, as we can see that Chambers lingering about, but I mean, that seems to be the only player there.
5-man through hookah, and I don't think this Chamber needs a challenge. He just needs to stay alive, wait for the rest of the team to come around, because there is a double flank as well. This Chamber on the attacking side know this. It's going to be a side aggression already, and Box has got to kill Taiga with a second one on that flanker. Beautiful stuff. The Lurk is now dead. Aaron gets a frag with the nade, but how much can they follow up with? Ty just pushes on in. Brandon with the response, a second one in turn, but Ty takes his head off once again, and he gets shut down finally, but the final player on the side of Minions one-on-one, but the health severely in advantage for Taiga. He's got so much to work with right now, but both players with the Ghost, one headshot's all it's gonna take, but there's pressure now on Aaron. He's gotta go fast. It's already been stuck to half, and Taiga doesn't know where he is, but that flash revealing the fact that he's not spawn side. Aaron gets absolutely red, and Taiga just going for a bit. He's just showing off at this point. One round, first round of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Pit of Valor number 97, and Taiga, he's feeling confident.
Most definitely is. I mean, all things considered, you also got to talk about the intelligence that was brought inside that play. You talked about nobody, I mean, the flash not revealing anyone towards that hookah area, and even then not back towards spawn either. But I mean, you could have been hanging around back crate. You could have been trying to swing around towards Radiant, wherever you could, but even then, just wasn't the option. Knowing that you don't have that much health, knowing that right there, Aaron just had literally no HP to work with, you'd be playing a little bit more passive, or even then, I mean, you just kind of throw that wild card out there. But so far, not really too much to work with. We're going to have a fourth round coming up here, and even then, a lot of Spectres on the side of old Godspeed, and obviously Mox is probably be looking for an operator here coming soon, knowing that his teammates are probably going to win this round. You have a Hunter to rely on, but knowing the aggression's going right here towards this A side, right towards A main more specifically. No split to come out just yet. It's a full funnel onto site, but not too much to work with it. You do see the paranoid come out. Not too much damage put down unless you're talking about Ty, who can manage that first kill. But you have to find a little bit more. With everybody coming in right into lamps, you just find a full force of blood, a flawless round coming out for Godspeed, and a great way to follow themselves up.
All right, Lord. Listen, man, it's only round 2. I gotta admit, that's an impressive one. They just completely shut that push down with a bunch of specters. I mean, you send all the 30 bullets into wherever you want, and it doesn't even matter. They can't see your tracers. They can't do anything about it. So yeah, clean round. Godspeed don't lose a single number. And so far, it's been flawless. Early days, so we'll see what they have to pull out coming into the bonus from minions. But it looks like they have a decent read. I think. I don't even know what his movement really says there, KM Lord, but it looks like he wants to go through TP like really fast. I think there's a flash play coming out of Hookah right now, and is the sky already being set up, and they're getting pushed. This raid spot isn't going to see anything because of that flash, and the thing is, Taiga gets shut down. Slam, though, goes for that push, and he's the one that gets 3.
Yeah, that's a massive play there from Slam, most importantly, knowing you got so many of those rifles out. I mean, even then, if you end up losing this round, worst case situation, you've already done the damage that you need to do. You already ripped so much money out of their hands. You've already made sure these rifles have the impact, but more importantly, you get the smoke off, you cut off that sight line, and you say, free weapons for everybody. Take your pick, get one up into the game, and see if we can make ourselves much more do with this round, because Slam just absolutely opened things up for us, and more importantly, get the lockdown the spike. So we can see that Minions in a really kind of a rear end situation here, trying to swap up the spawns, come around from the flank. But I mean, with only 2 players remaining, not too much utility in their hands as Brandon is trying to play this slowly. I mean, you see Mox isn't even checking that. You had to follow up in the flash, but nobody gets affected from that. And it's an absolute ace coming out from Schlam here for the 3rd round, a turnaround that you need, especially considering that you were going for the anti-eco.
Yeah, I think that was a brilliant setup from the side of Godspeed as well at the start. They read Minions like a book again. It wasn't just the one-on-one this time. It was just the straight-up play. They knew they were going to go for a B aggression somehow, and they were able to set up that set piece outside that hookah. And it started off not too well. Taiga gets picked by a bunch of guns, and then all of a sudden Schlam just slides out, and he gets 3 with the Spectre, and then he follows up with that ace as well at the end to get both the players. That the flank timing not working out too well for the chamber, but everything else is just fine. And he's looking for some more aggression too, going wide on the showers. He's got a lot of attention being paid outside here. Druzo is here with 2 other players sitting right behind him, just watching for any aggressive pushes from Godspeed. And Minions, it's only round 4, but it looks like they are really feeling the heat at this point, because look at where they are on the map. They haven't taken any map control. They're still sitting pretty much almost in their spawn. They're behind the starting walls right now. This pull is going to come through, and I think it catches Druzo. He's just going to get pushed and slam with another 2.
Already, I mean, a great introduction here for Godspeed once again. I mean, considering they had the better weapons, they're kind of favored in this round, obviously, but you got to look at the impact of the game. You got to see the kind of game plan that's coming out from Minions, looking for somewhat of an anti-aggro, trying to find that counterplay, trying to find that opening, but it just hasn't presented themselves yet. I mean, with them playing the game slower, with them going ahead, not fighting for that control immediately, you know Schlam's going to take that control. You know they're going to push up. You know they're going to find that 3rd kill here in the round, and it's going to make your job that much more difficult. Even then, if you're going for rotation, they've held down the entirety of the side. They have the Prowler thrown through TP to let you know that somebody's right there towards main, and you can see the exchange come out. Slam trying to go for that another ace, but it's just not going to come to fruition there. Instead, just another round on the board. 4 players still alive towards the end of that, so a lot of good money here on the board for the likes of Godspeed, knowing that 4 in a row now for him. Mox is still holding on to that operator, now getting somewhat of a good value out of it. Not too many kills, though, to his name, but that's not a concern. You look at Schlam, 9 kills and 2 deaths here already in the 4th round. You can't complain about it.
No, absolutely not. You kind of see the average of 2 kills a round, just over 2 kills a round, but you got to remember, he got most of those in like 2 rounds. So, yeah, Schlam, he's... I don't even know. There's nothing really to say. He's just, like, the fact that he aced that 1 round, his pure mechanical skill, that second one as well, almost an ace. Just, if the Omen's aim was just a bit further off, he didn't land the shot with the Sheriff. Maybe he actually gets that, but this time it's a Mox to open up. And it's already not looking out too well. The spam going into Hookah does a lot of damage on the Shine. And Taiga, they have no pressure. They're feeling absolutely nothing right now. Taiga just goes for the ulti, because why not? And sends a lot. He just wants to go for a peek, but he flashed himself. All right, not exactly what he was looking for, but still all good. 4 on 4. And KM Lord is still here. He's able to detect quite a lot, and he's being surrounded right now. But do they know where he is? How many he's able to get? At least one. He finally gets shut down, but Aaron is only good for that one. And this is looking absolutely so dominant for Godspeed.
It is. I mean, honestly, the level of retaliation they have so far, I mean, the instant reactions they have to any kind of push coming out for them, and knowing that it's all been one-sided so far. We've seen pushes just come from one direction of minions thus far, and they haven't really diversified their plan. They haven't made any kind of split attempts just yet. They haven't tried to split up any of their utility to where you have to look in multiple directions. So quite honestly, I want to see if that's a little bit of an adjustment they can make over the course of this game. But as it stands right now, it just looks a little bit one-dimensional under their wing. And honestly, they just have to do something here. Knowing that it's now going to the 5th round, they have another eco round coming up because they just can't really do too much. Their money isn't looking all that great. With nothing but specters, as we mentioned earlier. I mean, honestly, you have to rely on your duelists in these kinds of situations. You're praying your chat has a blade storm by this point, but that just hasn't come out. The showstopper was invested in that last round and didn't get the impact that you want. So there has to be some other game plan to really come into fruition right now. And I can't see any opportunity for it. You already see the Astra being holed up there towards A main. And honestly, that's something we've kind of graced over a little bit, is Astra coming back into the meta, really having an impact that these teams are starting to communicate a lot better. They know that Fade, honestly, with all these projectiles passing through that cosmic divide, it gives you so much to work with over the course of the game. And honestly, it's just it's invaluable at the end of the day. So already still looking for a little bit of alert, trying to find any opportunities. Going to be Crawler right there towards the middle of the map. But honestly, I mean, minions, they are just stuck in a hole right now. It looks like they're going to go for possibly an A main push, but once again, it's going to be all 5 members all at once.
And this is so tough. I mean, Juzo, can he find his first? No, absolutely not. Taiga and Tai, stereo frags have shut down. Shine and Crawler, them the same, but Mox still is an op over here. Here's Showers, and there's only one left alive, and he's gonna get taken off the board. Schlam going all the way around the long con, all the way around the attacker's spawn, and it's 6 now for Godspeed, and they are not struggling one little bit.
They most definitely aren't. I mean, considering that round was kind of going to their favor anyways, they have a long way to go here for them to step things up. I mean, they have 3 ultimates to work with in this round. They have the Seekers, they have the From the Shadows, and the Tour de Force all in hand and ready to go. But I mean, you have to find that impact. We have to find the round. We have to find the opportunity if you're going to be a Minions fan to really say, okay, we can set things up. We can get that first run on the board. They just have to find that opportunity. And I think it all starts very, very early. They're going for a little bit more of a long push, which I would say is a little more favorable for them, knowing they have the Tour de Force, but it's taken so long for them to make this read, for them to find these angles, for them to choose these avenues to approach onto a site. So already the little bit of a dog is going to be coming out there towards B long, and the aggression is going to come out as well. But I mean, you can see the follow-up. Puka's fully open for the taking. Juzu can find the first blood of the round. So I mean, this is a massive swing for the likes of Minions, a completely different flow than what we've seen thus far. And full site control comes out. This is now a 5v2. And even then, Sky's a little bit dinked up, but that's no worries with everybody else just fully healed.
Oh, careful though. Don't underestimate this guy. Remember how many kills he got in 2 rounds alone, and now he's working for the 7th already, almost evened up. 2 quick frags from the side of Godspeed. Now the wall evened up. So they want to go for this. They want to try for something, and Schleim gets another one. And he's able to land the transfer as well. Triple kill in the round, but he can't. Both of them miss. Both of them miss, but now pressure on Shine. He can't shoot through that wall. He has to go, and now he's been stunned up. There's absolutely nothing to do. Schlam is now just showing off again, and it's Ty to get the kill. Not even needed for the shorty. And that 2-on-5 from Godspeed just absolutely shut that round down from Minions.
And it's Schlam being alive, honestly. And I mean, when you look at the scoreboard, the second in hand, the right-hand man right now being Ty as well, being alive as well. Those two being somewhat of a dynamic duo, able to set each other up, able to work off each other, complement each other to such a certain extent that it's really just speaking massive volumes here, at least in this first round. But I mean, once again, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, sometimes in these first rounds, you get a little bit unfortunate with your seeding. You go up for people who may be going all the way to that last round to the grand finals, and Godspeed are definitely making a case for themselves so far, looking so good at 7-0 this far. You have Schlam just absolutely showing up for this course of the game, but is that going to slow down anytime soon? And considering that he's playing a Neon, slow is not going to be the name of the game for him. He's got to speed things up, wants to keep on going, and even then, Minions is looking to step up to the plate as well as they have that Blade Storm on ready.
Brandon, ooh. Bit of risk there. He jump peeked really wide, and Taiga just gets 2. He's on top of the mid box right now on that B site, and he wallbangs 2 through that little crate. He wants to go for some more, dog. Spots 1. Shine is trying to go for a spam, but not quite in the corner. Gets blinded out, and now Taiga wisely decides to not push all the way through, but it's just a double play through the teleporter. and absolutely nothing to be done at this point. I think even the last player has been disconnected. Unfortunately, Juzo is no longer of this world, no longer actually in the server. So I'm not sure if we're actually going to see a pause here. But yeah, they should have a sec right now. Well, okay, they take a timeout for it, fair enough. But whatever the case, we have to wait until he gets back in the server, hopefully. But that is, oh yeah, man, it's 8-0. It is really 8-0 right now. That is the definition of this game.
Yep, and it's really unfortunate, even then considering that, I mean, we saw Juzo, that was the player who's breaking out the Blade Storm. That was the carry you were expecting for this round. That was your entry onto site. That was your hopefully first blood, your first pick right there off the get-go, so you can get yourself a weapon for the rest of your team and try to really bring something to life. But that just did not come through for him. But instead, we do see ourselves going in with the pause. Obviously, hopefully we can get somebody back in, because it seems as if all the pings are lined up once more. But if we're talking about pings, let me go ahead and ping the other part of your screen that we got right now. Obviously, take a nice, good look at these MSI headsets that we have available, because I have to mention that at 7 o'clock, that is when our giveaway for this headset will be done and dusted for this week. So you have to make sure during these first couple rounds that you want to enter yourself into a chance to get these GH50s, which obviously everybody needs a new headset every now and then. If you're anything like Tyler, you're going to be breaking yours pretty often, and knowing the climb is a little bit harder in Valorant than a League of Legends, considering that with everybody getting excited for Masters right now, everybody's hitting that ranked ladder. But make sure to go ahead and get in, get your participation trophy, and even then, if you don't want it, you got yourself another couple weeks to really back things up and try yourself once more. But as we do find ourselves looking at everything else, look at the beautiful map of Bind. We have ourselves an 8-0 lineup. And I mean, once again, man, Godspeed. They're looking so darn good. I mean, I just don't know really what minions can do. I mentioned the two-dimensional approach, try to come from different sites, maybe look for a lurker somewhere, but we haven't seen anything. Everything's just come right out from one way, or even then to be a 4-1 split. We just don't see the utility really starting to come out in all these areas. And even then the backup that these teammates need, the trades they need, more importantly, to really even out not only the rounds, but just the game in general.
Yeah, no, this one's definitely, this is hard. That's an absolute understatement right now. But the fact that you look at the last round, they just lost the 2 versus 5, and I don't really know what else to say. It's just Schlam going in, and he's 16-2, a solid 8 KD, or if you want it, you can call it a 9 KDA because he has 2 assists, but he really doesn't need anyone's help. He had Ty there with him with that 2 versus 5, but even still, it's just, what do you do against this guy? He's so confident, and it really looks like it's 8-0. Minions they're playing a bit scared. Because like you mentioned, the trades just didn't come out. Like you have the guy coming out of spawn, he gets a frag, the person in tube doesn't swing, the guy in elbow just can't do anything. It's fair enough, he's too far away, but even still, like you've got 5 players, man. Like you gotta be able to somehow double peek him or something like that, or one guy dies, the next 2 players have to swing. You have enough manpower to make that stuff happen, but they have been shook to their core, and that's just not happening right now. And they really got to find some kind of mechanical ability, because that's what Schlam is showing us right now. He's just out aiming absolutely everyone. There's nothing really. I think there is definitely some merit in the fact that minions could find some, like maybe fakes, and that take on B site was good, right? Because they won all the gunfights then. Yep. But all of a sudden, you remember the Neon's still alive, and you're like, okay, well there's another mountain to climb, and they just do not have the equipment to climb it right now. So it's going to be so hard, like you mentioned as well. Juzo, the unfortunate disconnects. Who knows if that entry was able to come, would have been able to come in if that didn't end up happening. Maybe that would have been an option. Who knows? But right now, that Blade Storm is no longer in CERN, and you will not have it for the rest of his half, because it's a 7 charge. He so far has gotten 1 kill. Not the best look for your Jet. You would definitely want him to be a bit higher up. Maybe on par with Aaron at 6 and 8, but. Even that, it's hard. It's really difficult to say anything about this game, because it's 8-0, and Aaron, the top frag for the side of minions, is averaging less than a kill per round. It's really just Godspeed being the team that they are. It's send slam in. Doesn't matter if everyone else dies. Like, this guy's alive, and we can still win a round. They're having fun with it. They're actually just completely relaxed, and there's no world in which I could see that minions could win this without them just let loose and don't be scared. Like, you have literally nothing to lose right now, right? Unless, no, this is a free entry tournament. You literally have nothing to lose. So you just go play the game of your lives and just have some fun. Like, you gotta just get that mental block out of your head, and maybe you have a chance. Because when you do that, then you don't get scared of the Neon. Like, don't throw, don't over peek into 2 versus 5. Like, it's a 2 versus 5. Everyone peek this guy. He cannot kill all 5 people. Unless he's like Optic Yay, but he's not here right now. He's in Copenhagen, right? So all good. That's not gonna happen. So send that kind of mentality out the window. Minions, I have faith. It's not 13 rounds yet.
Yep.
It only ends when it's 13 rounds.
Yeah, and I think honestly, there's a little bit of merit for them. I feel like they have an opportunity. They just have to take it. They have to create it. More importantly, we just haven't seen that done yet. Because honestly, all things considered, when you said, okay, what do we do about Schlam? Well, honestly, they have to have an IGL of some extent here. They have to have a shot caller. I mean, 3 of them have the MN at the beginning of their name, so obviously they're going to have some kind of strats here laid out for themselves. But I mean, I think the one thing they're going to do is they constrain themselves so much. They like to suffocate themselves. They get themselves right in that area. They push just completely through, but they only take control right there off the get-go. They cross that start line, but then they start to slow themselves down when the race has just started there, Chief. You got to do a little bit more to get onto that site. And the first time we saw that was on round 2 when they went through that full A main push and they were up against the like the Spectres and such. And they probably said, all right, well, that didn't work. Well, there's reasons that didn't work. You didn't have, I mean, the utility wasn't really a problem. It was the guns that you didn't have, more importantly. So I think it'd be worth another shot, but I think they're a little bit too shaken up right now to really go for something like that. That they're not really in the right mindset for it, but all you have to do is just stay calm and collected, figure out what you can really create here. And even then, Shine is looking to do that over towards Hookah, looking for a little bit of a split, trying to find some influence on the map. As you can tell that obviously Godspeed's getting a little bit aggressive here. They're trying to find these early picks. They know they have the confidence for it, and they know they're going to try and follow it up. But Mox already with that first pick on the operator, actually able to swing out and manage a kill there is a pretty good start for Godspeed, considering the momentum of this game and where it's going thus far. They have 3 ultimates if things really do start to go south.
Yeah, it really is not just Slam, is it? That's so confident. Like, no one's scared. You can see the chamber util is literally at the bottom of long B. In what world does that even happen right now? That's absolutely insane. There goes the Haunts, spots 2 outside of Hookah. And now the jig is kind of up. Godspeed know exactly what's going on right now. They still have some players anchoring this A side as well, so it's going to be so hard to get into here without some special entry or something like that. Because Schlam's here. If you kill him first, maybe there's a chance for the round. But Ty is going to take first engage, and he's not going to be able to win the fight. Slam got to go through, sees a gun, and he's dead as well. So now, big chance for Minions, 4-on-3 now, and they go straight to the TP. There's only 1 player left inside this B site, and it's the chamber at the back with the operator. They're running into it now, and he's landing every single shot, not letting anything go. It's flipped right back in turn, and Brandon last one alive, 14 seconds. What can he do? Absolutely nothing. Quad kill from the chamber.
That's an opportunity to have for Mox, because you're expecting Mox to obviously show up at least some point in this defensive half. And there you go, the spotlight's on you, Chief. Run away with it, take it, bathe in it, and that's exactly what you do in a round like that. When you see the rotation come out, you know you just have the hold down onto Hookah, and consider that every single one of those Minions players are pushing out through that. Once again, they just absolutely got suffocated. They couldn't play much of the game, and even then they were restraining themselves and saying, all right, Chamber, take your shot. Hopefully you miss one so we can push you a little harder. But that opportunity never came. Moss coming out with the 4K huge round, even in the Tour de Force to back up if you don't get the money, but that's not a concern right now. We can't even talk about it because we just know Minions don't have it. Godspeed, dude, there's your summary of the entire game so far, but a little bit more to work with here. Minions trying to go for something, and they definitely found something. A lot of damage done to them initially off the round, as you see 2 players, that Chamber and Ray's, already having little to nothing to work with. And knowing that Fox hit that shot, that's all you really need there. You're not worried about the rest of the game. You know that, I mean, they have a Sky to really get those heals out, but that collection didn't come out. Instead, you just push on a site, you look for the kills, and it's just not coming to life there. Godspeed, they are the ones coming to life. They're finding a couple more kills. Know the one last player is standing, and it's Schlam to have the engage on that. The conclusion of that round, as well, as we see Godspeed going up now 10-0. We talk about double digits a lot here inside the games, and who can reach that checkpoint first, who can hit that final 3 countdown on their hands. But Godspeed, they've literally lived up to their name. They've done it in the speed of a god. They found themselves that 10th round almost immediately. And considering this round is going to be the last one before we see match point, possibly Minions don't end up winning this one, they're going to be in a really, really rough hole where they have to force out whatever they can in every single circumstance past that.
Man, you gotta imagine the mothers and fathers of these Minions players. They see them going into this matchup, they're like, Godspeed, guys. What did they do? That they got slammed. No pun intended. The thing is, they went into that side exec with everyone being damaged. There was not a single player on Minions that didn't take like any damage in that round. And then they're running into slam again. Is this transfer going to come out? Of course it is. He's not going to miss that kind of spray. And they're back to the corner. Oh, hello. That's a bit BM. I don't know if Kamler just didn't end up shooting just to let his teammate die. Just to not have his ego built up that far, because he is honestly just on a tear right now. Cam, he's still here. He's on the reload, so maybe Shine can catch him off. But the dog is no. He gets blinded, and he's still alive somehow. That is absolutely so rude. What's there to say at this point? 11 rounds for Godspeed.
I mean, just a huge stance they've taken. I mean, they've not only set a standard, but they set a high one at that. I mean, considering this is your first round, we can talk about the longevity of what this means in the bracket. I mean, them getting a start like this, you're usually hoping that in this first round, you can get these easy games. You can find yourself a little bit of momentum, start feeling good about your team, start honestly just find yourself in a situation where you're saying, I'm playing a human version of AIM Labs right now. This is perfect. I mean, once I get into a game, but I mean, honestly, it's really not the case. Minions, they have the game plan. You can see the merit. You can see the decisions they're going for. In that last shower push, they went for the dog. They tried to get that first pick, but there it is. Finally coming out from Aaron. A two-piece on the board, getting yourself some presence, get a gun to back it up as well. You know you can get on the site, especially with that TP being a consideration, but you got to wait for the clearance. You got to wait to see if you can take site, and when Mock's there and an easy pick off for them, that makes the game that much more difficult. Knowing as now 4v3, that's the one thing you have to work with. And honestly, Godspeed, considering that, I mean, you have your second frag and your third frag still alive, and with them just absolutely mowing through almost everybody, there's a lot to still work with here for them.
Oh, there goes a stun as well, but Brandon and Juzo, that is exactly what you need, and they finally got themselves on the board. A lot of ones on the scoreboard, a lot more for Godspeed, but I mean, at least Minions have gotten something.
They most definitely have. They got a round, so I mean, they can say that they didn't go out of this game not trying at all. They found themselves something here to work with, and knowing that it's now a pistol round, they have a little bit more they could work with. They have to win this round, and honestly, I mean, that's just kind of the definitive. I mean, sitting at 12-0, it would be a requirement, but here it's just a luxury. It's something you need. It's that little space that, not in terms of your positioning on the map, but at least where you can find yourself, where you can give yourself that round, give a little bit of leeway here and say it's not going to be an immediate shutdown in the second half. We have something to work with. Problem is, Godspeed, this is where their composition starts to come to life. The double initiator, looking at Schlemm and what he's done in the game so far, this is going to be your biggest threat. They honestly went off in the half that you didn't want them to, that you expected to hold them down, but that just wasn't the case here. You had a double duelist. You were cashing in on that attacking half, but it just really didn't come too well to you, and it just didn't work out. So you have to make sure to manage this, and already Schlemm with a concussion on site, trying to look for a little bit of a stun, and it's going to be followed up with plenty of teammates and plenty of shots as well, as Mox is there with the follow-up. Two players already off a 5v3 situation with the retake coming out. Brawler can manage one right there towards the elbow, but I mean, looking at the utility, they're trying to go for it. It's a triple swing, and at least it killed a manage for it as Moss can manage one more towards that site. So it all comes down to Juzu, who's looking for these kills. Has to be in a 1v3 situation. Yeah, the sky's still alive, but the heal's not in effect just yet, but you have to manage at least what you can here. Get a couple guns off the board, or at least get yourself some extra credits for that first round. Hopefully get enough ticks after that ultimate to where you have a Blade Storm, but that's just not going to happen. It's an immediate shutdown, and Godspeed find themselves on the first round of the attacking half. They're already a match point.
Well, really, the only thing I can really say, the only good that can come out from this is the fact that Godspeed. I'm glad that Minions got around in the first half, right? Because you get to see the absolute masterclass that Godspeed can put on their attacking half. Because, this, like you mentioned, Mick, this is exactly what they were built for, right? Double initiator. They're built for attacking, and they ended up playing attack on defense at the same time. So fair enough. We'll see for this potential final round, unless Minions can work some magic. They have to go for a full force here, which they're going to do. Aaron's got the Bucky going through the teleporter. That is a bit bold. Setting the bot through first, so I guess you can call it wise, but all he's got is grenade, half armor, and he's gonna have two challengers right outside this teleporter, so I don't know if they're gonna be able to spam him out, but goes first swing, and that's not gonna work out for him. The flash only really half blinding himself, and his teammates already gone down inside the site as well. Taiga with another kill. Brandon and Crawler both fall. And what more can they do? Shine, he has a chance, but no, not with those missed shots. Finally lands it, but that is it. That is an absolute dominant half from Godspeed. Dominant first half, and the second not even needed. Like, that's just... There's nothing that their opponents could do. Minions got absolutely dismantled in that one, and 12-1 goes the first game of the... Oh, excuse me, 13-1. I can't even think after that one. That's... There was no thinking. It was Godspeed, just going in, pressing the W key on their keyboard and the left mouse button. That was all they needed. No other keys. There was no S. There was no space. Shift was not required. It was just 2 buttons. That's all they had in their disposal.
Yeah, and honestly, worked out perfectly for him. I mean, you mentioned a dominant half, Chief. That was a dominant game, but I mean, when it really only lasted one half, I mean, there's not really too much you can say about it. Godspeed are looking like strong contenders going into the rest of this tournament. Finding themselves what I could say, honestly, with confidence at this point. I mean, with Minions already being done and dusted out of here, that they found themselves an easy first round. In just in terms of the entire bracket, as I mentioned earlier, they are building this confidence. It's going to look good for them going forward. But honestly, Minions kind of losing out this game is somewhat a good extent for the rest of the opponents to come up here soon. Saying, okay, well, Godspeed didn't get a chance to try anything. They couldn't go crazy here. They didn't get to try their full util setups to the fullest fruition just yet. So they're not warmed up in that regard just yet. So everybody else still has a chance. These people aren't undefeatable masters by any means just yet. But from what we could tell in this first round in the bracket, it's definitely seeming like something along the lines of that. They have a long way to go here. They got a couple more rounds they got to go through, 5 more. But I mean, for them to have an introduction like this, a curtain call at that level, they're definitely looking strong, and they're definitely happy to be in the case they are.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can even tell, you know that they came into this to win, right? They've got $200 potentially in the first place prize, of course, to win. And thank you to Community Gaming for providing all that stuff to us. Metafy, of course, like you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, right before we started. This is unfortunately the last week that they will be with us. So prize pool going back down to 250. I say down, it's still up 5 times from what we had before they joined us. So thank you so much to both those organizations for bringing all this amazing stuff to you guys. And yeah, check them out if you want. Please do, actually, not even if you want. They are absolutely pinnacle in us being able to do this for you guys. And yeah, of course, with that said, Godspeed, I'm not entirely surprised they won. I mean, they were part of the GLGCC membership. What? I can't even talk right now. That game was way too fast for my brain to handle. But yeah, they were part of GLGCC. So if you want a bigger chance to maybe win some games, I'm legally required to say that's a joke, but even still, the GLGCC is a heck of an organization anyways. I mean, you join them, you have free entry to all these tournaments, and guaranteed as well, because you can't, like, if we have over 64 teams, like, you just can't get in, because we have a limit. We cannot literally host a 2-day tournament. That isn't, unfortunately, not something that we can do. So there are a stack of teams that are here, and if you're past that, no luck. But if you're in this membership, you just have a spot. Like, you just have one. That's it. So beautiful stuff, super cheap. And yeah, I mean, with that said, that was a quick one, Nick. I don't know how long we'll be waiting for our next game, but that's we got some time ahead of us.
Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, considering that, I mean, the circumstance on our hands, that we could find ourselves on a pretty long break here. I don't know, but at least in the time being, I can plug the GLG Country Club membership at least one more time, because oddly enough, you mentioned that, I mean, earlier on in these games, you said that, okay, Minions has nothing to lose. Well, honestly, Godspeed kind of did. They are Country Club membership, and they do have one, at least in their team. It's only $10 for one of your members for the entire team to get priority entry, is what it is. So, I mean, obviously, as you mentioned, with these things filling up immediately, I had people even reaching on me in Discord. I'm not a staff member officially. I'm just here to talk about the game. But even then, people are hyped up enough to ask about it and what it really means. So there it is. It's priority entry to every single tournament, knowing how fast they fill up. And even then, we may have some exclusives coming up here for these country club memberships. But even then, I mean, you really have too much to lose. And even then, consider if you flip your profit, you get yourself 250 at the end of the week, or a piece of that prize pool. It's definitely gonna be worth it at the end of the day. But talking about the end of the day, we got to get down to round 2 to really find ourselves there. So I can't tell you how long this break may be. So go ahead, take yourself a little bit of a bathroom break, get yourself some snacks, get yourself some water, because we got a lot more games coming here soon, and we'll catch you on the other side of this break with at least one more of them.
looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are
Wait,
you
what?
serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal, to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages, with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now, we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass, and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pit of Valor number 97. We are done and dusted with the first round as quick as it felt and as quick as I'm sorry, no, it actually was that fast. You just weren't having a fever dream by any means. And we are now on to the second matchup here of the night. We had the likes of Chubby Bunnies. There's, we got Godspeed here. They're just so fast. They went ahead and skipped the break as well to still be in there. But we had the likes of Chubby Bunnies versus Dice Amplify. And let me go ahead and give you a precursor to this. Dice Amplify is actually disgusting. I think they've won themselves already a Pit of Valor, and they've at least made it to our final couple rounds on a couple occasions. So for them to also just be done with that first round as fast to get into the second round as quickly as we've set it up, it's to be expected, and even then more expected to even see some of these competitions coming up very fast because they are very comprised. They know what they want and they know how to get it. But speaking of the map, we're on ascent. We got everything speeding up here for you. What are you seeing, Anton? What do you like?
I mean, so far, I think pretty standard stuff from both teams. The Chamber, of course, is a KO, because KO is one of the best agents in the game right now, especially after the buffs that he recently got, where his Molly can, I mean, it acts like any other Molly, but it goes through walls now, I mean, mind you. So, Killjoy, big nerf, indirectly, because nothing happened to her. It's just that the fact that wherever you put her lockdown, KO can just kind of molly the other side of the wall and destroy it. And it seems like that was intended by the devs. I saw a tweet being like, yeah, we tested it out, and we were like, yeah, this is kind of a good trade-off. It's interesting to see. I think Killjoys is not in the best state right now, but I mean, we'll see what ends up happening with that kind of thing. So Killjoys is not going to exist right now. It's just two chambers. It's fair enough. And it's actually, is it American? It's almost American. There's a fade, another fade on the other side. Sova, no Sova on the side of DA. So fair enough, it's a raise in their stand. But in fact, I think, if these agent selects are correct, I don't think we see a duelist on Chubby Bunny's side, do we?
We don't. That's the biggest exchange that we see in these two teams. That Chubby Bunny is actually not going to be running a duelist. Instead, they're running that triple initiator. So that's actually something I really like to see, and I really want to see kind of coming to fruition today, because as not an initiator main myself, but you know, it's just a little bit of bias and is what it is. But I gotta say, I mean, initiators provide almost everything you need out of a duelist. We've seen compositions before that have lacked duels on the likes of Ascent, because it's where teams feel the most comfortable. I mean, we see lineups being very, very easy to really kind of take those chokeholds, not really do too much, kind of make sure that your enemy can't have too much of an opportunity to strike back. And honestly, KO has been somewhat of a duelist. That's why people have been playing him so much. He feels like another duelist, but he has a little bit more utility in his kit. And having that free intel, having yourself that introduction to sight, and having a res literally from anybody, because you have 800 HP in 12 seconds to get yourself back up, it's such a strong ability. He's such a strong agent, and I'd like to see him a little bit more, considering we're already seeing him everywhere. But talking about everywhere, that's going to be the likes of Dice Amplify, already everywhere on the map, taking full make control, grabbing a free pick right there towards market, and saying they want to back up, keep players on their toes, and still look for a site to really push themselves onto.
Dang, man, they really did roll the dice right through that smoke, didn't they? They have no idea what's on the other side, but they find a player with their back turned. Very nice entry for the attacking side of DA. And right back towards A's site they go. This is a little bit weaker. In fact, there's two players. Sova is kind of quick response down in spawn. Flash goes over, and they want to just take it. And Tora, he's in the middle of his own smoke right now. Can he find anything from this position? Hits one, bomb drops, but instantly Spike recovered by Hulu as soon as he gets that kill. So 3-on-4 health advantage, though, in turn, I think in favor kind of Chubby Bunnies, as two players very, very low on Dice Amplify. They have an extra man just standing, but this is going to be a bit of a difficult one. Sonder up in heaven. She gets blinded first, but not really too much of a risk because no one really pushes, but they're playing really safe right now, Dice. Sitting right underneath the heaven.
Well, I mean, honestly, they're just waiting for an alternate angle right now. They're trying to find some window of opportunity, but they just can't really find it too much. They have to push themselves on the site, knowing that door isn't broken just yet. But Crowify, acting like the bird in his name, able to go ahead and get two up top on top of Generator, but not really getting the round to really come out for their side. Instead, Amplify coming out on top there, getting themselves the first on the board, getting a follow-up buy as well. And Gaunt's already looking to buy a rifle, more importantly. So if Force Buy does come out, that's going to be a huge gun on the side for them to not only have, but to drop as well if this thing really does go south. But Chubby Bunnies doesn't look to have any contention. They're going for the classics. They're not trying to buy any sheriffs, get a little bit crazy with it. They're just looking to hopefully have themselves a buy in the next round and get as much as they can right here.
Yeah, so with that round, that makes Dice Amplify's 10th round in a row, by the way. Their last game was an absolute showstopper, 13-1, just like the one that we saw on broadcast. But I mean, both these teams had a breeze in their previous matchup. No pun intended, they didn't play breeze, but it was two Havens, 13-1 for DA and 13-4 for their opponents of Chubby Bunnies. So Chubby Bunnies get their streak cuts while DA keep on keeping on, and it looks like, I mean, it's probably going to be the same story. I don't see them losing this round. They've got full Spectres versus a bunch of classics on the other end. Actually, no, not full Spectres. Gonks, I hope I pronounced that one right. He's got a Phantom, half armor, on the Rays, so their sole duelist on the team of Dice Amplify going for the full rifle buy. They're going to get the orb for their team and just rotate right back on towards that B site where Chubby Bunnies only have a KO. He might be able to delay for just a little bit with that Molotov and that knife just to get some info, but it depends on the timing because he's kind of looking back towards mid every once in a while because they have no one there. There's no kind of security. There's no trip by the chamber either. So all this stuff going in, nothing to be denied from the KO, and he's just going to give up the site. Very wise. Might go for a kill or two right through the smoke, but it's going to be hard for him to get anything. Spam, and not quite. Plant going to go down. It's going to be a 5-on-5 retake.
And that's exactly what you're expecting, especially on these rounds, or on rounds where you have 4 rifles, but that's just not the case instead. Chubby Bunnies did go for a very, very aggressive over-rotation towards an A site, so, I mean, they're really starting to pay the price here, as they do have nothing but classics and maybe a headhunter to work with, but as you already see Sonder getting picked off, and the rest of these players trying to really make something work, Tor gets picked off as well, and that's a flawless round for the likes of Dice Amplify, but also to be expected for them, considering that they are winners of last bit of Valor, and even then, they have themselves a rifle, and they have the team power to back it up as well. But if we're talking about things to back up other players, weapons are definitely going to be one of the biggest considerations. And knowing that Chubby Bunnies have themselves a full buy to work with now, they have the guns in hand, they have the utility, hopefully, considering they saved in that last round, they're going to have enough to work with here, but it all comes down to whether or not they can really make the plays. So I want to see this defensive hold. I want to see whether or not they can actually have the utility set up, whether or not we can see this immediate suppression come out, the read come on to Dice Amplify, and even then somewhat of a counterplay to come out for Chubby Bunnies. But not too much just yet, just a hunt over right there towards window, a little bit of aggression towards the site. You get to tell that somebody's on catwalk, but that's always going to be kind of definitive when you're looking at this B site, because that's always going to be the hold, and Asher Star comes down to back it up as well. So a little bit of a stall and a little bit of a rotation to come out from Dice Amplify as they kind of recollect themselves and find another game plan to work with.
And collecting not only themselves, but they are so far, it's only been 2 rounds, but they're taking control of this map pretty much every single time. They're farming up all the 4 orbs so far that have spawned. They get the B orb this round, and early on rotate right back onto this A site where there's only 2. The Sova does cheat his way over, so they are reinforcing this smartly. The Dice are waiting, just waiting for a timing maybe for the exec, while Hulu just stays in mid for the time being. This little lurk, and it looks like he's very confident that no one's actually going to push out a cat. Yeah, Chubby Bunnies early on in the days. This is really tough for them going into this one. Pole going into tree, not going to find anyone, but Hydro does get an entry with that submachine gun. Crow with a trade, Soapy with another one right in return. And it's a 3-on-4. Again, another advantage for Dice Amplify, even with the worst guns. Plant does, oh, excuse me. It says the raise gets cancelled for the time being, but all is good. 4-on-3, and Hulu even is maybe able to catch one. Oh, bit of a missed shot, but Soapy is there to assist Provider with the double kill to try and take it back. And now it's all evened up on the man count. Sitting at the back of the site are both these players in the haunt. I don't think it finds anyone right now, but they have to know where they're not, so they know where they are. Gonks is taken out, and Teddick with that second kill. What a transfer from this guy, is able to win out that round just barely. Only 1 player left alive for CB.
And that's all you really need to win the round, most importantly, because you're trying to make sure you can switch up this economy, make sure you rob the money away, and even then, more importantly, get yourself on the board. So that's going to be the case here for Chubby Bunnies, but a lot there towards the rear end to really sacrifice for that chance to get themselves in this game. So, I mean, now as we go into the 4th round, there's going to be a little bit more here. I mean, not a full buy across the entire board, as you do see the Chubby Bunnies. They sacrificed a lot in that round, knowing the economy switches up, knowing that you've now kind of shut down that lose streak. You don't have as much to play with or as much grace to kind of give yourself or as much leeway to play off of, but they're trying to manage themselves at least a little bit off of that. You can see Tor and Sonder aren't really going to go for a buy here, but Tinnick is going to hold on to that last rifle, and Provider is going to be possibly opting for something, but a last second ghost will be the decision here, as they're probably going to be just trying to tank this round. But speaking of tank, where you may see a massive one right there out of Hulu and Cheryl trying to pick the picks, and it's just not going to come out. Instead, that operator already off the board. Some early aggression coming out of the Chubby Bunnies here, and even then well warranted, because it comes out with a trade at the end of the day, and you know you've now lost that chamber and that operator on the side of Dice Amplify. But how much will that really influence the push on the site? Because an operator holds the lineup, but then again, you got to make sure to take control of that site first, and we just haven't seen that yet.
Oh, he's going through. Saunder's still back here. So maybe another kill. Still has 4 bullets in the headhunter as well, so could find potentially something if Dice want to end up committing, but it doesn't look like they want to. The spike is all the way towards the A site. If you can get some picks here, it'd be great. But they've already lost one. I think that trade is honestly pretty worth it for CB, no matter what. They recover the op, but losing a gun at all when Chubby Bunnies practically didn't invest in this round at all is not the best thing in the world for DA. So if anything, CB want to do the same thing that they had done to themselves in the previous round. Even if Dice Amplify end up winning, if they can take as many guns away as possible, that really hurts their economy, because clean 2 first rounds from Dice Amplify and the last one they lose, it doesn't really matter because they have so much money. But now, if they lose too many, this could be a bit of a dangerous situation, but it should be just fine for the time being. 4 versus 4, and they have gotten the spike down, so these boost their economy by just a little bit, as Crowfy takes a little bit of a duel up into heaven, gets his stuff detained, can't use any of his abilities, and as well as his teammate, I don't think he can provide with anything in turn as well. But Hydro has spotted 2 inside of tree. Now there's a lot of information gained from the attack just to play and wait for whatever is ended up happening. Hydro misses an op shot, and yeah, Tora is not going to be able to do anything by himself on the back of the site. It's so difficult right now, and the crossfires are being held so well. Gonks, he gets 3. Hydro only chime in with a single one, but that's all they need. They keep 4 alive. This is exactly what Dice Amplify need.
Oh, that's exactly what they wanted as well. I mean, they fought for it. They found the side control, and even then they had every single cover, cornered. Honestly, I mean, they just went ahead, restrained the site, made sure that any kind of avenue that could be opened up, they had somewhat of a double peek on it, they had a cross ready for it, and they had an operator in the back to make sure to watch it as well. And only with 4 members, there's usually 4 corners to a square, so they could go ahead and make sure to check that up. But already, I mean, as you mentioned, Gonchas already, having a huge impact in this game, looking to get that entry into sight. 7-1 already, and a showstopper ready to go for this next one, just in case they do feel like they have to need that space to clear. But that's not even really a necessity for them. It's not something they're really having to work for, quite honestly. It's almost just coming natural to them because Chubby Bunnies is backing up. We saw in the last round they played some early aggression, but we're just not seeing it here. Instead, full mid control coming out for Dice Amplify already, just immediately. But honestly, there's me holding this down, trying to see if anybody does want to get aggressive, see if they can find themselves an early pick, but it's just not really showing itself the light of day just yet.
Who does end up missing a shot? The defense do understand there's still an operator in play, just don't want to over peek anything. But now, because of that, he's taking a lot of risks over here inside a market. Oh, okay, don't know how Sandra gets one there, but he'll take that any day of the week. She's able to at least keep herself alive back in spawn. Well, there is a 1-for-1 trade. That's a lot of damage. What a valuable shock dart. And that completely drives Dice Amplify off this position. They want to go all the way back. The spike is not even in their control. Well, I guess it technically is. The chamber can go back for it, but they need to. They end up needing to actually go for this plant because Tora's got another frag here. Can he clothesline another one? A lot of damage done. No kills, but 2 players on very, very low HP. Hydro's at 6. 1 bullet through any surface is going to be able to take this guy out. And they're finally rotating that spike over, but it might be too little too late. Both these last guys on DA, very low on HP. And the spike's still stuck inside of A main. I think the chamber goes and collects that orb as well, just in case this round goes south. Is able to have this tour de force guaranteed in the next 13 seconds. They will be able to get this plant down. And it's going to be a 3-on-2 for the retake.
So simply will be, and even then, a couple ultimates to work with as well. You had the Hunter's Spear there towards the back, but I doubt they really go for this kind of pick. Not enough information to work with, but there is a pick on the board already. Sonder with that first pick, and even then, you see the Hunter's Spear in the back trying to follow up, but Shiver getting aggressive, able to find one there, so it's a 1v2 situation. Everything comes down to Shiver and 33 health, but there's just too much here. The defuse is being stuck because you had the angle held, and you say, all right, well, let's cut my losses. I don't want to peek into a double cross and then end up losing my gun in the meantime, even though our economy is looking pretty fine here to play with so far. So Dice Amplify, they don't find themselves another round on the board, but Chubby Bunnies thankfully does, as they can make sure this game gets that much more even. But with 3 ultimates on the board to play with the side of Chubby Bunnies, more importantly, that Torty Force, which is already going to be popped preemptively before the round even starts, you have yourself that Fade ultimate as well to take full side control either for a retake situation or even in playing aggressive into the spawn, is what we've seen at least a couple times here. And then the Cosmic Divide, which, honestly, I'm saying again, we see Astra's coming into the game. We see Astra's finally coming back to life, and there's been no changes to her, keep in mind. They haven't buffed her by any means necessary. People are just saying she's a good agent. We're starting to feel her out again, even though Omen absolutely got cracked in the meantime, and Brimstone as well. Gonchas is cracked in his own regard, getting onto site almost immediately, finding a pick with that showstopper, not really being suppressed or even mattering because it counts as a weapon, and you find yourself a pick. You get yourself a side control, and you find yourself in a 4v2 situation, which makes Chubby Bunnies really choked up for not only info, but just general control at all.
Man, that exec was just beautiful as well. That combination between the Fade Util and the Rays going all the way in with that rocket launcher. That's nothing for these guys and Chubby Bunnies to do. And it's all the angles being held. Shiv's got a pick. Tora does end up getting the lane player, but ooh, I don't think that's going to matter. 2 walls. Crowfly can't land the bullets through that many. And being held by a Torty Force. There it goes. Nice shot from Hulu. And that is a very clean attack from Dice Amplify.
Yeah, a lot of gun sacrifice in the meantime, but I mean, when you look at that win streak starting to kind of come into fruition here, they're starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with themselves. Some of our ex-champs on our hands right now. You really can't blame them for feeling comfortable right now. They know this is kind of their home grounds. They're trying to defend the throne, and they're looking pretty darn good at it thus far, knowing they had themselves a 4-2 lead. But I mean, with the kind of buys choked up a little bit, we can see Hydra there at the bottom on this side of Dice Amplify working with a Bulldog. That's not a sacrifice they're really too afraid to make, considering you're going to have that null command to play with. You're going to have that resurrection on the field. You're going to have a huge suppression with a lot of aggression to come out from it, but that's just not what's happening. A massive choke up and push coming right out into panels. And honestly, you see that Hulu isn't even paying attention to that. The rest of the team is taking care of it. You're watching B main, but everybody's wiping everyone right there in the middle of the map. And it's a near flawless round for Dice Amplify with a lot of aggression coming up from Chubby Bunnies, but not much to warrant it.
Yeah, wow. I think I don't blame them. I think that's a kind of a good showing for them, but I would prefer they do it in a round where they have guns, you know, because the setup they're running is we mentioned it earlier, is a triple initiator. So I feel like their stance has to be a little bit more aggressive. But the fact that they pulled that out in the round where they only had a bunch of pistols is probably not the best idea. I mean, they could have had something. It's kind of a gamble. You run with nothing in the back pocket, and you have nothing to lose. So you just go for it, end the round fast, and try and hope for a second one. But when they do it again, fingers crossed they end up doing it again. Maybe somewhere else. Maybe B, maybe outside A in the extremities. But I want to see that kind of stance, because the fact that they're just sitting on site, it makes it so difficult when they don't have a duelist. They don't have any, like, just get a frag, get out kind of situation other than the chamber. But even still, you're only relying on one person, and there's no other kind of delay. It's so difficult for them. So that kind of thing they're doing, do that more. I love that.
And even, I mean, all things considered, you look at the timeout coming through. More importantly, saw that QR card there for a second. I will have to mention once more, because it's going to be your last opportunity. The giveaway does shut down at 7 p.m. Eastern. So you have 9 minutes to go sign up for that Joker. Get yourself a headset for the week. Thank you. All provided by the gracious people over at MSI to, you know, give yourself this opportunity. Why not give it a shot? You know, it's a giveaway. I've never won one, so I think they're all fake. But you know what? Maybe your luck will turn today, and you'll start believing in one if you're in the same shoes as I am. But all things considered, talking about shoes, we have some to fill, at least on the side of Chubby Bunnies. 3 rounds to compensate for to get yourself a new tie game, and 3 ultimates to work with to get yourself there. But we got to see those come out. We have to see the impact from those. Instead, we see a lot of aggression once more coming out right through the middle of the map for Dice Amplify, because Chubby Bunnies has not contested that point whatsoever over the course of this game, and they've given it up on so many occasions, and it's just starting to pay dividends now.
Oh, turning around Conches. Okay, misses some shots in spawn. Does a quick 180 and deletes the person at the back of the site. Tanic, though, with 2 of his own. And now it's a 3-on-3 with the KO down on the ground, but maybe a res available because Tanic gets another one as well. Conches with a second kill, and at the back of the site, Provider finally gets deleted from the round. Finally, and Hulu is able to win out that duel at the back. Tanic, his reign of terror is now over. Now it's a 1-on-2. Tora with a wall. Don't think he's going to want to use it in this round, but we'll see what the decision is made. Has to find at least 2 1-versus-1s, but Hulu is just holding this hard. Misses the shot. That's a big one. Now gives Tora a little bit of a chance, but the thing is, expects to push. No one surely is going to go that aggressive on Dice Amplify. They're playing it safe. They're playing it very smartly. But the pre-fire from Gonches, Tora just walks straight into it. Doesn't expect the technically re-aggression. I don't even know. He just sits there and just shoots at the corner. But it works out in 5 rounds now for DA. 6 rounds, excuse me.
Yeah, a huge stands already here on the board for the likes of Dice Amplify. I mean, considering that, knowing that I'll go back to this point a lot, they're ex-champs. So it's not like we're seeing 2 random teams come in here. We're seeing a team that's gone all the way, not only just to get there to the grand finals, but also to win it as well. So considering they also closed out that first round in such a fast manner, and Chubby Bunnies did it as well, but they didn't know they were going to be running into an opponent like this. I don't think they were really prepared for something like that, and I don't know if they're really prepared for it even in the game right now, because they're trying to make sure these plays come out. They're trying to find themselves some easy plays or aggression towards B main. It's just not come to light just yet. Instead, they have to find an alternative avenue. They're looking for these plays. They're trying to find that aggression on ascent, but I don't think this is the map that really warrants that early aggression. You can't find too much success with that, but they're still going for it nonetheless. So already Dice Amplified kind of forced to retreat here for a little bit, but honestly, they have enough utility to go for it once more. But on another side, as they're already trying to re-entry onto A, they're trying to set things up. You can already see Shiver popping out both those smokes with a full kit to work with as well.
Well, flash going through, so the Sova has nothing to say. Has to go back, at least get some damage on the Soapy. Perhaps a second shock dart, able to do a little bit more. But everyone's able to get onto the site, and even with that recon, big recon, but no kills to be had off the back of it. Who's the one to respond with an operator, and now the plant going down. Gonchez with a wall bang, I'm pretty sure up into heaven. And now these last three guys, well, okay, I guess I manifested it, because Sonder instantly falls at the end of that. Tora with a wall bang kill, but I think that's probably all this guy's gonna get. Hydro just with the dry peak, and Dice Amplify looking clean. That was an eco from Chubby Bunnies, but even still, they look absolutely indomitable.
I mean, just keep in mind, I mean, all these retakes, I mean, looking at Chubby Bunnies with that triple initiator on their hands, they're trying to play for these retakes. They have to set that up. That's why they're going for the early aggression. But honestly, you just have to get the space to Dice Amplify. They don't have too much of a setup. That's why they're losing mid a lot in these circumstances. And they have to find somewhat of a different game plan. And you can see them finally deciding to retake that area, trying to have themselves somewhat of a hold, knowing that the aggression comes there on such a common basis, but knowing that you have all the utility, you have a huge cross there and a first pick coming out from Gonches as well. I mean, the almost retaliation came out immediately. It made it to where you just couldn't fight for that anymore. They retreated immediately, couldn't find the control they need, but even then, sort of a backup there. Sonder trying to peek out and even then trying to hold panels with an operator, but knowing that Hulu and Chill is already there holding that same exact angle, it's being an operator on operator battle that neither one of them really want to pick. And so you back up, you find yourself on site and pray that your chamber, that one sentinel, that one defensive piece of kit that you do have can at least stay alive and well for a little bit longer.
Well, rocket out. Hello, Gonchez. And there's a kill from Hulu as well. Is this guy gonna pass him back? Oh no, it doesn't even matter. This is Shiv with the assist. The rocket's not gonna do very much other than gain space and provide some confidence to the Rays up on top of heaven now. One gonna go through. Spots nothing. Crowfly's gonna take advantage of that and able to clothesline Gonchez off the top of heaven. But now last alive. He's the 1 versus 5. Another kill. Good little headshot and maybe another transfer, but not quite. Nice little showing there from Crowify, showing that this guy can still aim. Don't underestimate him, but they're able to throw enough bodies at him to make him not able to react to at least the 4th kill. I mean, yeah, very nice showing, but that is a lot more than you could really ask of one man.
Yeah, and honestly, we're just looking at Chubby Bunnies now in this case of the game, trying to make it a little bit more even. I mean, it's now they get to that point where the maximum amount of rounds they can get in this half is going to be 4, and I feel like that's still plenty for them to work with. I mean, considering that they set themselves up for these retake situations, that they were looking to play for the attacking side, which they knew was going to be their second half that they play with. It's going to be a very difficult game to get there and find some relevancy in the meantime, as all things considered, knowing that Hulu and Chill has that first pick. But as a follow-up, I mean, they're just trying to force out a little bit here, knowing the next round's going to be the last, and this one finds a very, very quick end, even then in a flawless fashion. We weren't expecting crazy plays. We were expecting maybe a couple picks, but that just doesn't come to the light of day. Instead, you're cashing on this round. You're praying you can get one last one, get yourself maybe a 9-3 half, and get chat start screaming that curse out for you. But honestly, you really have to find some huge influence on this attacking side. And honestly, Dice Amplify, they've really shown that they can do that. They have to show that they can find that same amount of mid control. They have to show that they can get themselves onto a side efficiently. They have to show they can work off of all this utility. But I mean, with every single piece of their utility being shootable to some extent, I mean, Dice Amplify are just ready for it.
Yeah, the thing is, I'm really wondering where that kind of thing is, because last round the Chubby Bunnies went for that kind of aggressive play again, but now they've got guns and they're just not doing the same thing. Sonder gets picked off once again by the chamber, and Soapy is able to remove the guy at the back of the site from B, and there's no one here. It is just the free plants. Crowify's gonna try for a Hunter's Fury, but lands nothing. There's no damage. Tanic is able to find one in logs, but there's already a swing coming in from spawn. Oh, that's a clothesline right there if I've ever seen one. And yet another time, it's a 1 versus 5. Tora with a first, and they all line up, but that is a very difficult spray down to transfer to that many people. 9 to 10, Dice Amplify, they reach double digits once again early in the half. And oh, I say that it's the end of the half, but this is as early as you could possibly ask for it. It's 10 to 2.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of nails already put into the coffin. You're just spending those last couple hits to really get yourself the game secured and done for. But, I mean, this is where Chubby Bunnies has to step up. I mentioned it earlier. They were looking for a 9-3, didn't get graced with that. But, I mean, they're looking for it now. They have to find themselves a 10-3, and even then make it a 10-4. Keep on climbing that ladder. But there's going to be so much of a gap to close for them to get to that case. They have to win this round of the pistols, and even if they don't, regardless, they're going to need to force in this next one. They're not going to play what that be 10 consecutive rounds back to back to back with having to force, and that's a very, very difficult hole to get yourself out of if you don't find maybe a flawless on a buy round of the Dice Amplify. And looking at the strength of the squad, I doubt they'll find all the resources needed.
Here we go with the mid-round from Chubby Bunnies. And there's two set up inside of B main here, and then, oh, this is not good. They're already getting flanked. Haunt, not gonna find anything, but the nade should end up securing this kill, and it does. Gonchez and Hulu stereo frags after a provider gets a double kill, and they're just bringing it right back. Chubby Bunnies, they had a chance early on in this round. So many frags going on in favor of them, but now it's been pulled right back in Dice Amplify's favor. Tora has found himself all the way at the back of B. Somehow, he's in defender spawn, and the spike is nowhere near. It's outside tiles, and they're even trying to pinch him still at this point. They're sending everything, and the Fade Dogs found him going prowling, and Tora is going to run into someone with no bullets, but even still, somehow gets a frag, shot straight through the wall by Soapy. Not going to let him get away. That's 11 now for DA.
And that's a huge stance for DA. More importantly, I mean, getting themselves that first round. I mentioned it earlier. Chubby Bunnies is probably going to force this out regardless. They're going to have to break out every single piece of utility, every single kind of gun, every last dollar, and squeeze it to its full extent. But I mean, it's going to be a very difficult situation to pull off. You can see that even then, they're not opting for that. As I mentioned earlier, the kind of harder path, the harder avenue to take would be going those 10 consecutive rounds back to back with the force, and it seems like that's what they're going for. But then more importantly, once again, Gonchet's going for that early play with the Phantom in hand, trying to find that aggression, and even then, you can't warn it on the defending side, but still opting for it nonetheless, trying to find some mid aggression once again. But it's Shiver with that first pick, already managing that, making sure the Fade's out of the game. You got two more initiators, and you also have a pick if you're the likes of Chubby Bunnies, and one more to back it up. But instead, with one pick comes a couple more to back it up off Dice Amplify's back. It's a 1v3 situation. Sonder all by her lonesome, trying to clutch things up. Can manage one, has only 4 headhunter shots, trying to get the peak, but instead Gonchez can right from the panels, managing to get another round on the board. It's now match point for the likes of Dice Amplify. This is where things are going to have to get crazy, and Chubby Bunnies is not going to have to put it in 7th gear. They're going to have to break their gear shift just to get themselves back into the game.
Well, here we go. Like you mentioned, Mick, this is what they were playing for 10 in a row. To get them not only, not even to win, but you've got to get to overtime first, and you've got to get a couple more. So what's the answer, right? Because they're still on attack, and they've kind of lost that opportunity that they've had on defense of getting aggressive and catching Chubby Bunnies off guard. They have to just try for something, and now it's quite the standard kind of setup around the map here. But the thing is, Dice Amplify, they're doing what I would have loved to see from Chubby Bunnies. They're getting pretty far up, and they're getting aggressive as well. But Gonchez and Hydro, they both whiff their shots, and Tora shuts them both down. A-Site now weak. Dice Amplify, they have to reinforce. That's exactly what they're doing. Haunt's gonna get shot out, and now the clothesline comes out from Soapy. That is huge. They're shutting this attack right down after those two entries, and Soapy, he's even going forward. Double spray down. Now it must be all over. Solider 1 versus 3. Has to clutch up once again. Has been in this position before. But I don't think this is going to be very possible. Has even gotten caught by that. That's not good. That's not what you want at all. They know exactly what this character is. Right in the corner. Soapy's going to shut it down with the quad kill. 13-3 for Dice Amplify.
That's a huge game for the likes of Dice Amplify, considering, I mean, I mentioned it on so many occasions. They are our Pitted Valor winners of last week, or at least a week before, because we kind of skipped out on last week. But knowing that they're coming now back into this, they are finding themselves initiative. They're showing that these first 2 rounds are going in their favor. Even more importantly, they've also conquered some of what we call weird composition with the 3 initiators on the side of Chubby Bunnies. And I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't see the kind of game that we wanted. Sure, you start on defense, you couldn't really find too much to play with, but I mean, over the course of the game, that's where you can start to come to life, honestly. On the attacking side, I would have liked to see somewhat of a intel play on every single site, right there towards mid, one towards A, one towards B, keep everybody confused. But we didn't even see the all-in approach. We didn't see the flashes off of those haunts. We didn't see the combined of the fragment grenade, maybe almost like a raised paint shell situation with the C's off that fade. We just didn't get those kinds of combos that we were looking for out of in these teams. And even then, the comms and the plays and the shots to come out for the likes of Chubby Bunny here to get themselves on the next round. But I want to thank them nonetheless for showing up. But I mean, talking about showing up, that's Dice Amplify. They've done it now for 2 rounds in a row, and they're definitely not going to stop here.
Yeah, for sure. That wasn't as one-sided as before, and it was. I was actually giving Chubby Bunnies a bit of the benefit of the doubt, but I said 13-3. It wasn't. It was 13-2. So sorry about that. But yeah, I mean, heck of a showing from these guys. I don't. This again, it's kind of like that early days kind of scenario, right? We're around a 64 now. We've cut that team number in half, so we're around a 32. But even still, it is early days. Let's be real. Like, look at Gonches, look at Soapy. 22 frags for the both of them. That, yeah, I think they've added up to more kills than the rest of their team combined. That is the definite right there. It's 22 plus 22 is 44. They don't even, the rest of the players don't come close. And 10 plus 6 plus 9 plus 5 plus 4, I think they even add up to, they're almost they're encroaching like more of the kills than the entire enemy team combined. That is miraculous. That's actually unreal. I haven't seen that in quite some time. I gotta admit, 28 plus. I think they do. I can't really do math that fast, but yeah, there's 22 plus 6. They have more kills among the 2 players that are topping the scoreboard for the side of Dice Amplify than the entirety of Chubby Bunnies. That is nearly unheard of, but it's not, because you've heard of it here. This is our second round in the 97th Pit of Valor. We're nearing 100, and these guys, I mean, I wouldn't blame them for wanting to show up for every single one of these oncoming until we get there.
Yep.
Because they are absolutely on a heater right now. They are not looking to slow down. And I don't know if we're going to be streaming them again. We probably are. I wouldn't want to stream them like right after this one, because I would bet that they're going to end up in a grand finals. So like, we don't want to try to stream three of the same team, right? So fingers crossed. Yeah, well, we're going to get to see these guys pretty late on in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in full agreement to that. Considering they've already done it once, they're probably going to do it again. And even then, considering they're fresh off this, they had another week to work with. Fade's now legal here, and even if they feel like bringing Pearl into the rotation here, they can honestly kind of pull that curveball there towards the final round, maybe the grand final, because that's something we have to consider here. And not a lot of teams, I think, are going to have the willingness to do it. But sometimes that edge early in the meta, when not too many teams have practiced a map like that, you're saying, well, you know what, we felt pretty good in these scrims that we've done so far. We kind of feel like we can pull it out already, because we know darn well the other side isn't going to be ready for it if we feel that ironed out. But I mean, Dice Amplify is one of those squads that most definitely is. And if you want to become almost like them, we got plenty of resources for you, because Metafied, thankfully, this is the last week that they're kind of pitching in the extra $100 for the 350 prize pool. But even then, more so to community gaming for just upping the prize pool to 250 on a weekly basis now. Obviously, that's where we're going to be holding our tournaments now. Metafy is also helping you get better in those tournaments with the coaching available to you at any time whatsoever with some of the best players that you can see in the scene. But all things considered now, we also have a little bit more. I'm surprised. We got to shout out Control here, one of your meal supplement partners that we got right now. They're outstanding. They have some of the best tasting products on the market when it comes right to having meal supplements to get you yourself all your daily vitamins and need, so that are necessities. But I mean, considering that we haven't seen very many clutches, because a lot of these games have just been kind of one-way shows so far. Maybe when we get into this third round, we could see a couple of those, shout them out a couple more times. I just had to show the love for them over there. And for even then, I mean, we had a fan favorite situation earlier, but that's just kind of out of the pool now, because y'all need to vote. Y'all got to be here. Y'all got to get engaged. And even then, more so, talk about engagement. We also had the MSI headset available as a giveaway. And that, even then, should have come to a conclusion, if I'm mistaken. It was 7 o'clock that we brought an end to that. And I don't think we have a winner announced just yet, but even then we'll provide that to you in the next round kind of here soon, because we got to hop over to that. We got to find another game. Hopefully, once again, as you mentioned, it's not Godspeed or Dice Amplify, but if it is, I'm not complaining. They're outstanding. You're going to need to get ready for the action. You're going to need to go ahead and refuel yourself. So go ahead, do that, because we're throwing it right to a break, and we'll get you on the other side of it. Welcome back, everybody, to the Pit of Valor. We are now on to round number 3. We are halfway done. We are halfway there to the end point to get ourselves the grand finals. We've had some absolute wipes so far. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to fluff it up for you. I'm not going to beat around the bush. We've had ourselves what? It was a 13-1 we had, and then 13-2 on our hands. So maybe if we're following suit here, we'll get a 13-3, but that's not what we're hoping for. We're going ahead, dwindling down the numbers, kind of sifting through the teams to find the better ones out of the pick now. And we are now on to the point where we have ourselves 2 bigger teams now, Heavy Triggers, because the other one is nostril hairs. That's why. And I know that obviously you can look at the logos down here, a little cheat sheet we have along the bottom. You can see the Ascent's going to be the map. We have Heavy Triggers with their own logo, and nostril hairs, they don't have one, but maybe we'll get a little guest appearance whenever the game shows up. But in the meantime, we don't know too much about these players, but we do know the map. We don't know the composition, but regardless, I'm excited enough to just get into round 3 and know that we're going to have ourselves hopefully a much, much closer game than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, we're gonna get another Ascent, so that's probably not the surprise to absolutely anyone, not to the audience, not to us, not to the teams, and especially not to the teams because they have played it in the past. In fact, they both played it for the previous game. I mean, what a surprise, right? And speaking of one-sidedness, I don't know how else to put this, but Heavy Triggers with the 13-0 in their last matchup, that is as one-sided as it does get. We've got Ants sitting at 22-4 at the top of the scoreboard, so that's pretty. This kind of speaks for itself right there. I think we had a 13-3, so we've had one off stream. We haven't had a 13-3 on stream as much as I would have loved to, I guess, as I said at the end of the previous matchup. But no, we had one off stream. So I hate that name. So I apologize. I can't even. There have been so many team names that have been so sus, for lack of a better words. But I'll try and pull through. But yeah, Nostril Hairs with a 13-3 right before we have on stream. So both these teams, just like our previous matchup, I mean, they were one-sided as well before they come on stream. So I can't even say what to predict. We are dwindling down the teams. We've quartered them, in fact. We're halfway through, but the teams have been cut in 4. So we've only got 16 more teams left until the end of the day. So these guys are both, they're both fairly even in terms of their rank matchups. So I think I wouldn't be too surprised to see this go to the distance. Like, both these teams are obviously very proficient on Ascent. Both these teams, they've been here before. They're warmed up. They've had 2 matches ahead of them, so they can't even be like, oh, our first game was a blowout. We couldn't have some time to actually like play. No, these guys were on it. Like, they both were just absolutely amazing. It's like Ant pulled out like a whopping 274 ADR on their KO, so I'd love to see him go to it again. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But we're gonna get straight into the agent select here as soon as the teams are ready. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to really make predictions at this point because I said before during the round of 64, and of course we saw it in the round of 32 as well. It's either a blowout or it's going to be a barn burner. I would think that this is going to be the latter.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there because as more importantly, me and Shroud, another caster here on GLG, we have a long
Oh my
history. It's almost like
gosh.
a curse to where we have to have Ascent, and even then more so, we typically get overtimes on this map too. I feel like this is one of the maps where we see the most overtimes, not only just generally when it comes around to this kind of scene, but also just kind of when it comes around to map pools in general. I feel like Ascent is one of the most evenly balanced maps. It's almost the cream of the crop. It's the Mona Lisa when it comes around to Valor maps. So looking at the team compositions, though, that's what we have to work with so far. And if, as we do see our first round coming up here soon, but I mean, looking at the likes of Heavy Triggers, we already have a KJ. So a legitimate Sentinel starting to come out here. Not a Chamber this time around, which I'm really liking from that team specifically, but Nostril Hairs on the other side. They are running that Chamber and they're running a Breach as well. So a very interesting composition on their hands. And I'm looking forward to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, Fihazi, I mean, he actually, surprisingly, they switched up the comp a little bit. They had Fihazi on the Sova in the previous matchup, so I'm a little bit shocked to see that they've ended up doing something different, because especially saying that I mean, these guys, they both had pretty much blowouts in their last game, so not entirely sure why they ended up switching it up, but all good. You know, we see pretty standard stuff on both sides, so as long as they have the agents that they need, that's pretty much all that matters. Right now, getting the orbs, farming it up on side of A, just doing exactly what DA did in the previous matchup, and Knight seemingly wanted to try and do the same thing, but he's alone here. He had no help. The thing is, so much noise is being made outside that A. I guess he feels safe, but in turn, he gets his head taken off, and instantly man advantage for the side of Nostril Hairs. They're going to get right onto this A site where Pie Man still sits waiting, and he's been seen, it's been spotted, and a little bit of ring around the rosy for Monks, and Monks is going to end up at the top of that engage. And with the trade, of course, I mentioned how this guy was at the top of the pack last time in the last map of Ascent, but he needs to try and do the same thing again because it's man disadvantage for the side of Heavy Triggers. Dart gets shot out, big flash comes through, and Dash has no vision, but Ant is able to get that kill, and Fernape with another one right back in return, but Ant's still alive. Monks creeps through the smoke, now it's all up to the KO, nothing more to do.
Already an easy round, and they're on the board, and for Nostril Hairs, and more importantly, get themselves 3 players alive there towards the end. So if that's anything to go by, they're looking at a pretty good fashion, or a pretty good pattern, and better yet, to follow up in this next round with, knowing they're getting themselves a Spectres to work with, and Fernape opting instead for a Sheriff. So maybe trying to go for a 3rd round buy or an Operator, but maybe trying to fill that role for Mizu. But even then, Mizu isn't really going for a buy either. As I say that, of course, something has to change up. But I mean, all things considered, this can be the 2nd round. We're expecting Nostril Hairs to go ahead and pull this one out, but it just comes down to how many guns they can keep in the rear end. That's the most important factor that to look for. And even then, if Heavy Triggers can get some kind of a price out of the guns that they bought themselves in this round, because we haven't really seen too much of that. We do see the Ares coming out, which is pretty interesting over towards that B side, but that's not even where the players are pushing. We're seeing a full force onto A is what it seems.
I mean, I would say that Dash Dev is probably going to end up saving if they end up hitting A. If they end up hitting B, maybe some damage done, but that's not going to happen. There's a big commit. 2 players here to kind of be first line of defense, but they're both looking towards that cap position. One's got each other's back, and the smoke comes out, and they both are completely cut off from the site at this point. Door's going to get closed, and these guys on the attack are just going to make their way onto the spike site, get this plant down towards Dice, or no, get it towards Jen. All right, fair enough. Want to shoot out any potential utility that might be placed by the Killjoy, but it's not here. And there goes a spike. 5 on 5, make that a 5 on 4 as the jet does go down. Make this a bit doable for Heavy Triggers. Dart goes through, doesn't spot anyone, and there is already a dart prepped by the attacking Sova, and it goes out, but not even needed as Karasu peeks on Knight and Dash Dev and Pie Man. Okay, they get some frags off this. Now it's a 1-on-3. Now it's a bit dangerous for the side of Nostril Hairs. Knight's already sticking this spike, and the spray is missing. It's not going through, and Dash Dev with that machine gun. It was all the way on that B site, but making his way over. He's trying to recover the guns for his team as well, and they end up doing so. And that is a big upgrade for Heavy Triggers. Big 2nd round win.
It most definitely is. I mean, considering the value they got themselves out of that, knowing that it also flips up the economy in a massive way, considering that even in Nostril Hairs, you saw a couple of their players not trying to go for a buy in that round, thinking they shouldn't have done it. But honestly, in rear view, that would have been the better decision because they found themselves losing that round anyways. But all things considered, we do see Heavy Triggers coming out on top, and even then having more of an advantage on this round as well, as they do have the weaponry in hand. Nostril Hairs going for a Sheriff buy on Karasu, and everybody else just kind of leaving themselves done and dust in the background. But I mean, they have a little bit of presence here. They can play play towards mid. They can pick up an Ultor maybe on A if they get a sense that nobody's there. But even then, you already saw the lurking Sova towards that side. So it all comes down to whether or not we can find a first pick anywhere. So any kind of overextension on anybody, or whether or not we can even see maybe a blind kill come towards that B side, because you can see Dash trying to go for that play that we don't see very many Sovas go for anymore.
Slow goings now for the attack. I mean, they've only got pistols. And big shot taken by Fihazi. I think he got dinged through a wall or something like that. That's a lot of damage from one bullet.
Yep.
And he has to get out of dodge. Left at 28 health. Not a great sign. And they're just working the way in through mid. There's really very little option at this point because there's multiple different rifles on the side of heavy triggers and they're coming back to check on spawn. Misu's made his way all the way past. Maybe able to find something, but no, that is a very fast shot from Ants. Showing his prowess, making himself known in the map, and Mizu, one of the top frags for their opponents in the previous matchup. In fact, no, he was topping the scoreboard, has so far not been able to find it, 0 and 3. And the rest of the team not having too much success on the back of that as well.
A little bit of convoluted here for both sides. They're just trying to fill up for intel, but you can be thankful for a pick right there towards the spawn if you're the likes of Knight. But it all comes down to nostril hair. So when you look at Infernape there towards the back, just, I mean, no play's really going to come out here. You have a classic. You may try to scrounge a weapon together, try to go for like a last second push on that spike, but it's just not going to happen. You're going to run right into Ant, who already has that Phantom to play with, and another round to play with for the likes of Heavy Triggers as well, as they find themselves a flawless second round on their hands and a pretty good follow-up to work with. And while I got you here on the mic, and as we're talking about Infernape there for a second, what was your Gen 4 starter? Because I'm more of a Torterra guy. That was the one I picked. If you're, you know, a Diamond Pearl kind of person, but Infernape.
I'm a bit too young for that stuff, I think.
Wow, really?
A little bit. The thing is, my relationship with Pokemon, like the deepest thing I possibly have is like waking up in the morning for school and having it on the TV while I eat my breakfast before the bus gets here. That was my story.
Bro, you missed.
I never played the games.
Honestly,
I did. I know I did.
The remake is on the Switch. You got, you know, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, but even then, I've already bought those and copped them. But talk about cop. There's Ant with a double kill, already getting himself a little bit of a heavy start here on this round, but it's a 3v3 immediately. Massive exchanges come through, and even then, more importantly, rotations got to come out there for the likes of Heavy Triggers, knowing they got to get on that A side because this plant will be going down because you already had the full force of the team on there. Double Initiator and a Sentinel available at the expense of Nostril Hair to work with so far, not an ultimate to really be seen, but now you do have that Rolling Thunder with the spike going down, so this is a huge placement for them. They could honestly play passively. That could be the optimal route to go for, but instead, knowing that really the guns aren't there for the side of Heavy Triggers, this could be a huge twist of it. We can see Oofington all around on the edge, able to manage one with Pieman there as a follow-up, and this comes down to a 3v2 now. Honestly, I think the Rolling Thunder could be an option. It could be what Feast's trying to go for, but you gotta wait for that to go down. You gotta wait for that defuse sound. It does come out. The follow-up doesn't, though, because nobody's pushing on the site. No kills came out. Instead, you're praying for the boost plant, the spray through, and the recon for 3K. That's a huge round for Nostril Hairs to get themselves to a tie situation on their hands.
Wow, that's ground pound practically from Fihazi and Infernape with that massive wallhack dart. That spots all three. Everyone is stunned up and the defuser can't even get out because he got hit by the fault line. What a combination from these two guys on a 2-on-3. And that's flawless. That's exactly how you got to play that. They got smoked off. They don't want to go through because they know. I'm pretty sure Infernape is yelling to his team that I have a dart. I have a dart. Don't push. Don't push. We have wall hacks in like 5 seconds. That is so enormous, and that is a big round win again. It's just back and forth so far, and it's obviously, I mean, it's 2-2, so it couldn't be any closer. But winning that anti-eco from Heavy Triggers, that third round as well, it's never going to be fun for the team that loses the second. Whoever wins the first round, whoever loses the second is just in a world of hurt.
Yep.
But now we're kind of reset. Everyone's got their money. Everyone's got guns in this round. Ultimates, there's only one, and it's Ants at the top of the scoreboard, 7-3. So he is looking to replicate his previous performance. Obviously, he's going to be hard-pressed to keep only 4 deaths like he had in the last one, but if he can stay on top, maybe that's what his team needs, because, dang, a KO, an initiator doing that much in terms of fragging power, not only in only utility. So far, he's been doing both. First engage, though, looking like these guys want to push on to A, and Ant's here. He's got this off position, and Ant's here to support as well. Another off shot misses, but Ant's able to get him out just in case he needs to, and there goes a smoke. He's able to stay alive, but he's not even going to leave. He's still here. And Ant takes Skarasu out of the corner as well. Spike now down. Knight is still here. He's not gone just yet. And the one way goes out. Monks doesn't have any impact. Mizu's going to try and push in through this cap position. And he actually makes it happen. Knight's going to get stunned up. And this is a big world of hurt for him at this point. Nothing for him to do. Has to try and pop the blades. And he does get a kill. Dash with some support as well. And so much pressure. Knight still stays alive.
The response there from Heavy Triggers just on the fly, more importantly from Knight there stuck inside Wine. I mean, so much utility being flooded out all at one point, just saying, I have the Blade Storm ready now, and this is my only option. I have the updraft, every piece of utility at my disposal. Let's make the most of it, win a round, get ourselves the money back, and then let's go ahead and buy it all up once more. But Heavy Triggers with a huge round there, and as we saw the economy start to iron itself out along with the rounds, we're going to see somewhat of another scrappy buy coming out for Nostril Hairs as they're trying to scrap together this round, more importantly. 4 ultimates on the board for them, a Torrity Force, a Blade Storm. They have no concern what's going on except for the intel that's been given off almost immediately towards the A side. As thankfully, Chamber didn't get picked off with that, but the Blade Storm is definitely going to be knocked out for a second as it goes right back into it. We're seeing the push on the side, and it's all going to be going towards A. No split towards the middle, keep in mind. This is going to be a full force right out from A, and it's going to be a massive flood on the side as well, possibly to back it up if you have that util there. And with the breach, you definitely have it ready to go.
That's a good spot.
I wonder if they're waiting for a Hunter's Fury or something, because they don't have very much to work with in this round, right? They have 2 hero rifles, and that is basically it. That's all they really have to do. And they're both actually going back. The Mizu has a sniper, and one of the rifles is rotating back towards that B site. And a lot of hesitation going on from the side of Nostril Hairs. There's no super aggressive push, but there is a Jet watching B main, so there's a lot of safety in the fact that there's not even anyone close to B right now. Omen's keeping an eye on the defensive spawn, so they can't even go past that Z position. This is so difficult for the side of Nostril Hairs because that doesn't even spawn anything. It doesn't see anything. They have to go back towards A. They know they have no control over mid. They know they have no control over even that B lobby. There could be someone pushed up right beside the bait box. So they have to go for something here. Let's see what kind of combinations they can come up with. Fault line going through, and Pieman's got a flash ready to deny anyone that wants to go through that door. And this is an absolute disaster. There's only 13 seconds. They have to go, but they can't. There's nothing for them to do. They're just going to get held at the entrance right here. Spray down from Ant. Pieman with another, and even more kills happening on both sides. Mizu, the only person to get anything.
That's massive. Quite honestly, quite simply, that's all. I mean, the only way you can really put it, consider the Heavy Triggers. Nostril Hairs didn't make an approach anywhere. They waited to the last second. They said, we can do this full force onto it. But you have a KO there, ready to go. We're ready to take that gamble, saying, I have a knife. And if they want to push on the site last second, that's going to be the worst decision they can make, because say if I win that 50-50, which they most definitely did, they have no way to entry onto it. No initiation whatsoever, no intel to play with, no way to dash into sight, no way to really cover themselves with a flash. They are just running in blind, nothing to work off of, and that came out to a perfect play for Heavy Triggers as they're trying to follow it up here. Knight is already getting aggressive with the operator, able to manage at least one, and Dash Dev with the follow, able to get one as well. So with 3v5, sure, it's an eco round here for the side of Nostril Hairs, not too much weaponry to play with, but they're at least trying to rip a couple of these guns out. They're having no luck thus far.
Ah, man, if Dash had gotten that reload animation off, maybe that's a second kill, because he did end up pinging this chamber. Oh, there's a counter ping, but there's no wallbang potential on the attack. And Knight's still holding with an operator. Does Mizu actually want to try the challenge out of this? He puts the teleport down, so that really is a resounding yes, but there's nothing for him to do. Knight, straight through the smoke. He doesn't even need vision. I'm pretty sure his name might be a play on words for the nerd nice. Just that's some 2 nice shots right there, and even the nice entry as well. Leaving Infernape the only one left alive, and it's been this story a couple times where it's been Nostril Hairs in a clutch situation, but this one surely is not going to happen with only a lesser rifle. The Bulldog is going to put out the dart, and instantly his head is removed. That is domination from the side of N8, or from the side of Heavy Triggers.
And we're at the stage of the game. I mean, we're even then. If you're on an eco round, you're going to be managing a sheriff. You're going to be praying you can at least rip a couple of those weapons out. But we just didn't see the util there. We didn't see the entry on the side. We didn't see too much initiative out of Nostril Hair. So with them having 2 initiators on their team, they can definitely make it this round. They have full guns to work with, but even then they don't have too much of a follow-up or a safety net in their economy. So they gotta make this one count. And not only that, they have to make sure to stay alive, knowing that this win streak is going in the hand of Heavy Triggers. You see that 3-round, that's where it caps out, and that's also where it'll switch over if you end up losing this one, because you're not gonna have much to work with in the next. So you have to make sure to make the most of this, considering you have 3 ultimates to play off of, and more importantly, the Rolling Thunder out of Breach and being ready almost immediately. That's the one we've seen on a huge occasion, and Mizu's already there for the follow-up, getting a first blood, getting on the side as well, and you have to consider that somebody else can be around here, and it's going to be Oofing trying to just play around that tent, can't play on the lever because you get snuffed out, and even then it's a 5v2 for the retake coming up for Heavy Triggers here.
Man, that's what you wanted, Mick, right? That is exactly what you need. So many in terms of man count. And Anta's pulling back, but it's going to be so difficult for these guys to actually come back into this round with all the crossfires being set up. Infernape is even inside of B main. He's not even in the fight. Doesn't need to be. He's that Hunter's Fury that he's held on to for a couple rounds. The Omen has a teleport, which is admittedly not that impactful, but at least he's got it in his back pocket, is able to get out. Be that last line of defense, just in case if he wants to keep his gun, he can use that ultimate to escape. But Knight's been spotted now, and up in spawn, and it's able to get some exits, but he's going to be taken out as well. That's some nice stuff. And last but not least, this guy is going to miss that op shot, has to retreat all the way back towards this B position. Ooh, hello, spots one, and Infernape does end up falling, but worth it, in fact, at least to try and take this op out of their hands, but they don't, it's all good. At least they get a round out.
Yeah, that's a round that's really starting to hurt here. I mean, considering that you do get the buys in the follow-up, you got a lot of credits. Thankfully, you're on the attacking side, so that spike plant will give you the extra 300 credits and give you a little bit of fluff room that you don't have the luxury on for defense. It's just something I don't see a lot of people really mentioning, that attackers do at the end of the day have themselves sort of an advantage when it comes around to the economy. You get that spike down, you have a little bit of fluff room to play with there. I mean, that adds up over time, but even then, it's really starting to pay dividends here because they managed themselves a buy once more, considering they lost a lot of guns in the meantime, but already an immediate exchange comes out over there towards A main. You do see one of the players, which can be Mizu, already pushing on the site. The Sentinel, surprisingly enough, being the first one to get control there, and even then followed up and getting a second. So this is a really good stance for Nostril Hair. Sure, Mizu doesn't have the most health in the world, and you're up against 2 ultimates, so that's going to get shut down on one. Dash Dev looking for another, able to get the intel and get a shot off, but not the full kill just yet. A 3v3, the lockdown gets destroyed. It comes down to a pure bloodbath on site.
Oh, and it's still even up, right? Because 2 players coming in from the tree position. They know no one's Jan, no one's anywhere except for Hell. And now Ufington's going to take one out. The pre-fire from Dash Dev. There was no escape for the Omen. Karasu just had to sit there and wait. Now the defuse coming through. First dart is going to do a lot of damage, but he needs to land a second one to take the first guy off that defuse, and it doesn't even matter. He's been removed from the round by Ufington, and right after that, Dash Dev gets right back on, or replenishes that Hunter's Fury, at least one closer to what he used up in this round, but they're the ones that win, and Infernape even casted that at the start as well, but that one didn't bear any fruits.
Yeah, and even then, I mean, one thing I do have to go and point out while we have a second is that we've already broken the curse. We've already followed suit a little bit. Nostril Hairs has now reached 3 rounds. That's the highest that we've seen in contention of the highest of the game so far. So that's a good stance considering that we're getting these games to be a lot more even, where our luck is starting to turn up a little bit more, and these teams are also starting to turn up a little bit more. So happy to see, and even then, happy to see that we have a From the Shadows on both sides. And I've got to say, these Omens' impact in the game so far have been just astronomical. Obviously, when it comes around to playing as a controller and you just throw your smokes down, you have an impact in the game. But, I mean, honestly, these Omens have had somewhat of a lingering effect. Playing the lurk, playing the intel, not really fragging out too much. Hello. We're talking about frags. There's Infernape with the first pick. Playing the counter on the attacking side and making work.
All right, well, Karma, instant. That took within, like, 1 second. And he just got immediately counter spammed through the wall. That you don't really want to play that close. If you want to spam that, you've got to sit on like the sight box or something like that, like in the middle on triple. But that is immediate punishment. And speaking of punishment, 2 trades right and back and forth, and it's a 3-on-3. It's been 40 seconds in the round, and we've already cut the server pretty much in half. And all the way through mid, Karasu has worked his way up, but wants to recover the gun. That's all this guy needed. Gives up the space. The thing is, Ufington is still holding on to this cap position. He's been here the entire round, got a kill before, and is able to lock it down even still. Mizu not having too much success in this one. On number 10, Karasu is trying to still make his way all the way up mid. The thing is, these guys are so split up right now, and nice!
God!
Even completely blind. Again, this guy hasn't seen half his targets. He hasn't needed to.
That's the second kill now through either a smoke or a blind to some extent, that where you just can't see your opposition, but you still manage a kill there. And even then, you have Infernape locked down, and more importantly, another round lockdown here for Heavy Trigger. So that's going to be 7 here. They have the guaranteed advantage when the half comes around, or the conclusion of the half. So 7-5 is the best case that Nostril Harris can ask for. But considering that they went this double initiator, they can play pretty diverse. They have a very versatile kit, so they're not really set up for one side or the other. They're trying to go for something pretty blend here, considering the Heavy Triggers on this defensive end with the KJ, they're playing for the intel. They have themselves the advantage. They're really setting up for this, and even then they have to swap it around and win on the attacking side as well, because now their best case situation will be a 9-3, and that's still a very long way to go considering that these teams are very evenly matched. So looking for a little bit more presence here on the map, and you pop a Torty Force to do it. You try to match the operator against Knight, and the one player who can apparently shoot anybody, whether you're blind or not, can't even see anything for the rest of the game except the spectator screen for the rest of the teammates. So you're trying to follow up on A site, and that's exactly what Nostrils Hair does. Finds full control of it, but they have to lock down the player that's hanging around tree, and that's Oofington.
Oh, hello. Well, they don't even get the door closed before he's able to peek on through that smoke, and not even needing to see his target yet. Again, it's everyone in the team. Apparently, it's not just the Jet, because Oofington's got one, and it's got another response onto the opposition with that quick character. But now it's a 2-1-4. This is going to be a hell of a hold if these guys can do it in Nostril Hills. We've seen it before on this broadcast. We've seen it only earlier today, where it was a 2-1-5 where they were able to retake. So we'll see if these guys can do it on the opposite end, and it looks like they can. Dash Dev's got one, and the Karasu has no choice but to try and help his teammate, and that is not going to happen. Not through that smoke, not with that low of manpower, and Heavy Triggers up towards 8.
Much better stance for them to play with in this game thus far, considering they still have 3 ultimates to play with, and we saw Nostril Hairs invest a couple, at least their 2 weapon-based ones in that last round. So every single point pass here, it is going to be the last round of the half. They're not worried about to buy too much. They have plenty of money to work with. Could even invest in an operator if they wanted to, but Monks opts to go for that Phantom because you're on the attacking side, and that's what you do as a Jet, is you make sure to get your entry on the side, being that only duelist and all the support in the world. But that's kind of the one thing I wanted to kind of have as a follow-up, is that Monks, your duelist in the game, not really waking up here on the side that you're expecting them to. With 2 initiators, you're expecting all the utility in the world, all the flashes to follow up, all the intel that you need to really find yourself like an easy couple picks. But if your duelist isn't following up and getting onto site and finding those initial kills, working off that, there's just not much you can do. But now there's not much you can really do if you have a Rolling Thunder on your hand. You're stunned a little bit if you're stuck there in Boathouse, but there it is. Everything. The follow-up coming up from Pie Man. A massive play there as a kill comes out as well. And it's an easy pick for both sides, but it's only a 2v4 for Nostrils here, and no spike is down, no players are on site anymore. It all comes down to Infernape, and even he can't live up to the expectation of a 1v4. That's an easy half coming out here from Heavy Triggers. 3 times the score on their hands. 9-3 will be the conclusive end of the half, and even then, a switch up now comes onto the board, and Nostril Hair is going to have to step into high gear.
And you were talking about the Omen's impact, right, Dallas? Pi with that big teleport all the way to the back of the site. You mentioned it. There's nothing you can do when you get hit by Rolling Thunder. But Dash didn't need to do anything. Pi is over there. It seemed like, you're good, bro. I got your back. And he teleports right in, throws that paranoia out towards the lane player. And that was pretty much the only guy that had any impact that could get a kill at the back of the site, that was able to like be fast enough to actually act on that Rolling Thunder, but in fact he's completely blind, so that's just not an option. Very nice stuff by that Omen just to save the player at the back of the site, and with that, everyone else is encroaching from that mid position from Market, and they throw all the util, everyone's just blind, and they can't shoot back, and that is Heavy Triggers taking that 9-3, and it might be the faded scoreline, but Nostril Hairs, they have not had very much success, and unless they can actually find a magic spell, this is going to be a hell of a round for them to win. And they need this kind of you say it all the time. These teams need the pistol round to be able to come back in this game, but it's not really that much of a joke. It's honestly they need to win this, and this guy's already getting pressured. Infernape is first line of defense with the right click, has gotten some damage, but it's Misu to get the kills. All right, making something happen right now on this site. Monks gets another one, Ant trades it back, but Karasu another, and now it's on a 1-on-3, and Pi nothing more to do.
Yeah, big changes there for Nostril Hairs, considering they need the first round here to really go ahead and get themselves a couple more on the board, make sure that gap doesn't seem nearly as big as what it could have been. So that's a good start for them on this half, knowing that they were kind of playing a little more for the attack side. Heavy Triggers playing more to the defense side, but they have to make sure to turn things around here. Look much better on this half. They have to find easy retakes. They have to find good setups for those as well. And considering Heavy Triggers and their composition and looking more towards their coordination. I mean, more importantly, I've never seen, I'll go ahead and give my praises to Pi once again, because I've never seen a play like that. Using a From the Shadows reactively off of a big utility base ult like that, and even then waiting for the rear end, knowing that you're lingering there, that it has no damage done to it, so you can just stand there, wait for it to go through. It was a great play, but even then, Nostril Hairs, they have to match that same impact, because Infernape has been insane in this game thus far. The best player performing on the side of Nostril Hairs, and even then, you're praying your Jet can really start to wake up here, because Knight, I gotta say, a little bit of an op crutch there on the defensive side, but that's no problem. That's what a Jet does. That's how they play the game. That's how they have the impact on the defense, because they're supposed to rush into a site. And if you're on the defending side, it's purely for retaking. You're hoping you never really have to get there. So we have to see whether it comes on the opposite side, and even then, more importantly, if the side take can come down, because Heavy Triggers is looking for it, but they haven't found it just yet, because Monks is set up with the Ares, can find two, but can't find a third. Instead, a lot of damage done in the meantime.
All right, 3-on-4. It's able to be first line, but now they picked up a gun, right? They have a machine gun to play with at the back of the site. Low on HP are a couple players. Dash playing forward, and he's gonna get missed by the drone, so maybe he's able to make some impact happen. These guys on lane have no idea this guy's here right now. They're trying to kill these players at the back of the site, but the thing is, the turn! Karasu! That is disgusting! That reaction time, and Dash just can't finish that kill. And Nostril Hairs, yeah, okay, comeback time. This is it. This is the potential, and they have the chance to do it. Mizu's gonna charge up that Tour de Force +1. And he's only 2 points away, 1 kill and 1 orb, whatever you want to do to charge that up. But these guys have a serious chance on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's definitely a good place to start, considering you get those first 2 rounds, and then you lock them down with 4 players alive in the rear end. So, I mean, it's a lot of guns to play with here. Even then, you see Monks trying to follow suit, say, you know what, if everybody else can buying a gun, I'll go for it as well. Even then, I may not have the armor to follow it up, but we'll have enough for next. We all have a way to contend here, and even we all have a way to possibly wake up. So that's the most important thing for them, knowing that they're going to be going up against full rifles, and possibly if Dash gets overextended here with it half armored, that could be an easy pick, considering the Spectre in hand. So not really too much of an LMG on the board, and we don't see that Ares starting to carry over into this next round, which is a little disappointing to see, considering how much damage we saw Monk get out of it in that last round, being a huge catalyst for what was an easy retake on their hands for Nostril Hairs. But we got to see what their game plan can come out. You have to find some presence. You have to find some control, and it's definitely coming towards the middle of the map. But I mean, an even exchange already for the side of Heavy Triggers, getting that first pick of the night. And then Amp follows it up. So your first 2 top frags on the side of Heavy Triggers, looking good and looking to go keep and continue.
Well, that's not very good. A little bit of a bait there, and the Silva bites, and now it's only a 2-on-5. What more can these guys do? This is going to be so tough, and Knight's going to take that. All right, a little bit of a fancy footwork, moving to the back of the site, and even wants to jump up and take that second fight into heaven as well. Monks, flash is thrown, shock darts thrown, and bullets being sent through that wall. And Knight, oh, it's so weird, but Ant's going to be able to finish that one off nonetheless. Doesn't even matter how much pressure there is towards the attack. They've got the guns to work with. They've got their aim as well, and Heavy Triggers up to 10.
Yeah, this is where you hit that double-digit checkpoint that we mentioned so much, at least for the side of Heavy Triggers, and knowing they had that null command for somewhat of an approach on the side is going to be a big follow-up as well, and is also going to be crucial to have it now on this 4th round, where you know the games have started to even out a little bit more. Nobody has a weapon advantage, just where things start to even themselves out, and that's the one ace up your sleeve that can give yourself the edge, knowing that even then for a retake, you pop it, you know you're alive, guaranteed to be alive for a certain amount, and even then you have the res just in case things really start to hit the fan in the wrong way. So Infernape looking for an easy pick there towards B site, but instead you get the intel to say they're probably all towards A. So make sure to keep a lookout for that, because Omen, you are all by your lonesome, Karasu. Nothing really to do, and you have so many players flooding on the side, and Mizu has to pray to hit these shots, but instead swings into 3. Nightman entering on the site once more, getting the first 2.
Man, not expecting the guy at the door. They didn't close it yet, so I guess he just didn't turn, but very nice. Whether by luck or judgment, they don't end up baiting their team to kind of, well, yeah, they don't end up getting baited to look at that door side, so this is going to be tough. 2-on-4. Just the spam is not landing at all. Infernape's going to try his darndest, but it looks like this is going to be Heavy Triggers 11th unless there's some magic to be had, but Infernape doesn't have any spells to cast at this point. 28 health, has to back on out with this $3,100 gun. Very expensive, a lot of money to lose if he loses his life in Uvington. He's gonna go for the hunt. He's gonna chase, and Infernape's gonna get around that corner fast enough. But the thing is, can he get away all the way? Yeah, I think he's good, unless he goes for this mid push. But Woofington's just gonna stomp on in, and this should be just fine. He should be able to hear and clothesline, but no! He loses that weapon. That is huge. He only had a second more to live, but Woofington takes that out of his hands.
And that's the biggest thing right there. Going ahead, choking up the economy. That's going to be the biggest impact in the game. Knowing you're reaching these last couple rounds, knowing the spike was already down, that was going to detonate, and you find yourself at 11. You're looking for a save round. You're looking for that free match point. You're trying to set this thing up, but it's not going to be as free as you expect because 2 ultimates are on the field, and both of those are free guns. That's how the nostril hairs now on this defensive end, and more importantly, the Tour de Force being that bigger impact. Considering the operator on this defensive side, it's just massive. It is just a huge impact. It can really find everything you need, but more importantly, Monks can get exactly what you need with that first blow, but it was evenly exchanged there, almost instantaneous.
Yeah, man, a weapon for a weapon. I thought that operator was able to do something, but these blades are running out as well. That's not good. Dash tab with another pick, and now Woofington just knows he doesn't need to be here. He doesn't need to re-engage on this beat, but they are still going to. And what a shot, a stunner. Monks almost hit that and refreshed the knives, but that just wasn't to be. 2 versus 4, and now both the weapons that they had brought in this round in terms of ultimates are now no longer in play, and both these last players are no longer in this round either.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot to work with here because once again, nostril hairs, we saw the game be so even earlier. I mean, we saw ourselves at a 2-2, and sure, that's at the very beginning of the game, but I mean, it seemed like the gap was keeping itself pretty close there. I mean, even blows back to back to back, even on bye rounds for both squads, but now it seems like Heavy Triggers, they almost took those feeler rounds, made some kind of advantage out of it, said, all right, we've spelt out their default. We know what they do now. It's an easy aggression for us. It's an easy way to win the game, considering that you have Ant and Knight just absolutely going off in the server thus far. But you're going to find some retaliation eventually. Nostril hairs, they do have themselves the guns to work with, but they don't really have the initiative, and they have to find it almost immediately with Monks getting that first pick. Almost literally, I would say, impersonating Knights. They're getting a kill without being seen.
All right, he gets the second one as well. Pieman with a response, but Fihasi has got 2, and they just absolutely run into the meat grinder. Heavy Triggers, they wanted to end that fast, and instead they're the ones that get ended fast.
It's a round like that that really starts to set the tone of the game, even then creates a shred of light, a shred of hope, more importantly, over the course of this match. Saying, okay, we have 4 guns remaining, a lot of money on the board. Fiasi has an outstanding amount of money for somebody who hasn't really won the most rounds in this half so far. I don't know what the survivability rate on that character is, but the ping is looking a little iffy regardless. But no problem. You find yourself still playing it just to the sake of everybody else, knowing that you've gotten yourself this far. But you can still go a little bit further. But problem is you have to stand up against the likes of Heavy Trigger, who's now sitting on match point. Things aren't looking very good for yourself, but things are still definitely doable. You just have to find the opportunity. You have to win more rounds like you did in the last, and with some very early damage on Knight, this could be the exact opportunity they're looking for if they can keep on grabbing that pick and, more importantly, get Ant off the board as well.
Wow, that is a bit of an oof from Woofington. He went for the shot on the dart, and in fact, he just walks out. Oh no. He went for the shot on the silver dart, missed it, and just didn't try again, and that made the ping happen onto that jet, and he just gets taken out. And yeah, he might be here. He might be top frag in the previous map, and he might actually be on this map as well, but he's gonna get shut down. And now, man advantage heavy in the side of nostril hairs. They're gonna try to walk onto this A site and somehow don't get eliminated by the Sova, but Dash Deb is the only one to be left standing. Pieman doesn't even find anything with that spray. And a 1-on-5, that would be a heck of a clutch to end the game. And he's got some space to do it. No one on the side of the defense is even close to towards this B site, so maybe an opportunity for the Sova. He's got the Hunter's Fury to work with as well, so he has to get past this jet before anything else happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a huge hump to go over as well, considering it's a 1v5. You see Monks already set up to pop panels, and you just can't read that. That's something you never really expect. And that's going to be Monks with a 3K and a flawless round here for Nostril Hair. So not only a shred of hope for themselves, but a very, very good round to follow up. I mean, the way they're following the game thus far, they had 4 survive in that first round of follow-up, all 5 surviving in the next. That they're almost starting to get a feel for themselves. They know who to target, they know who to prioritize, and if they go ahead and get Knight out of the game, and more importantly, kind of put Ant in a situation where he doesn't have Knight being his right-hand man, it makes the game very difficult to play for the likes of Heavy Triggers, because the rest of them, sure, they're performing, but they're not really those spotlight players. They're looking good because they haven't really had an opportunity to die, because they don't really run into that many people, and they have just so much damage and suppression done already with Ant and those 11 assists in the game. So you have to see what they can do here, Heavy Triggers, with still plenty of money to play with, and even then, more importantly, 3 ultimates in this round, and even then a Hunter's Fury, more importantly, because that's just more of a setup for eco for the other 2. So Looking for a huge choke up here right towards Market. Monk's in a really bad position. No dash available to play with, but maybe a kill, but instead Knight comes out on top there. First blood coming out, and possibly the rest of the round for Heavy Trigger so they can follow it up.
Man, I gotta wonder. I don't know why no one's helping him there. And Infernapis is trying to make a solo push outside this cat through that smoke, but Ant's there to catch him off. But leaving that Jet alone in mid might have been the biggest mistake that Nostrahairs could have made. They don't have leeway to make those kinds of mistakes. He had a blade. Well, now he has a blade storm because he died. But there's nothing else that they really have in their disposal, and they're gambling one per site, one per mid as well with the breach. And Heavy Triggers have everyone alive, no damage taken by anyone. And they have 3 ultimates. They've got a Hunter's Fury, they've got a Jet Blades, they've got even an Omen Teleport just like their opponents, but Knight's got another kill. That's the mid watch. That's no longer in play, and now it's a 1-on-5. This Chamber lurking all the way towards that B the entire round has to go through every single player, and there goes the Hunter's Fury from Dash. Doesn't even need to cast it, lands a big pick, and now Knight's gonna try and do something, but it doesn't even need to be him. It's Ant to close that one out, 13-7, and that last round so dominant for Heavy Triggers.
Yep, definitely the response we were looking for, considering those last 2 rounds definitely did not go their way. 4 players alive, then 5 players alive. You're starting to say, oh my God, I think they're starting to realize what they can do here to win the game. But if you can snuff it out, you're a match point. You say, we got 5 rounds of leeway. We can screw up as many times as we need to. We just got to get that very last inch, and they found it pretty easily there in that last round. But more importantly, they found themselves, I would say, a relatively easy game over the course of this match. I mean, sure, it wasn't a 13-1 or a 13-2, but a 13-7 still, locking your opponent out for another entire half when you're expecting to really start switching things up. That Heavy Triggers, they made the impact off those feeler rounds. You talk about those first couple rounds where you had the pistols, you have the kind of force maybe as a backup, and even then, if you're running the pistols because you lost that first round, you're playing it slow. You're running it down. You're saying, let's split things up. Let's see how much util we can run into, and let's see if we can get a sense of where these guys like to set up. And that's what they did. They made the most of that. They followed it up, and they said, the rest of this game is going to be easy peasy. And they definitely showed that.
Yeah, for sure. And admittedly, at the start of that, I thought it was going to be a much closer affair. 13-7, yeah, it might not, again, like you mentioned, it might not beat that 13-3. But come on, that second half was just something. Like 2 rounds with the pistol. And just like in the first, like it was the Nostril Hairs. That name is going to get me every single time, but it was NH to win out the pistol. And in the second half, they actually followed up on it, so fair enough. But it's just ended up not being enough, I guess. 3 rounds in a row coming back in return for Heavy Triggers. And that last one, it honestly shocked me. I was watching in the middle there. I was trying to stay quiet. But I don't know why that Jet didn't have some help. If I was him, I would have been a bit frustrated because you were getting shock darted, you're getting droned. This guy got pinged like 8 times. And yeah, he was brave to stay in that spot. I think he really wanted to kill or something like that. I thought he could trade off. But he had no assistance. The Chamber didn't rotate out of B. He was anchoring the entire time on site. They were stacking 3A, and no one was budging. Bold, very, yeah, that's the word, I guess. But yeah, he didn't have any help, and he just... That's a lot to ask from one guy. Monks in the first half did not have too much success. He really found his form in the second, especially with that Ares hold on that B site, was able to take a couple off a pistol, and the rest of the team was able to clean up. So he got warmed up, and he got his kills. But at the end of the day, against like 5 people and all the util in the world that they have to throw at you, that kind of thing is not going to happen. And when you're at match point, you can't make these kinds of mistakes, right? So they got there. They almost made the comeback. I got to say, if that little thing didn't happen, maybe they go even farther. But Heavy Triggers, they find the opening. They find that little nuance of mistake that you make, and they absolutely capitalize on it. That's exactly what they did. They closed it out 13-7.
So congratulations to them. They will be going on to round 4 because, as we mentioned, and these numbers are starting to dwindle down. We've already found ourselves some pretty good games. They're starting to get much better, so maybe the next 3 rounds will be that much more closer. Hopefully, we could see ourselves in overtime, and even once again, some control clutches, because control, once again, we got to give them the love, the meal supplement you need in your body, especially if you're trying to get yourself all those daily nutrients that you need to kind of, operate on a daily basis. And even then, to get yourself back on the server and perform at your most, especially if you're getting the help of Medify to get your coaching sessions in, and even then get yourself that much higher rank that you really do deserve. Because Trust me, Riot's cheating you. They're cheating all of us. So trust me, you deserve that RR. You need it, but maybe you just need some coaching to help you kind of tilt over a little bit. But even then, some of the things we're talking about winning, we finally have the giveaway winner of our GH50s for this week, because I know we talked about those first things. The giveaway did conclude there at 7 p.m. Eastern, and you have your chance to run it back next week. But King of Hearts, congratulations. You are the winner of our GH50s for this week. So go ahead, hit up our Adams Apple,
Adams.
maybe. I don't have one. But we can go ahead and get all that stuff arranged. Make sure to hit us up on Twitter. Let us know how you're enjoying that headset when you do get it received to us. And while you're there, shoot us a follow, and everybody else is what to follow it up. But speaking of socials, obviously, we've been very social here, very communicative with you, trying to make sure to make these games as enjoyable as possible. But sadly, this is going to be our last game on the desk, because we do have round 4 coming up and then 5 in the grands to follow things through. We're hitting the playoff section, but we also have a new set of casters coming in for you. So don't go anywhere. Get refreshed, get ready, because these matches are going to be some bangers coming up here soon, and you don't want to miss it. Catch you in a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, gents and johns, welcome back. This is Pit of Valor number 97, the continuation. The saga goes on. I am Strive, joined by the fantastic and lovely Becky here back on desk. We're going to be taking you through quarter semis and the big old grand finals here, brought to you by CG, Medify, and of course, all the love to MSI. First and foremost, primary question of the evening. Becky, how are you doing? And it's been a while. I know you're getting over some sickness and such. I hope you're feeling better today.
I am doing a whole lot better. You might hear me clear my throat every once in a while, but all is well. I mean, that sickness is going around. I feel like everyone who didn't get sick, who was previously safe, all of a sudden is like, I'm coming down with it. So stay happy, stay healthy, everybody out there. And those of us who are here and are getting over whatever has been going around, COVID, then yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. But I'm happy to be here. Happy that we're going to bring some energy and some games of Valorant to everybody.
Yeah, me too. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Of course, talking about the matchup here, going to be Rizzy Bala versus Glizzy Gobblers. Say that 10 times fast, if you so please. Going off to the land of frigid old icebox. So yeah, looking forward to hear the continuation. We had an interesting matchup prior on the land of Ascent. Mick and I's good old classic favorite, Anton joining for that one as well. And that was a great match, and we saw a very decisive win, dare I say. So as we get deeper and deeper into the bracket, things tend to get spicier, or at least so we hope. But before we go too far, of course, we've already kind of told you guys what Pit of Valor is all about, how much we're fighting it out for. We got some big cash on it, $350 on the line, of course. That is the powers of community gaming, bringing you the goodness, of course. And thank you, Medify, as well, for powering our events. I've talked about this before, and I kind of like to take it slow and easy because sometimes I feel y'all are not listening. So listen, the GLG Country Club membership is an opportunity for you guys to participate in our events. If you guys haven't caught on and added 2 + 2 = 4, you realize that our events are filling up super duper quickly. Viewership is obviously on the up, which is amazing. Thanks so much to our GLG family. For $10, y'all can get your entire team priority access and entry into all of our events, primarily Pit of Valors. Now, one member needs that membership. Your whole team is covered, essentially. You can get your whole team in for the gig. And there's also, I believe, the 3 months for the price of one still happening. So for the price of a McDonald's combo, you can fight it out for $350. Not a bad gig, especially if you got Medify coaching to make sure you go the full distance. So having said that, Becky, let's get down to agent selection here and see what we got for this first matchup, or for you and I at least. But of course, this is the good old-fashioned quarterfinals.
Indeed it is, and I am excited that we're going to Icebox. I'm a little sad that people aren't feeling feisty enough to go to Pearl, but the other thing that I am excited about, and I feel like default no noob, is likely going for that Phoenix lock-in. Those buffs to Phoenix gonna be doing some wondrous things on the board today. I almost said on the Rift. We're not playing League of Legends. Valorant's in a completely different sphere. We're seeing a little bit more of a default / still kind of interesting pick for the Glizzy Gobblers on the other side. It looks like they're going for that no duelist, lots of utility composition, whereas Rizzy Bala, if this is what they're locking in, they're 5 duelists strong, which would be quite the setup, and I'd love to see it, though I'm a little bit dubious, I will admit.
Yeah, let's get, this is where I got my eyes peeled on that Phoenix. You brought it up. I had the chance to not play Phoenix personally, but play with a friend that was playing some Phoenix earlier on, I believe. I can't remember. I think it was Icebox actually as well that we played on. Sage is absolutely bananas with the flashes. I mean, you feel so confident with just how quickly you can pull them out, go for the full send, be that real entry, and feel confident that you can get yourself out of sticky situations when the time arises. And I like that feeling. But nonetheless, get down into it. This is, things have changed, right? And you talk about Valorant, now you got Phoenix back in the mix. Like, what a thought, right? You know, you have Yoru from Spookings. Like, things have definitely gone a little bit topsy-turvy. What you got to keep your eye peeled on is that, you know, common Viper pick on Icebox is not necessarily available for the attacker side to get going. So at this point, I'm going to just be, you know, really attentive on these first couple rounds and see what kind of utility comes out and how they want to capitalize on this. With talk about the Phoenix opening it up fantastically on Jinx there for the first pick, and with that, should be looking ahead onto this A site.
Yeah, and just like that, able to do those little zippy runs. Unfortunately, does get caught by Diets there. Wookie as well, picking up 2 kills alongside Diets, and now it is left just up to Noob, who falls to Signal the Wolf. And GG's, says Glizzy Gobblers, as they're able to take down that first round. And I mean, this is kind of an interesting startup. We are seeing that Rizzy Bala, that 5 duelist composition coming in strong, is going to be starting off on this attacking side, and unfortunately it not really going their way in this first round, and it is gonna lead into that buy-up from the Glizzy Gobblers here, who are gonna be going for mostly Marshals, and Diet's gonna go for that Spectre pickup.
Yeah, totally here. Let's get down into it. This is where we kind of figure out how round 2 is going to unfold, albeit there are some tricky ones that can happen. And with that opener up from Jinx, yeah, so far that Marshall is doing a number. You're going in as well. Spookings so far getting clapped. Jinx is just dumping with that Marshall. Looking for more no scopes, but his T dumps as well to dump on top of default there with another Marshall. Leaves it down to Minty, and 4K is actually the polar opposite of Minty. For Minty, it is going to that KJ. Nice crisp pickup there, and that's going to be round 2 for the Glizzy Gobblers. And with that, Becky, we get into round number 3, the gun round here, where Rizzy, who has a chance to get it. Rizzy, Glizzy, I'm going to end up either biting my tongue or doing something foul to my mouth at some point, but I really hope it doesn't get to that. Let's get down to round number 3.
Round number 3 and the buy-up for Rizzy Bala, as they're able to get all those Vandals, save for Baljeet, who is going to be going for that Phantom, going into this round, going towards this A site. Once again, they don't even want to mess with the Marshals on that B long angle, and now that they're also able to buy up a lot of this utility, let's see what these duelists can do.
Yeah, with that, looks like another bit of an A-centric look so far for Rizzy. Already dumping a massive amount of Reyna utility. The Leers are out, and I believe that's Minty who's committed both of those. So with the Viper blockage across the site here, they're not really looking to siege too far. Consider that wasted util at the time being, and it's going to really slow the tempo down. Minute 12, and they've fully sold the take here. You can see the migration off from Glizzy Gobblers over to this A site, ready to retake. And hot and spicy, Baljeet getting aggro. Deets from above is going to go ahead and capitalize. A nice, good clearing there from default to get out that Viper, or sorry, yes, the Viper, and that's going to open up the site. Gives a lot of opportunity, and it does indeed, as Ching for the 1 and 2. Deets still back and forth, mono e mono, but so far with that Viper out of the way, it's a Deets clutch opportunity. Do we get it? No, it is Minty in a close proximity battle. It came down to the wire, but ultimately getting that Viper off that site made such a world of a difference for Rizzy, and they pick up that first round to their name, albeit by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, Minty taking a moment there as well. It's getting really close to clutching that up. Got 4 kills, 3 of them with that Spectre, and then was able to pick up that Vandal. Almost locked it completely up for the side of Glizzy Gobblers, but they're still going to be able to buy up, as you've mentioned. And now T-Dump's going to be actually the one to get this long-range weaponry operator to hold down this B long angle, and we'll see if that can start off a nice early kill here. Unfortunately, it's not quite going to be the case, and the relay bolt is going to force that rendezvous away.
Yep, with that here, it's T-Dumps, like you said, signal as well on the board, and that's a quick denial of that take towards B site. Default is on the board as well, as per norm. We've come to expect that thus far from this Phoenix. Still, the fantastic wall hold is going to at least halt for the time being. Not give Rizzy that chance to make some moves, but they've already kind of committed to this B site, not really have too much control of the back end of A. You can see Viper on that minimap migrating back towards the A side here with that wall, just to be sure that no one's pulling any kind of funny business. And with that here, Glizzy just kind of kick their feet up a little bit, relax. They got the number advantage here, and thus far the clock is looking quite favorable, albeit shake and bake is still possible here from the attackers of Rizzy if they want to dip, and T-Dumps catches one on the go. That's good info for itself.
Yeah, and we're going to see a few little jump peaks there as well. Still kind of playing with that operator at that long angle, but is going to go and join up with the rest of the squad. J-Wiki, though, a very nice close angle, is going to catch at least Minty unawares there. Chingbear with a nice little turnaround is going to get vengeance there, and that dash is going to be allowing for a lot of ground to be covered. Bomb going down towards this A site, and they're going to be able to hold one close angle and one far angle. Unfortunately, that recon bolt coming out from that owl drone gonna give away a little bit of information and force both of those attacking members to hold a back angle, and making it that much more difficult as well. T-Dumps with a nice little peek around Signal Wolf to finish it all off, and Glizzy Gobblers continued to hold on to their agent advantage and continued to hold on to their round advantage as well.
Yeah, and with that here, they're going to hop on that defuse, like you said. Rizzy, I think, had the right intentions, right? Getting off to that ace site. The Viper move was good, was kind of present and available. And given the disadvantageous situation in terms of numbers, I'm not opposed to the aggro peak potential. They want to try and equalize, not leave themselves in a position where they're going to be, well, I don't want to say obvious about what they're playing, but there really isn't too many angles to clear, especially when you have Glizzy just storming that site like it's nobody's business. So, so far, this pattern from Glizzy's been good. That same Viper wall has been doing a great job at holding off that A, and of course you got Signal you can see hovering on that Sage with that wall that's been doing a marvelous job of delaying. So the adaptation from Rizzy's got to come through. Either we're going to have a very slow round to kind of bait out utility, or just a straight up full send to get site control. But I think in the time being, they're just looking to run a little bit more of a default here, Becky, kind of feel out the map and maybe come back with a different approach for this round number 5.
Yeah, and we do know that we have that overload available as well for the Neons. We could be seeing some Zappy fingers coming on to any one of these sites, and that can get quite a bit done if people aren't able to get those quick headshots. You can really do a lot of damage with that lightning, and so could be something that we see get implored here. So far, though, just trying to gather some information, see if they can get nice early long-range pick with these sheriffs, but it doesn't look like that's really going to be the case, as these defenders are doing a fantastic job of holding sound towards their guns. Unfortunately, though, what is going to make it difficult is going to be the missed operator shots. Nice to recoil there, though. Picks up 2 this time, making sure that we don't miss those shots anymore as that wall goes up. But it doesn't matter. Just going to be able to plant around it. Doesn't even have to worry. Signal the Wolf playing a dangerous game, but thankfully Jinx, of course, is here to save the day. Takes out Ching Bear. That bomb is down, but it doesn't matter. Ooh, this wall actually doing a nice job of being able to cover up Signal the Wolf while, you know, the rest of the team handles all the killing.
Yeah, so far this wall has been a situation, Becky. I think you and I can agree it's done a great job of kind of holding off the pushes, keeping that attacker side busy. Of course, that wall wasn't necessarily in the most optimal position that round, as it allowed a plant, but for the defuse perspective, it worked out quite well. So we got to see what Glizzy can do here in terms of keeping steady with it. Rizzy, no response, and that's what's kind of getting me a little bit worried here. We're kind of teetering down to that tipping point of the first portion of this first half, and I have not yet seen a definitive response, albeit we got a mere, almost full Christmas tree of alts available for that attacker side. This is a critical round too, considering they're buying up whatever they got left and are looking more towards the A side again, but this has historically been problematic given the way this Viper has played it.
Yeah, this Viper wall just does so much, and now that overdrive comes out, allows for the kill onto Jwookie here. Deed's gonna be able to get a little bit of action, but just not gonna be enough. This Neon is running it and running through the side of the Glizzy Gobblers, who only have 2 players remaining and very spread out, as this overdrive finds yet another kill here. Neon is just going nasty here.
Ching is on the back end. A little bit of a spidey sense tingling. Do we get a close proximity battle? We do, and Signal, right as that transition occurs, is going to clap that Ching, so it takes it right off to a 2v2 here. Default got the back end covered, gets off that Lurk and Sage, and T-Dumps is not really keen on doing anything here, looking to save that op and back ahead. Does have Tour de Force available, but doesn't want to contest given the choice of weaponry and what needs to be done with the amount of time available. Quick reaction time out to default. That's going to pull off a critical gun, and round to Rizzy, cool, but you have to appreciate just how much economy has been taken off their backs with Glizzy's 4-piece on that, and all good. Nonetheless, the response was there, but you can appreciate just how, I don't know about you, Becky, but I felt like they took that site with a lot more definition and vigor. They went in full send, didn't allow them to really kind of hold that site as well as they typically have, and I think that worked out well for them.
Yeah, finally being able to get onto that A site as well. You mentioned at the start of it that has been something that they've struggled with a little bit. That Viper wall just doing such a phenomenal job of applying that vulnerability, as well as blocking off so much vision, which even if you've got the flashes from that Phoenix, from the Yoru, and even the Reyna, it's just really difficult to decide to push through. And if you do have that vulnerability applied to you, everything just gets so much more messy. So you really have to play around that Viper, and JWookie's just doing a phenomenal job of holding it down for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. As, you know, we see Rizibala decide to go ahead and try one more time, and Spookings doing some nice spooky things. Scares Signal the Wolf, but thankfully Dietz is there for a little bit of vengeance.
All good. We got Baljeet here on that lurk. Bladestorm hot. T-Dom's going to go ahead and pop the Headhunter to the back of the head of Baljeet, and that's good. Going to give that advantage back off to Glizzy. Still 50 on the clock, means Rizzy can make moves, but in the previous time they've been in this position, hasn't worked out. So Viper Wall drops, and this may be that time to collapse, but given the way Phoenix is kind of playing far back, not really set up for it, JWoo gets the 1 and the 2. T-Dumps here on the back end is just securing the bag with really good holds. I mean, Tito's have been really sharp on that op and that tour de force especially, and really delivering a frantic number of kills. 8 and 2 now, looking really good. And Glizzy as a team, mighty fresh. 5 rounds to their name.
Oh, doing extremely good. And T-Dumps was able to live from that round before as well. Handed over that operator to Jinx, of course, and then utilized that tour de force. At the same time, we also got to see Baljeet for the other side use those knives on that previous round. Unfortunately, is kind of an awkward buy for the side of Rizibala, and their buy continuing to look a little awkward as we continue here. JWookie has his Viper's Pit ready and is trying to wait on some information from the rest of the team before going for it, and is going to get off this high Viper's Pit to block off a ton of vision once again. This Viper just doing so much work on this Icebox map.
Yeah, I love this pit. This is a great way to put it down. And actually, despite that, Spookings going for some gymnastic sessions there with that Sheriff in hand. Gets that Viper, knocks off the pit. We got the defender lockdown here coming in from KJ. Dietz gonna go ahead and pop the flash. That is not what you want to be shooting. Spike, meanwhile, getting planted fearlessly, swinging back to safety, and somehow lives through all of it. And Jinx gets a pick. What in the name? That lockdown also pushes off the attackers. Rizzy now on the back end of Belts have to retake, but the site has been taken. It has been secured, and Jinx is hunting for it.
Oh, Jinx doing a nice job of backing off, gets the quick scope off too. Spooking's forced to have to move really far back there, unfortunately, because of that detain that came out from Jinx, of course. Absolutely nasty from the side of Glizzy Gobblers, who are continuing to keep their lead in this game. But, you know, we can see a little bit of a pattern here. We'll see the Glizzy Gobblers win 2, and then Rizibala are able to take back 1 into their favor. So that means that it's about their time once again. How are they going to be able to cobble this around together? They have the run it back as well as that Empress available to them for ultimates, and maybe alongside those they'll be able to bring this one home. Maybe not so much as no new falls before that run it back can even come out.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the impact this chamber has had, and T-Dumps, you know, typically you got your chamber on the front end of these rounds in the beginning, really opening up with the tour de force or an op and going for the rendezvous back to safety. But T-Dumps has showed up mid-round, end of round, beginning of round, and that in itself is great. Now, again, Rizzy's kind of debating, well, what are we going to do with 4 members? We're a little bit split. We got Yordo on that lurk towards mid, is going to have to make the collapse happen, but the rest of the team is, I would say, not entirely in the best of positions to make some moves. So, yeah, this is just slow and steady at this point for the entire squad to see how they want to manage it. It always comes down to this odd 50-second tipping point, and then Rizzy makes a move, and it hasn't necessarily worked out in all cases. So I'm just going to be patient and see what they're doing. And meanwhile, looks like I didn't get the invite, but Spawn seems to be like the definite hangout place for this one.
I think they're trying to just see if they can wait for Glizzy Gobblers to move off of a site and push onto them, especially when we see that they didn't really fully buy all their utility. 2 of the Leers weren't purchased for Minty on this arena, so even though that Empress is available, we're down a lot of utility and relying on Spookings with these flashes. Almost tries to look away from it, but Dietz able to get the jump there. Minty finds 1. Unfortunately, some shock darts are gonna make everybody's life a little more difficult, including Dietz, who's forced back and into the crosshairs of Baljeet, who's able to find 1 before going down to Jinx, of course, as T-Dumps continues to rack up that kill count. 3 on this round, 7 for Glizzy Gobblers. Rizibala aren't quite able to keep this pattern up as this defuse is going to come across.
Yeah, we've kind of fallen, I think, into the same pattern, and I haven't seen too much exposure of mid or to Becky, which, you know, I'm not quite sure what Rizzy's coming down with and what they're trying to achieve, but I think there's a lot more venues they could potentially explore. The unfortunate situation is they don't have an immense amount of coverage when it comes to getting on any of these sites, as they're running a full send duelist composition. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. They've made it down to quarters here with an interesting comp for this matchup, and perhaps we're going to see something a little bit interesting on the defensive side once they swap back and maybe play a bit more of an aggro defense. Regardless, 7-2, we're 3 rounds away from the swap, and we're just hoping here for them to get a bit more cushion to work with for the second half.
Oh, you mentioned that there wasn't a lot of that mid control, and Spookings is going to say, you know what, I'll sacrifice myself a little bit, just a stinger to my name, and if Minty's going to come up that tube as well, we'll be able to start to get this push on in a completely different way. So far, so good. Oh, Deets, though, finding a nice kill. Default, though, Noob just can't make anything happen, as Jinx, of course, is, you know, a menace, of course, and continuing to find these kills with this operator. 4v2 situation now, and gotta make sure that those flanks are watched as well, so that alarm bot's going to be able to handle that early kill, doing a lot of work for Rizzyballa, at least being able to get towards a site. But now that that bomb is down and the final 2 remaining players have to figure out how to get it and get it down, it's getting a little more difficult, but finally able to make some things happen, finding 3 kills between Balji and Minty. Now it is left all up to T-Dubs, who's able to get Balji 1v1 situation. Now Minty peeks out and is able to find the 3K that gets Rizzyballa the 3rd round.
Yeah, T-Dubs, I think, was feeling confident, standing dead nuts in the open, looking to make that shot. Doesn't work out, and Minty capitalizes, albeit a lot of damage was done. It was just borderline there. So that's what we want to see. We got the 3 rounds off to the attackers, and I think 4 or 5 definitely makes you feel a lot better on the Switch. I'm just eager to see what is this 5 duelist comp going to do, right? They managed to accrue 3 rounds so far. They're on the verge of maybe even getting the 4th and 5th. Once they go to defense, I feel like Glizzy, yeah, let's just be patient. There could be some antics to come out from this. So regardless, back to the standard old A look for Rizzy initially here, leaving that Euro in the back end of B. You know that moment where you say, where's my duelist? Well, guess what? You got 4 more, and they're fully sending it on site. So no shortage of entry potential. Run it back, goes in. Jinx with the nice one as well. Balji doesn't care at all, getting it right up close and personal, and the lockdown here from the defenders as well is going to be good to keep occupied for the time being. And my goodness me, like with 5 duelists, there is no shortage of action. What was that?
Hello? I mean, I was expecting, instead of that headshot symbol, I was expecting it to be the wallbang symbol, and it wasn't. So apparently it gets a headshot. The resurrection's gonna come out to bring back Jinx, and now 2v3 situation, but these duelists are moving off of this site. That decoy is gonna do a great job of giving away a little bit of information, and now the 2 remaining members of the Glizzy Gobblers are on the move. They've got to make it over towards this B site, as Minty's gonna be able to get this bomb down.
I'm still reflecting on that Yoru pick that happened. I swear that was a jiggle, like 1-tap flute kill, but my mind was unable to process it. But now on the post plant here, 3v2, Glizzy, no strangers to clutching, but they have a fair amount to deal with, including a Yoru ultimate, a Reyna ult as well. Yeah, there it is right there. That's going to be for the intel. Just going to go for a casual stroll here, looking at all the action in blue screen. Full HD, only the best on GLG, and with that, ample time is bought, locations are identified, and they can play this a little bit more slow and patient, knowing they got the full intel to prevent Glizzy from defusing. And yeah, there it is right there for the 1, and they know exactly where KJ is. Jinx is like, nope, I don't want to be a part of this, but can't escape with that op, and that's going to pass that 4th round off to Rizzyballa.
Oh, and they're able to pick up that operator as well last round, but they're at least able to get themselves that 4-pointer. Who is going to be able to pick up this final round before the swap? I mean, we keep wondering what is gonna happen for Rizzyballa once they move on to the defensive side, but likewise, Glizzy Gobblers have no duelists. All the duelists got picked by Rizzyballa, so there were none left in the toy box for Glizzy Gobblers, and they're gonna have some interesting strategies. Granted, we have seen high-level gameplay of these agents on attack, so we know that they can do some fun lineup Larry situations if they can get themselves onto a site. But it's gonna be a fun situation to see exactly how they do it against the squad of Rizzy Bala as they all slowly start to fall at the start of this round.
Yeah, a little bit of a pickle, to say the least, and it's kind of what we've seen. I'm just being patient for the time being and really hoping that something can come up with this Reyna ultimate here. Going for the Minty Prowl off towards mid. Spike sitting outside of A, and Jinx is going to shut that down immediately. So if Ching wants to make some magic happen, now's the time. Goes for a bit of a half marathon across that A site, but gets shut down from Jabu. So we summarize that half in a, I'd say, very commanding fashion. 8-4. Didn't expect it, low key, to see 4 rounds out of a 5 duelist comp, but hey, here we are nonetheless. Quarterfinals and off to the second half.
Second half, and we're going to take a look at our quarterfinal matches that you can see right below here. You can see exactly who's playing against what teams down there and what maps they're on as well. And now you can see us too. Hello, how's it going?
How's it
Hope
going?
y'all are doing good. We're watching.
I'm not centered for this. Hold on. Let me just
You know me either, but it's okay. But yeah, if you're interested to see who's making it into these quarterfinal matches, you can see all of that below. And hopefully we will have a situation where we can figure out exactly who's going in to our semifinals matches soon as well, because we are having a little bit of a tech pause too. We got to figure out whose toaster isn't working for the very serious 5 duelist match that we're watching.
Yeah, this is highly unacceptable. Whoever listen, it is Amazon Prime Day here in Canada, so if y'all need a new toaster, just hit me up. As a Canadian, I got you. I will charge a premium for shipping, but you'll have the dankest toaster, let me tell you one time.
Do they
I'm
make
gonna go
better
back to
toasters in Canada?
I don't know, to be quite honestly, my toaster sucks, so like I can't speak for anybody except myself. Regardless, I want to go ahead and touch on a key point here, since y'all have my beautiful face and Becky here as well, and we got the bracket down below. For those that follow the bracket, ! Bracket in chat, you don't have to wait for this. You can always stay in tune and see what's cooking and who's up next. Always, we appreciate the chatters that are voting for their teams, or, well, not say voting, but violently typing for who they want to see played next or casted next. We appreciate that. Much, much love. Take this time as well. We hit an amazing milestone of, I believe it is 10,000 followers on, was it Twitter, if I'm not mistaken? I think Twitter. Yeah. Twitch. My apologies. Yeah, so 10,000 amazing followers on Twitch. That is you guys, you beautiful viewers that are watching us. And for that, we thank you. Now comes the Twitter side of things. So that's where I was going with this. ! Twitter in chat, or ! Discord in chat. And you can very quickly and easily get in tune with all the goodness that we bring you on a daily basis, well, weekly basis. And of course, spread the love. It means a lot to us. So please, please do that while you're appreciating this bracket and our beautiful faces.
And, you know, we have a Discord as well. If you're interested in getting involved in our tournaments, then that's a place where you can do that as well. And I believe that that's ! Discord. Everything just, you know, makes a whole lot of sense, is all together. You just do the exclamation point before. You could start typing whatever you want, exclamation point. We'll see. Maybe it works. Who knows? Our tech pause is fixed. Me doing exclamation point fix tech pause, exclamation point casters start game. And here we are. Now we get to see how this no duelist composition is going to work on the attacking side versus the defending side of 5 duelists.
Let's get down to it. I'm excited. Like, I gotta see something like very, very sweaty and moist here. Like, Rizzy gotta take this defense, turn it into an attack, toss it in the blender in the good old KitchenAid stand mixer, whack that sucker in the oven, and hopefully we get a nice, beautiful cake out the back end of it. And so far, only cake I'm getting is the second letter of A as we migrate off to this side of the map here. The initial look for Glizzy. Grouped up. Audio cues are more or less cut. And at that point, with the early activities on the ropes, Balji gets the one, Minty as well. So the silence now turns into an explosion of picks going off to Rizzy, and that is great to see here in a 5v3.
Oh, nice start so far. Now the duelists, this is the situation that they're waiting for. Is this a retake? They have the flashes and the ways to push in to grab this space back from the squad who's trying to keep it all safe, but they just can't. 5 duelists makes for a very smooth retake. Rizibala find themselves a 5th round, and they should be able to convert it off the back of that initial pistol.
Yep, and conversion here is key. That early dominance is going to really help them out, and they are now in that position that Glizzy Gobblers was in the previous half, where they have those Spectres, they got the Marshal, and Default is even going for the full send of the Vandal of choice here with the half armor. So big round. If it does go the opposite way, though, that is going to be absolutely devastating. I may shed a tier or 6, but let's get down to it here. Round number 2, mid seems to be on the agenda, and this is it. When you got a Viper to offer some sort of coverage, look at what you can do. Look at the coverage. What an amazing attempt, and Baljeet quickly shuts it down. So all is good in the attempt town, but of course the bigger weapons. Spooking is going to jiggle and shake. A little bit of a shorty here, a bit of a shorty there, and despite that, Jaywu actually gets Baljeet out the window. Do we get a gun recovery? Not so much, as Minty's going to go ahead and lock down the kitchen, close the cookie drawer. Not today. Chingbear as well. With that, Rizzy gets their second round.
All right, and now they've been able to kind of bridge this gap a little bit. Glizzy Gobblers at 8, Rizibala at 6, but the buy-up is going to be good. Glizzy Gobblers will have the gun advantage here, except for the Default no noob did buy up that Vandal from the previous round, so it's going to be able to continue to hold on to that and keep this going strong. That Viper wall is already down in the pre-round as well, so could also give quite a bit of information away, or, you know, do this little bit of a fake out.
So far here, I like what they're doing. This is great that they have a bit more diversification. They got that wall committed off to the B, kind of splitting it. It's going to keep that Jet and Neon a little bit occupied and just kind of thinking what is coming down the pipe. As well, Yoru here sending a clone on through mid, maybe for some intel. Does Chamber shoot it? I don't believe that happened here. Meanwhile, Jinx has already got a good opening onto Minty. Poor Minty, just trying to fall back and get info. Gets absolutely domed, and they're going to go ahead with that Viper Orb to block off the rafters area here to get on site. And just when they wanted to push that gas pedal down, they actually go ahead for the retreat. But the beauty here is they got a minute on the clock. The Baljeet with a Sheriff on the back end, Becky. Brace yourselves.
Prowl. Oh, readies that dash, finds the headshot onto Deets, but isn't able to find another one or dash away to safety. The 1-for-1 is going to be good, though, but agent advantage still in the hands of Glizzy Gobblers, who are now able to utilize this early Viper wall that was put down. Relay bolt coming through, but it will not stop that plant. The shots through the wall are not quite going to be good enough for Chingbear here, who's now jousting with Jinx, of course, who's able to find the 1 kill. Spookings doesn't turn around in enough time. 2v4 situation for the remaining Rizibala members.
Yeah, and they got so many angles covered. They got the back end of kitchen, they got the front end, and it's just down to Default here at Snowman. Nice tap ski onto Jinx's forehead. Brings it down to just 3 members, but 45 HP. Does have healing opportunities in his back pocket in the form of a fireball, but ain't nobody got time for that business. We got to make moves. We got to get on that bomb and defuse, but that don't happen here. Not today, Glizzy says, and this is it. Big potential ahead here, considering, look at the monetary situation of Rizzy. They're in a position where they're going to go ahead and full send it. They even got that op onto Baljeet's back, and that's going to have to do a number. I want to see these duelists excel, capitalize on that peak potential, especially Baljeet with that op. Has to come up early with 1 to give me that good, warm, fuzzy feeling that Rizzy's going to go ahead and continue on this round with some sort of, valor and stride. But be patient. Jaywu, amazing toss there. I mean, that was beyond clutch. So second attempt is good for the Hood as you follow it through. It's going to block off tube area, give them some opportunity if they want to advance. And Spookings, nice opener. T-Dumps trades it, and that's what Glizzy does best. I mean, so far so good for them. They got each other's backs, very much united as a group, and they're going to go ahead and equalize with a minute 22 left and tons of opportunity to go to either site.
Yeah, it is a little bit difficult for them to get onto that site. They're really relying on this Viper to do so, and really relying on Rizibala getting a little aggressive as well. But both teams have been very resolute on how long they'll sit on these sites for. Even Chingbear, who's the furthest up, just doing a great job of also checking out through mid and watching a lot of these angles as Glizzy Gobblers with just that Viper at their disposal are going to be the ones to push onto this B site now. After that recon bolt comes out, Ching Bear's going to try and hold this close angle and see if we can get a lucky shot.
Yeah, I mean, luck is one aspect of it. That's all cool, but Jaywu is really swift on that jiggle, gets a nice one, and with that wall plant here, the textbook icebox strat for our GLG veterans is going to give them plenty of opportunity to set up for the post, and T-Dumps is going to go ahead and continue to differentiate Glizzy Gobblers in this round with another pick onto Baljeet. So it's down to default, backed up by Minty to deal with 4 members, and at this point I'd be happy with them picking off some guns, and if the defuse comes through, that's even better. You can see Minty is so concerned about the backhand, is even looking back tube, just the uncertainty. And at this point, yeah, I think exit picks is all they're going to be getting here, Becky. Not much else. Is Glizzy going to be the first by the looks of it to hit the double-digit 10th round?
And that's going to be feeling pretty good. They're getting rewarded for playing this kind of slow start, trying to be methodical, waiting for somebody to go for those aggressive pushes, as Dietz is able to find this exit onto Minty, who was waiting to do, just that same sort of thing. And now Glizzy Gobblers, 10 rounds in their pocket and bringing this lead a little bit more forward against Rizibala here, whose economy is looking a little bit rough. Baljeet is going to be able to continue to have an operator in hand, has the knives as well, but 2 marshals, a sheriff, and a classic. The rest of the squad's maybe looking a little bit rough around the edges here.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Chief. And this is what we talked about. It's that big investment now is going to suck, at least for the next round, even if this don't work out. So I'm hopeful to see that this op can excel, and Baljeet looking right down through mid here, looking for the pick. Meanwhile, it looks like W keys are pretty much full send, going on through towards B site, making moves onto yellow. Ching divided off by that wall. Marshall is all that we got here. And again, that wall plant with that Viper setup makes it so difficult to manage, as Dietz is also on the board, getting rid of 1 of 5 duelists. That's default out of the equation. And now, yet again, it's that same repeat. I can't say it enough. They're just so good at getting on site, planning, and then clean post spots is all it takes.
And those post-plant positions are, as you mentioned, made a lot better by the double wall plant, the wall from the Viper, as well as the wall from the Sage. A lot of these guns not very good at pushing through that Sage wall either. And so those slow orbs doing a ton of work, as well as T-Dumps is able to pick up 2 nice kills, 5 HP, but continuing to push forward for a moment, make sure that the final remaining player is not going to come and defuse this bomb. Baljeet instead, from behind, is able to grab 1 kill and then is gonna skedaddle away to keep holding on to this operator.
Yep, and that's we look at the board in terms of a couple factors, right? When we play Valor, we look at the money, we look at the overall picks and momentum, we look at the composition, but we gotta always remember ultimates. And if you're Glizzy, you've built I'd say reasonable cushion to deal with. You got 5 rounds to your name. And for me, that's comforting. I don't see too much hurdles ahead of them. They've continued to build a lot of value for their side. And of course, you see such a dominant play from Jinx and T-Dumps on this board. 2 of your most critical agents. And despite, being duelist-less, they're doing a great job. And it's been a pleasure to watch them play so far.
And what's making it even better is kind of the ridiculous team compositions from both of these sides. Glizzy Gobblers definitely have a little bit more of a serious team composition, but Rizibala bringing something like this into the no duelist composition matchup is making it that much more entertaining, as default no noob does not care about this lockdown. If 3 members are down, it doesn't matter if we're detained and can't use our hands. Spookings is going to be able to come right up, defend, as well as Minty. The flawless round going Rizibala's way. Pick up those guns. Let's continue to hold strong and keep ourselves in this match.
Yeah, for real. Like 1 round just like that makes it go topsy-turvy. And you look at it, the tides have changed. We're kind of in a different position compared to the next. And that's the beauty of it. I mean, yeah, let's just let's see what kind of magic tricks exist here, because I believe there is some Penn and Teller activities unfolding amongst us. So 4-round gap, and still sitting on the same group of ultimates for the most part on both ends. And I think at this point, Glizzy, maybe you want to go back to a bit more of a default. As you can see, they're kind of peeking a bit towards A, some intel towards B, and this might be that opportunity to kind of figure out what's what, get a pick, and use that clock to the advantage like they did in the previous half.
LG going to be able to watch this angle. Chang Bear also able to watch another long angle, both of them with that long range weaponry as well. So we see Glizzy Gobblers lost their top frag, and now we're a little bit worse for wear. Gonna continue to play just a little bit slower here. Try to get themselves a pick as well, and it's just not going to be enough. Minty, nice snipes coming out as Signal the Wolf able to get that resurrection off, and the resurrection brings death as Default No Noob falls to that operator shot. Beautifully done. Now with the agent advantage in Glizzy Gobbler's corner, as well as that Viper's pit. I mean, that's why you bring Jinx back to life. The shots are good. 2 players remain, and Baljeet with this operator's gotta fight their way onto site here.
Yeah, fighting is a key word. I mean, 4v2 situation, you got a pit, you got a sage wall. It's not going to last forever, but it'll be sure darn long enough to make it that much more difficult to hop on that defuse. Now, Ching here is literally just trying to weasel through different gaps and such, make it through towards the pit, but Deets, everyone is posted up towards Belt. We got sight on lock, and with that, we have match point on lock here. But do we get to fully close this door and proceed for quarters into semis with Glizzy taking it home, or is there a little bit more sauce in the tank? I think given the gun round ahead of us and also 4 ultimates here, Rizzy has a very, very good chance of staying in firm, but of course, it's got to go to OT at best here to bring this one back.
And just like that, 24-14 also for Jinx, of course. Died early in that last round, got resurrected, came back, found 3 more kills, and now it looks like, you know, we don't need to worry about having flashes or entry utility if we just have our Killjoy run in front of all of us with the operator to take out Default No Noob at a close angle, move into the shorty. It just doesn't matter. The 1-for-1 trade so far. Relay Bolt is going to keep a lot of members at bay, holding this kitchen angle and just waiting for the members of Rizzy Balla to fall into their clutches.
Minty here's got that Empress popped, has to show up, I believe catches the top of Jinx, but Jinx is so quick with that op. Baljeet responds, and that's great 3v3 opportunity. Site control here on B is basically sold, and with that, Glizzy Gobblers are not even interested. They're going to go ahead and run off to A. Borderline telegraphed as Yoru here is looking towards the back, has already made moves, and with some noise cues, is going to be going ahead and summoning the rest of Rizzy Balla to rotate, and here they come now, but Spike should go down if they make the moves fast enough, and yes they do. So Glizzy post plant has been good historically. Let's see if they can do it again for match point.
3v3, the Bladestorm is popped as well. Post-plant situation set up, and Spookings is just going to try and gather information with this dimensional drift, waiting to throw that blind, pop out, gets the jump onto Signal the Wolf as Baljeet's able to do the same thing. Deets can't even turn around in enough time, and eventually it will be Spookings to fall to their doom, as a Ching Bear will be able to get this defuse off and keep Rizzy Balla in this chaotic game for just a little bit longer.
Yeah, well, like, talk about holding on. That Yoru commitment on that flash play, I think, made a world of a difference. I mean, the ultimate as well got the intel they needed, and with that, Rizzy was able to look in the right places at the right time, and of course, connect on the frags. But despite that here, still, match point, the pressure does not halt anytime soon. It is very much at full send mode. So let's see here what Rizzy can do. They got the guns. They have relatively decent armor. Ultimates, a lot was invested. You're gonna have to deal with Glizzy's countering utility, and of course you have Sova ult, you got a Hunter's Fury, a lockdown, a tour de force. That's a lot of reckoning to deal with, so it's gonna have to be quick, swift, and mostly painless here on this execution for Glizzy if they want to make it happen.
Peeking around these angles, it is gonna force Ching Bear to move back and move past that Viper wall, so they have a lot of movement that they're available to make, as T-Dump's going to be the first one to grab a kill there. As wall plant gonna ring true once again. T-Dups to pick up another one there. 2 members down from Rizzy Balla. The bomb down as well. Spooking's trying to get aggressive, but it's just aggressively adding to the kill feed of T-Dumps. Ching Bear going for the overdrive is gonna come in, find 3 kills. It is a 1v1 situation. The Palpatine figures versus the Vandal. The lockdown is gonna be the doom of the Neon, and Beats goes for the knife to secure the win for Glizzy Gobblers.
That was beyond close, Becky. I did not expect that to end up the way that it did. Neon went full send. I mean, I would have done the same, right? You're at match point, you're pinned up against the wall. What do? Just go for the overdrive, make the magic happen, but it's not enough. What a back and forth. And low key, don't take this the wrong way. I don't mean it anything more than the words that are coming out of my mouth. Just take it at surface value. To see 5 duelists show up like that and string picks together and actually accrue that many rounds without having a really solidified, let's say, sentinel or control or anything of that nature. It was fun. It was definitely a good change of pace, but the advantage goes off to Glizzy Gobblers. They proceed ahead from these quarters, and semis is hot around the corner here, but overall, nice fun matchup on Icebox.
A nice, fun matchup indeed as we continue with Pit of Valor number 97. Holy smokes, we are so close to 100, just 3 more weeks. And with our $350 prize pool, our players are playing for more than ever before. A big thank you to Community Gaming and Meta5 for making those happen, as well as MSI and Control for being sponsors that are helping give away even more things so that we can add even more fun stuff to the prize pool, to these giveaways, more than just those dollar bills. We are going to be going to a short break while we figure out exactly how the rest of the bracket is shaping up for you before we go into our semifinals match. We'll be right back.
Well, alrighty then, welcome back. Semi-finals is here upon us at last. Wednesday, Pit of Valor at number 97. 3 away from 100, like Becky said. It feels like yesterday since we started. But again, a big thank you to our amazing community. 10,000 Twitch followers. I got it right this time. And a lot more to come. So with that, let's get underway. Y'all know the drill. Down below is the cheat sheet. It's going to be heavy triggers against the winners of our previous matchup on Icebox, Glizzy Gobblers. And we're going on to, you guessed it, Icebox again. Defender side going to be Glizzy here. Let's see what they got. Are we going to see more of a traditional comp? I'd like to hope so. The 5 duelist was a vibe. But it's maybe not the vibe you want in a semifinal, if you get my drift, Becky.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, I mean, I thought that we were already at the point in semifinals where we were starting to see some serious business. Some people, I mean, they did put up a pretty good fight. So I'm not here to say that they weren't being serious business. I was excited to see the Phoenix. I would still be excited to see a Phoenix, maybe with a few more supporting characters to go along with it. But something that I certainly would look forward to seeing, whereas I think that Glizzy Gobblers likely will be rolling with the same team composition that we saw on that previous map. I think that it is one of those strong team compositions and, you know, has some fun play to it as well, though they probably weren't expecting to have to play against those 5 duelists and probably had to shake themselves up a little bit as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. And if you're Glizzy, it worked well. It offered a good, rounded, diverse selection. It wasn't necessarily offering a duelist, but that didn't seem to hinder too much. They had a lot of kit to work with. I appreciated the Viper Sage combination. That was a great sight to see. Worked superbly well on the B site for the hold off on the defense. Worked well on the attack end of things to get on that A. So yeah, it's rounded. It's supportive, and I think it offers, like I said, a lot of utility, especially when those ultimates come on board. On the attacker side, though, we're seeing the picks coming through, and it's been a little bit of the same. We got that KO selection, which is a bit of a change up there from Ant. And yeah, everything else kind of seems more or less run-of-the-mill. So let's see what that KO can do. A nice bit of an X factor to deny any kind of defensive setup, at least for the initial half year.
Yeah, and I'm actually quite liking both of these squads going for 0 duelist compositions. I feel like both of them are kind of strategies that we've seen, but that KO that we're gonna see Ant kind of rock here is going to kind of play the role of that duelist for that side of the board. Other than that, looks like we are looking at pretty much a mirror composition, save for the difference between Jinx, of course, and that KO. The Killjoy and the KO going to be the 2 big differences, and normally I would be a little bit dubious of picking up something like that Killjoy if I hadn't just seen Jinx, of course, go absolutely brazy in that last match. I believe ending with 24 and 14 being the KD there.
Yeah, that's pretty crispy. I mean, I lend it to the absolutely incredible Crosshair. Drop that in the chat if you so don't mind, Jinx, because I think myself and many others appreciated the sauce that was brought forth. So yeah, let's get into it here at semifinals. The eyes are peeled not only on Jinx, but of course, heavy triggers. They've made it this far in this bracket, fighting it out for a crispy $350 here. Initial look towards mid, a bit of a shake and bake all across the board. Alarm bot is set up, and I think they've got each other kind of figured out initially here. Just when the control attempt under tube comes out, KJ says, not so quick, not on my watch as of yet. So slow and steady does it. Orb collection activities at long, and everyone just kind of playing slow and steady, looking for the first opener with a bit of a default.
Yeah, we're already seeing a different defensive strategy here from Glizzy Gobblers, at least slightly different, getting a little bit more aggressive here. And I think a part of that is the move off of not utilizing that rendezvous in quite that same way for T-dumps. The barrier orb is going to come out and deny a lot of that initial plant force the attacking side to have to go around that yellow box if they want to try and plant on this site. And it looks like the rest of the team is going to rotate, but Dash Dev gonna maybe try and get a little bit of a frisky pick over towards this B site once the rotation comes through.
Yeah, frisky is a good way to put it here. 34 seconds, not a lot of time in the grand scheme of it, but the icing on the cake here, minus a Sova that is present towards screen and a Viper here, wall and such to hold it off at backside, Jabu in the back there. There's not a lot happening, so this is the chance to collapse. The wall goes down as well. That at least helps isolate one of the many angles, and decides to take the high ground as that KO. Now Jabu here, patient, just waiting for the rest of the crew to show up, and now is the almighty 5-man retake, but Oofington gonna oof 2 of them. I love that name, absolutely incredible.
What a good name.
Right, and then talk about good name. It's good picks and a good hold from Heavy Triggers. Round one solidified, and they do it in a very beautiful way indeed. Flawless for Heavy Triggers.
Yeah, very well done. A nice slow start. I mean, you'd kind of expect that from both of these squads as they are, again, not utilizing a duelist. I mean, we saw the last team that Glizzy Gobblers had to play against pick up all the duelists, and they were enough duelists for the next 3-ish rounds. So not even going to utilize any of them here. And Heavy Triggers able to pick up that nice first round as well as some nice guns to go into this next round with.
Yeah, Mega here posted up the pizza slice of the walls going up towards the B site. Jinx gets it with a nice shorty onto Knight, and nice swing with the pop flash, and that's a good response. And gonna go ahead and equalize. Spike drop, and very aggressive from Glizzy. They're really up close and personal towards this long, even getting further and further pushy is that KJ. Now Jinx here has that Spectre in hand, decides to fall back to safety. Orb recovery. And some cover fire, so retreats all across the board. And meanwhile, I love it. Heavy Triggers, full commanding send to the A site. They just, whoever walked up here and calmed it, guys were going, hey, great job. You got the crew together, and they're looking for the push. Dash jab on the back end of screens for the one, and that's going to even further solidify this post plant now in a 4v3.
Yeah, and I was going to give props to Dietz as well, who was doing a great job of moving off of the site and waiting for the rest of the squad, but turned back at the wrong moment and died to dash dev there. Jinx, of course, was able to get that nice early shorty kill, was going to try and get some action with that picked up Spectre, but it's not going to be enough. Pieman and Oofington going to be able to finish off those final few kills, and ultimately the larger gun power for Heavy Triggers is going to be more than enough to solidify that second round.
Yeah, this is big now. We go to the big old, it seems big in all these days, low key. Like now it's just this, the big old gun round, and this is where we got to be careful. Heavy Triggers, I think, have done a marvelous job getting established early on, right? Glizzy had a bit of a run in the prior matchup, and now with a bit more of a, I don't want to say traditional composition, but something that we're more accustomed to, it's been great. And they're just going to be holding on to an immensely light buy in the grand scheme to go Spectres and a Marshall at best. So, Glizzy, this is the round to take. If they fall short on this one, I'm going to have some question marks up in the air, but the collection yet again for Heavy Triggers goes off towards the A side of the map here. Fragment. Null command as well. It says, I want entry. So far, no, actually, sorry, not null command, 0 point. And yeah, nothing comes off of it here. Wall goes down on the opposing end of the site this time, rather. Dietz choosing the high ground, gonna dance around the wall, but can't solidify one. But Jwoo's there, amazing support from the Viper. And despite the attempts, Heavy Triggers gets completely shut down.
Oh, this KO's trying to make things happen, but is the only one remaining now for Heavy Triggers. Spectre in hand, knows that people have to be close, but that Spectre at that range just is nothing compared to that Vandal. Signal the Wolf able to grab, as you mentioned, Glizzy Gobblers. They're keeping true. They're trying to impress you, Strive. They're able to pick up that round, keep themselves in this game, and start to fight back. And I mean, it's kind of interesting that we're seeing the differences between these two team compositions once again revolve around where they're starting. Heavy Triggers potentially with a slightly more attack-sided composition slant here because of that KO versus this Killjoy that is constantly locking down kitchen and tube. It's a very defensive strategy, but something that we're very interested in being able to see. And now that we're getting to see a full set up and full buy for both of these squads, it's really all coming down to this.
I'll go ahead and comment on what I've been seeing. Agents aside, Jwoo on A has been great. Like, there's been no sense of loneliness when it comes to holding that A site. There's always been trade potential. Support there has been good. The synergy on that hold is great with that Viper wall. They're great at delaying, great at playing off each other's backs. On the opposing end, you've got that KJ kind of offering the utility, the alarm bot, the turret setup, and it kind of jives. It all flows, and as long as they can kind of communicate well with each other, they can make those migrations and play it correctly. And now you can see Chamber playing the aggressive post the yellow. The rendezvous is there. T-Dumps sees it coming, says, you know what, I'm not keen on getting 0 pointed. I'm going to go ahead and rendezvous out to safety. The comms here should be coming out, and despite that initial look, they're so patient, not rotating just yet. And yeah, walls down. Now comes a rotate opportunity for Glizzy, and the question is, can they retake now in a 5v5 with that good old-fashioned Viper Sage wall combination yet again on B?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Oofington taking a nice time to peek out. Catches Jinx, of course, on that mid rotation. So beautifully done on trying to catch that as well. And is going to force Glizzy Gobbler's Jay Wookie to be really patient here as well. Has to check those corners as well. And it's really stopping the onslaught from making it so that they can go for this retake. Deets finds one, tries to go for another. But once you're peeking into 3 members of Heavy Triggers, life just is getting so hard. The damage is coming through, but ultimately it is going to be that Phantom that finishes off Jay Wookie, and 3 remaining members of Heavy Triggers is going to be more than enough. If only Ant could have survived, but nonetheless, Heavy Triggers solidify themselves another round and pull themselves ahead.
Yeah, and you got to go ahead and just talk about this entire Viper Sage combination. Like, low key, it's kind of frustrating to deal with. I'm not going to sit here and downplay it, right? You have a solid wall, you have a Viper wall, you have a Viper orb, you have slows, you have recon darts, you have shock darts. There's so much to throw around here that can make that defuse or even playing the post that much more difficult. And it's interesting to see how the conservation of that comes through and just how quickly teams decide to make the moves, or rather play it safe, depending on what the retake strat is. And here, Oofington going to go ahead for the bit of a flick activity. Doesn't connect onto T-dumps, goes with the rendezvous commitment back to safety. So no harm, no foul here. We're still pretty much at ground zero.
Yeah, has that tour force out, so is going to be able to get some of those long-range angles and continue to watch this flank, which will be quite helpful, as Jwiki actually the first to draw blood here. Very nicely done. Molly to come out and block off a lot of those angles as Knight goes for the resurrection here onto Dash. Dev, Signal the Wolf finding a kill, trying to continue to equalize this situation as much as possible, but that bomb is down, and the defensive side of Glizzy Gobblers really have to try to get themselves onto this site. Go for this retake. Oh my gosh, almost caught with the recon bolt out, but it doesn't matter. Long arm of the law. That Sheriff comes out super fast and allows for Deets to pick up a kill. Jay Wookie picked up a gun as well. Unfortunately, Pie Man with the lineups is going to be able to make it that much more difficult for this defuse to go off. We're trying to stick it, and will it be enough? It seems so, as Glizzy Gobblers from behind that wall find themselves this defuse.
Yeah, mega. And I'm going to go ahead and comment what I loved about Heavy Triggers on that B take that we saw, right? On the post, stacking that long B with that Viper wall and that Sage wall is so good. Like, it works immensely well. In this case, they, I don't want to say they could have played it a little bit differently. They were kind of a bit separated, right? One person pinned in sight. I believe that was Dash Dev, if I'm not mistaken. Just unfortunately not able to convert a pick nor a trade. So if something wants to be learned from that round, I'd say Heavy Triggers, stick to grouped up mentality, maybe play a bit further back or play sight together depending on what kit's available and what the strategy is. And it doesn't start off like that typically with Jinx, of course. That name fits so well with the the way that sentence played out. Regardless, now the opening pick off to Glizzy, and they also have committed that Viper wall off to the A side. So I don't think anyone's too keen of walking through the green goop of mess, and are going to rather look a little bit more towards the B side. But ain't that going to be frank there, as you got the friendly neighborhood chamber posted up ready for a jiggle peek.
Yeah, ready and awaiting. Rendezvous is set up. Hasn't heard anything just yet. Peeks around, unfortunately not able to find that headshot. Knight will remain safe. Will also get that heal orb as well. Wall now to go down and get this plant for the side of Heavy Triggers, who are down. And Agent Jinx, of course, with the second peek out, finds the kill onto Oofington. And this was the Jinx, of course, that we were seeing from the side of Glizzy Gobblers previously. It's back on the menu.
Yeah, it's looking mighty delicious. 2 Michelin stars here for this tasting session, as that includes a third course of up to the face, or rather to the chest of Knight, with a 4th as well. Are we going to get that 5th course, that dessert, that cherry on top? And it's good for the 5K. And free of charge at that here. Jinx delivering the goods for us here with that nice ace and awesome cleanup and a great 3rd round.
A nice ace, awesome cleanup, 3rd round to even Glizzy Gobblers up here, as well as that lockdown is going to be that final little slice of pie here. and going to be quite nice for allowing Glizzy Gobblers to get themselves back on to a site and get themselves a good retake should they need it. As we go to a little bit of a timeout here, Heavy Trigger said, hold up, 3 is a few too many for the hot dog squad. What exactly can we do to make sure that we really get ourselves onto sites in a little bit more potent of a fashion? They're certainly able to get that bomb down, but the retakes that are happening from Glizzy Gobblers when they're able to are just going a little bit harder, and we've got to see what Heavy Triggers can pull out of their back pockets to really make sure that those don't go off.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? The time they went for that B take there with that wall and for the follow-up plant, the immediate destruction came through from Glizzy, and that's great, right? You get rid of one bit of utility, and the wall, when it's placed in that straight fashion, it's very linear in a sense, and it doesn't offer too much coverage, especially if you don't, let's say, put that spike in a place where there's a, let's say, a joining moment per se. Regardless, hope you guys can kind of envision what I'm trying to say. On the opposing end of it, we haven't seen any kind of defensive walls come out immediately from the side of Glizzy. We saw that in the past when they sensed danger, they were the first to wall off that B side and prevent any kind of aggression, and that has yet to be, as that Sage is kind of floating off now. But meanwhile, you can look on the minimap, some changes have been made. You got that Chamber Lonesome, Sage towards mid, KJ drop that utility and now stacking towards A, but that could be all part and parcel of kind of the initial strategy of how aggressive they want to get. And amazing one from Signal. Oofington wants to get that rendezvous, cannot commit it. Pit goes down as well on the B in the meanwhile, and T-Dumps, your usual pick on the board, doesn't take a moment away from shining, and with Pieman to trade, back to Yellow, recovers a gun, passes it off, and at this point, hot potato, but look at it. This is the kind of B play we like to see from Heavy Triggers.
All right, and despite being on the save round, committing this Viper's Pit, ooh, the lockdown comes out. Snakebite to force Jinx, of course, off of the bomb, but into the shorty. Finds the kill onto Pieman, and Jay Wookie with that kill onto Knight. Unfortunately, the little bit of a timeout that we got to see from Heavy Triggers does not convert them into that thrifty win. Team Ace is going to be the end for Glizzy Gobblers, who are now in a commanding position in this game.
Yeah, despite that stack towards A, you saw 3 initial commitments on that A site. Glizzy was really quick to rotate. They made that work marvelously in their favor. And the Pit, I was expecting something different. I was expecting it to really work well, and maybe it isn't the most optimal in that B site, as you're kind of looking towards longer ranges. You want to see who's coming from where, and when it's all green and mucky, it doesn't work too well. And yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say, reserve my opinions that Viper Pit at B is at A rather is optimal, if not a bit more aggressively or deeper off that B site to work in favor of a defuse. But here we go. KO popping that ultimate here. That's going to be go ahead emanating towards this A site, but do they commit? Doesn't look like it here, as Jinx, of course, is ready as always with that op in hand, looking for the opener.
Looking for the opener, but can't find it. And behind this green smoke makes it that much more difficult, as Knight and Ant trying to figure out exactly where they're going to push through, waiting for that wall to go down, preparing this utility. The flash comes out. They don't follow up on this first peek, waiting for that recon bolt to ping out members of the defensive side. A little bit further. Oh, Jinx, of course, getting really aggressive with this operator here. Unfortunately, caught with that slow orb out, allows for Jay-Wookie to find that kill onto Knight. So a very back and forth situation as Ant low HP, but it doesn't matter between Ant and Dash Dev finding a lot of kills. Glizzy Gobblers, T-Dumps on the other side of the map, has to strap some sneakers on instead of those fancy chamber shoes, as Teats actually going to be the one to find 2 kills, tries to go for the final 2, but it's not going to be enough, as Dash Dev find a 3 on the round, evens us up to a 4v4 game here.
Yeah, Mega, and look at the difference in how that A take was panned out for Heavy Triggers. They got on site and they had numbers to work with, leaving Oofington to kind of be that mid presence, and the rest of the crew very much decided to hold on site, not playing ranged, not playing anything passive, rather holding the angles, swinging off each other, connecting on the picks, and that's the difference. That's the kind of solidification you want to see from an attacking squad, holding it down. At the end of the day, you don't want to let anybody retake, and with that, we get now into round number 9 on the board. At that res, as you can see, among a couple more ults between the two teams. We've kind of found a rhythm, I think, and a good pace for both these teams, as they're just kind of slow, steady, and keeping things, I don't want to say necessarily predictable, but comfortable for each other as they're looking for those opening picks and running that clock down nicely.
They're definitely both reliant on these early pickups that they're able to get. And I have to wonder if Jinx isn't being a little bit too aggressive in a lot of these situations, pushing up a little bit far here time and time again. Is going to use this orb as cover to relocate here. Despite not a lot of Qs going out. Oh, the location change for the attacking side is a little bit worrisome too. It's going to be Dash Dev to draw first blood. The spike will go down towards A, but there's a lot of lurking happening towards mid still.
Yeah, the spike is down, planted, and you're dead on it. We're still kind of deciding how we want to manage the situation. A little bit more haste would be great here, as Signal now makes the moves, and they have not yet fully cleared off that tube. Pops the res on to Dietz, brings it back to a 5v4, but again, now look at the solidification, playing the range this time. They're not on site, and here going aggro as the Lonesome Wolf, 1 and 2, wall down as well. Should be good for the defuse, but is there anything special in the tank? Yeah, there's lineups, and they're coming down hot. Raining, Hunter's Fury, that's a great combination.
A great combination indeed. Spells the end for Wolf. Jwookie is able to grab a kill as well, but in the end, the utility isn't enough, and it's gonna be the defuse. Once again, Glizzy Gobblers have been able to get across 2 defuses with players still remaining alive from the side of Heavy Triggers. 2 other defuses after all's been said and done, but they're doing a great job of just commanding the space, especially towards this A site. This is something that you're used to seeing these team compositions do. Really try to take control of that A site, do some counter control, and then play this kind of lineup game. It is a little more difficult when you're playing against nearly the same team composition, though, that has the same idea in mind.
Yeah, it's been great back and forth, and the scoreboard speaks to that. So moves now towards middle. Jinx has got an opinion, says this time I feel a little bit odd about this tube area, playing it passive, watching that for the push, and the rest of the crew now deciding to migrate up that tube here. Signal also feeling some passivity within, playing it from the ranges here. Of course, there's KJ Util set up. Jinx, oh my goodness, what timing! And that's going to go ahead and nullify that. Full control of Kitchen is looking more or less good here. Signal looking to slow things down. Hunter's Fury being sent from across the map from Glizzy.
Oh.
Back end though, spicy, but Dietz is just that much more heated with the 1 and the 2, delivering a slapping, and now it's Heavy Triggers just down to 2 more members on the board.
Oh, it was so unfortunate for Jinx. It was like, okay, now's the time that I can move. The rotations can come out. And this is kind of what we've seen Heavy Triggers try to get off time and time again. Make it so that you think all is well, all is going towards one side of the map, and catch people out on those rotations. And that time they finally were able to do it. Unfortunately, Dietz just an absolute menace and takes down the 2 who were trying to bait out that rotation. Now the final 2 remaining players of Heavy Triggers have a little bit of their work cut out for them. 13 seconds left on the clock. Oofington able to find a kill with that Headhunter, but trying to peek around here. It's going to be really difficult for them to win this round if we don't have the side of Glizzy Gobblers peeking out willy-nilly here.
Yeah, you gotta really give Dietz some credit. I mean, you said it, and I'll echo it. That Sova play was superb, really patient, and obviously looking to support the team across all fronts now on the top of that scoreboard as well. So we get back right to the heat of it, into the thick of it, and full gun round by across both ends here, and taking a moment to step back, looking at the high level of this play. It's been great so far this semis. We've seen a bit more traditional picks, that KO being that differentiating factor, but now that ultimate is back on board for Ant as well. Question remains, where do they want to siege and how much focus do they have? I think so far the lesson has been mid and kitchen is kind of 50-50 iffy. They've been much more successful when they have a bit more directed approach towards one of the 2 sites for the most part.
Yeah, it's certainly a little bit difficult for them to get towards that A site, and Glizzy Gobblers have been doing a fantastic job of holding that down as well as retaking it, but they've done a pretty good job on the B site as well, so it's hard to say here. And it looks like, once again, you know, Wild Plant is just a little bit too good and too nice to think about. So they're going for it once again, but the immediate shoot down of that wall is going to make it a little bit difficult. The bomb is down, but Jay, Wookie, and T-Dumps picking up some nice long range kills because that wall was able to be shot down. So continuing to just be a fantastic job from the side of Glizzy Gobblers here.
Yeah, and they work together. Deets and Jwoo keeping the backhand solidified now. Dash Dev, hello. Bit of a jiggle, bit of a quick switch, but it's insufficient. As Jwoo towards yellow. That was great. Valiant attempt, but just a smidgen too short for my liking. As a whole, you know, I'm watching the minimap when these rotates are happening, and Glizzy is moving, but they don't move necessarily like, you know, thunder. They're not a little bit more, you know, like warm molasses when it comes to rotates, but despite that, they're picking up the picks on the rotate. And it works well. They're kind of sweeping house, making sure that things are, you know, sequentially cleaned up. And then once they get to their site of choice or where the real focus is, or that spike's planted, they're ready to clean up whatever's left and get on the retake. And typically that's just 2 or 3 members of heavy hitters. And potentially ending on an 8-4 has been very notable, considering they're also on a 3-round segue of rounds to their names.
Glizzy Gobblers as well. Doing a fantastic job, and once again Jinx trying to get aggressive, just changing position time and time again. Misses this early shot though, misses the second shot as well, tries to relocate to nest but just isn't quite able to do it. Pulls out that shorty, and it's gonna be the shots from Deets to take out Dash Dev that actually moves Jinx back again. You know, once bitten, twice shy, third time is the charm, but Knight with that resurrection is going to be able to bring Ant back despite the shots from that operator taking them down. Glizzy Gobblers continue to hold on to their agent advantage here.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, ain't nobody interested in overcommitting excessively after getting an opening pick, and if they have the range coverage, Glizzy is just hot with Jinx. Gets that one onto Oofington as well. Now hearing a lot of activity towards Maze down below, going for the full send drop, doesn't connect it. Pieman gets that pick, and all good in the hood for the most part, but those 2 opening picks have done a number on the attacker side of heavy triggers.
Knight's gonna be able to get this bomb down as well. Not looking too shabby here. A lot of rotations have to come through. Glizzy Gobbler slowly condensing onto this A side as T-Dumps finds that kill onto Ant to finish off that bit of damage. Now 2v4 situation, but if the lineups can come through, it's going to be difficult to do so when the pings are coming out. They're able to see through those walls. 2 more kills to be found and 8 rounds to go Glizzy Gobbler's way.
Yeah, they end this half in kind of what I was expecting. They had a fantastic bit of momentum. They bring the 4 consecutive over. Half switch now. Let's see where that KO goes. What is Ant going to deliver to this party that wasn't necessarily there on the attacker end of things? So leaning heavily on some KO diff maybe, but albeit a couple pistol rounds and a little bit of effort here and there, you should be good to go for heavy triggers. I'm excited for these pistols to kind of set the tempo for the remaining bit of this match.
And we kind of saw Glizzy Gobblers have a similar start, like the same exact scoreline on the last time that we watched them on Icebox as well. They did lose those pistol rounds, but then they were kind of able to find their stride. They really do use these initial rounds to kind of figure out the tempo for the opposing squad. And I think it's going to be a little more difficult for them to do that on this map this time around, now that they're not playing against a 5 duelist defensive squad.
That's a great feeling for the most part here, making the moves now off towards A. Viper Wall committed, much like what we saw in the previous half. Jinx, orbing. Nice and early orb is not a bad thing at all. It's kind of like a freebie on the way into sight. Reaching into the candy pocket there. And with that, kind of uncontested spike getting planted here. Wall is good. Dash Dev. Okay, I was going to say, that spike going down without nobody looking, it's kind of weird, and they do get that here. Now, a second attempt. Wall is going down, though. Deets, you're going to have to do something and do it fast, and that involves swinging. But 58, not a bad idea to retreat there with Jinx getting the pick as well. Dash Dev shaken, and Jinx is completely pinched. There is support. Ant for the 1, and Ant for the 2. Marvelous work. Gets a heal as well, and 4v2 now. Glizzy decide to run it off to B, but maybe too little too late, considering the number advantage for Heavy Trigger.
Yeah, this is going to be really rough, but I mean, T-Dump still has 4 bullets in that headhunter as well, so that could be a big way to change this, and I like this plant position as well as this movement towards a kind of unintuitive spot on the map, so they're definitely looking to get the jump on the remaining Heavy Triggers members.
Going for it, full retake, and yeah, you got numbers to work with, so just send it. Get on site. Okay, maybe not. Don't send it too hard there, because T-Dumps is going to actually send your head to the dumps. Deets for one as well. Just as quickly as they make the moves, they're sticking it. Do we get the push? Pieman, the demon, the jumping Glock is insufficient as Pieman holds it steady. So close to victory, but albeit by the skin of their teeth, they don't bring it home. What a pistol! And I did not expect those long-range snowman shots either.
Yeah, that was a wild pistol round, and I do think that it really actually did come down to kind of the mixture of Pieman and Knight utilizing that poison orb and that wall to really just block off enough initial damage as possible and really kind of change the tempo. If they were going to be able to hold that long range angle and just let T-Dumps continue to shoot down with that headhunter, they were going to be in a rough spot. So being able to deny that vision as well as put up that wall and make it something that they just can't handle really did wonders for their squad. But despite that, Glizzy Gobblers actually deciding to do a little bit of buying into this round as Jinx picked up this Marshall and finds that early pick onto this Sova.
Yeah, now with that advantage here, and that's going to be the mid pick at that, they should have a fair take towards B. Knight just committed heavily, I'd say, and also now exposed completely. A Spectre in close proximity, all it takes is a trade and even some shots to make it happen. Still somehow alive, Crossfire protecting. Knight gets the one ant, and oh my goodness, despite the pinching activities at yellow, Knight is good for 2. Signal trades, but might be a little too late here, as that Sage has already done a mega number.
A number as we're pushing forward, trying to see exactly where we can get on to this site. Oh, takes a shot to the shoulder from Oofington. Took some spray shots from that KO on the side as well. They're trying to see if there's a way for them to get on and get this bomb down. But Oofington taking out Jinx is going to make it so much more difficult. Signal, the only one remaining. Sheriff in hand. The high, the low, finds one. But the second one is difficult to keep up with. And Heavy Triggers are able to get themselves to 6 rounds and get a little bit closer to the edge that Glizzy Gobblers have given themselves.
Yeah, mega, and this is that the gap closing like you talked about, but of course this is round 3 of the second half, which as y'all know the drill is the gun round here. So Glizzy have bought up whatever they so desire, a very light buy from Heavy Triggers, but you guys have seen Heavy Triggers in interesting positions. Weaponry aside, they know how to play their util, they know how to play together as a team, and I believe that this round is going to be no exception to that. Got to be careful. Glizzy here, looking intently a bit towards A site. Pie, interested in aggression, backs away after getting pinged up by that recon dart, dropping low, dropping high. Dash Dev and Deets exchanging a bit of a hug back and forth here for a 1-for-1. Despite the turbulence though, Glizzy going for that plant right now on that A site.
Yeah, throwing down those snake bites as well, trying to keep them off of that default plant position as long as possible, but it's not going to be enough. Oofington nicely able to catch on that rotate. Unfortunately, it will just be a 1-for-1 shot there, though, as we're now in a 3v3 situation between these two squads and a very far post-plant setup for the attacking side of Glizzy Gobblers.
Deets here playing the range. Wall goes down. It gets broken and they're sticking it out low. Some support would be great, and Deets is there for it. Signal as well. Leaves it to Ant, and unfortunately Ant's got attackers to worry about along with a spike and such. So great gun round. Great round number 9, and now Heavy Trigger have their chance back at it once again. I love the way that this entire Icebox series for the past 2 maps has been. We saw a great tipsy-turvy 5 duelist comp, and now we're getting into I'd say the grit, the situation where honestly this game could be anyone's pie to take home. I'm just being very I'm intently watching to see who brings something different to the board, and so far it's been, I'd say for the most part, equal. 3 rounds aside, it's been a very close match.
Has been a very close match, and we're starting to see this good old Viper set up, the walls down for both of these Vipers towards this B site once again. And this is one of the first times that actually we've seen a movement from this Viper on towards this B site. When we were seeing Glizzy Gobblers on the defensive side, we almost always saw that Viper towards the A site. Pieman with a little bit of a different strategy here is favoring this B site, and it's going to be harder to do that when this lockdown comes out. Now, trying to see if Glizzy Gobblers can get themselves this plant off or if they're going for this rotate.
And so far, they were kind of interested and then said, no, you know what? This is a little bit too much for me at this point. So they've pulled, not necessarily rotates over, but they've kind of kept heavy triggers on their toes, albeit everyone's kind of staying frosty towards mid A and B respectfully. Signal, though, gets an opening pick, and that's going to be fantastic. Meanwhile, Knight and Ant one apiece, and that not only is an equalizer, but a one-up as well. So very quickly thinning out the herd of Glizzy on that attack side. They're going to have to deal with a wall as well, and oh boy, that Sage is playing one heck of a corner.
Oh, this is an interesting decision. Knows that people have to be close. Trying to see exactly when is going to be the time to peek out here. Shoots down that wall, is trying to figure out, how exactly we push on to this situation. Finds the final kill onto Jinx, and the defuse is going to be more than enough, as well as this resurrection to bring back from that from the null command this KO. So give that defuse over to the Viper as well. Get a little bit closer to that Viper's pit, and heavy triggers putting up a good fight here against the Glizzy Gobblers. They've just done a really great job of commanding each of these sites, making sure that they are staying very fluid on these rotations, and have forced the Glizzy Gobblers back on to a save going into this round. So they're going to have to be pretty lucky with some of these shots if they're going to be able to stop heavy triggers from getting a little bit closer to an even match here.
I mean, you say a great job. I think it's a very notable job. I mean, you have to appreciate just how deep this match is going. And I should have probably mentioned a bit earlier, it's kind of important. This Icebox pick is a heavy trigger selection after the bans and such. So keep that in the back of your mind, coming off a win for Glizzy. But the HT here, I think, have some sauce at least for themselves, especially with that KO as they want to deliver it on this map of semifinals. So slow and steady does it. The looks across the map, and we found a very steady pattern, and I'm okay with that. It's been a great showcase of kills more than anything, less of individual agents showing up with utility per se. And with that, Oofington on to Jinx, and that is a great pick considering Jinx is a mess of a KJ to deal with throughout these rounds.
Yeah, that was a nice long-range shot to Ant, finding one as well. And that fragment grenade going to continue to push back members as Glizzy Gobblers less and less of an advantage. T-Dumps, though, oh, we're going to, go for the knife. If we're distracted, we'll find some kills. And all of a sudden, almost an even round here as the tour de force going to be popped as well.
Yeah, T-Dumps here is not really keen on backing away without a fight, and that includes an ultimate to pepper that in here. Looking, just catches the shoulder of Ant up top. Pit goes down as well for the post, and a tour de force, with a Viper's Pit. Gonna be a bit messy, Chief, and also the res too. And this is not gonna be a simple feat for T-Dumps.
Yeah, what a round to have committed this many ultimates to, as the Hunter's Fury from Dash Dev comes through as well. Jay Wookie is able to find one, the first victim upon going into that Viper's Pit. Another will fall as well. Unfortunately, it won't be enough between that resurrection. The heavy triggers continuing to hold on to members. They're going to be able to pick up these guns and continue their lead. But Glizzy Gobblers, off of that save from that previous round, able to buy up this time. Jinx, of course, going to think about going for that operator, is actually going to solidify that purchase and continue to go for that. Is going to have a light armor, but that shouldn't be too much of a concern if you're able to get those nice shots off here. Oofington also on the other side of the board, gonna just go for that tour de force here to start us off.
Something's got to give. I don't know when it's going to happen. It might be 12-12 at that point. We'll would have been into the thick of it more than anything. And Oofington now changing it up, going up high for the one pick onto Dietz, and that's the kind of stuff you like from your chamber. Getting in the into new spots, utilizing that kit nicely. And it also forces the res out as well, which is great. You got Dietz back in the mix, but one res down the bucket. So still, patience is a virtue here. Oofington, despite getting pinged off, looking to get a pick down below, above, can't do it. Stuck in a bad spot. Jaywoki gets the pick. 100 fear now from Dietz, hunting for the opposition. Can't connect on anything. No conversions, but dash step for the one onto Signal. More attempts from Jinx. So good with that peek on that op. A furious contender, like I said. Getting Jinx out of the equation is pivotal, but you don't do it, you pay the price. Spike going down, planted, and that's going to be the Viper here. So expect lineups maybe, or the traditional Glizzy sight hold. And yeah, no, look at that. They're all migrating off for the most part, playing the long ranges. Why am I not surprised, Becky?
You don't pick a team composition like this and not expect yourself to play this lineup game, and we were seeing it from both of these squads, and we're a little more used to seeing it here as well. Double molly action from that Viper and that Killjoy as well. Jinx, of course, will fall. Some nice shots coming out from Ant 2 picked up. The defuse tap is going to be good, but everyone is falling around. Pieman, who's the only one remaining, finds one more kill, but when you're facing down 2, being able to pick up both is so important. T-Dumps will be the final one to finish it off, and the fight continues. Glizzy Gobblers at double digits here, and Heavy Triggers looking a little bit they're looking okay on economy, but they definitely can't all fully buy here, and so I think we're going to be seeing a largely saved round for them.
Yeah, I'm with you, and you know, Glizzy as a team, I think has kind of figured out a working solution, which I think has been this A site. Like, if I could go back and watch this matchup as a whole one more time, I feel like I'd see Glizzy on A more than I would on B, and typically that has converted into great rounds as well. Mind you, they've had success, and look at this changeup. Like, when have you seen this so far, Becky? Not once have they gone for an aggressive wall push, and it yields them an opening pick. But on the back end of it, because they've committed so much to the aggressive push, they're now, you know, basically in a position where they can do whatever they want, right? They're on site. The opposition is situated, and Heavy Triggers, after getting aggro, now have to lace up their Jordans and rotate and somehow defuse and take control of 5 members.
Yeah, in a rough situation to do so. Jaywoki peeking out nicely to catch that rotation. Night falls. Jinx picking up one as well. Heavy Triggers just has Ant left in a 1v5 situation. Finds one, but it's not going to be enough to find any more. And you were talking about how we were seeing something completely new from the side of Heavy Triggers. They were on a save round, so going for something completely new is a little bit... It's something you would expect, but something that I have to point out as well is that Glizzy Gobblers did something new too. They did a different wall situation for that Sage as well. Once they got towards that B site, they knew that it was completely open, so they were able to get more aggressive. And the adaptations from both of these teams and all of these players as we continue to go forward is making it just so fun to watch both of these team compositions that are not very aggressive, but have some aggressive gameplay once that bomb goes down.
Yeah, now the pit's dropped down towards this B site, and this is a great pit. Like, this is a good time to put it down. Playing out on the post kind of sucks a little bit, so I'm just going to be honest. So at this point, it's going to do a marvelous job of holding off any of the attackers that want to make a move towards yellow, albeit a quick attack is optimal here. But you can see how Pieman's playing that distance, looking for that pit's full effect to kick in. And with that, yeah, this is going to be good to also push them away from the pit too, which should drop it. Unless they're gonna just fully tank it for the send. Yeah, no, Pieman says, you know what, I'm gonna go for whatever I can and just try and hold it. Doesn't work out, gets picked off, and with that, Glizzy on the plant here. The good old-fashioned wall is down, and like I said, we're in the rinse cycle at this point. I think Glizzy's found a good rhythm for themselves.
Good rhythm, and we'll see if it's going to be enough to bring them onto match point. That turret is going to give a lot of information away, and trying to push onto the site. The nice close angle from Jinx is going to put Ant down, and everyone else to fall. Kills all across the board as Glizzy Gobblers finding themselves so much. You said it was the rinse cycle, but we are putting Heavy Triggers through the wash, and I don't know if they're going to be able to come out of this and even make it onto the dryer cycle at this point.
Yeah, dryer cycle would be, I think, the most, you know, civil slash humane way to kind of deal with the situation. I feel like they're kind of honestly being hung out to dry on a straight up clothesline at this point. So it's been tough. It's been a rocky road, and with just how decisive Glizzy has been, how determined they are with their utility, and I think most importantly, they're keeping the critical utility alive for the post plant, which makes it very difficult to deal with from the side of Heavy Trigger. So still the same type of rhythm goes forward, and Jinx actually not on the board before passing away tonight, and that's going to be a Spectre pick at that too. So despite the turbulence and such, Spike gets planted or is attempting to get planted, but Ant is going to deny that nicely. Good decision making, Heavy Triggers. Don't let Glizzy get on site. Major key.
Now Ant continuing to hold these close angles. Moves back to go for that reload, but only 2 members of the Glizzy Gobblers remain. The Recon Bolt is gonna ping out Few, and that bomb in an unfortunate position for the rest of this attacking squad to make anything happen. Finding 1 kill's a nice start, but in a 1v4 situation, what can Signal really do here?
Not too much, Chief. I mean, a pick, maybe 2, maybe nada. They hold on. It's by a thin thread, but it's there. So Coach Xander going to send that timeout for the defenders of Heavy Triggers in a 3-round delta. Tell me, Becky, where are your marbles at? What are you feeling? What's it going to take to get back into it? For me, I think at the end of the day, when I see Heavy Triggers get aggro on an opening pick, I immediately feel so much better inside. I know that there's light at the end of the tunnel, and it's much more visible than when they are on the back end. They get pushed on. They can't even solidify any kills or even destroying a utility before the spike gets planted. And then Glizzy has some incredible long distance stack where they capitalize either at A or the B side. So that's kind of my feels. I'm curious where your mind's at.
I think in the end, it's really going to come down to Glizzy Gobblers and how many ultimates they have, because that's been the way since moving to this attacking side that they've really been able to solidify rounds. And if they don't have any available, I think that they're a little bit worse for wear. And every time that they've had 1 or even 2 available, things have just gone so much more smoothly for them because they have this great sense of how they play around each of these different ultimates. And I mean, Tour de Force already, but that's not really the ultimate that you play around. And it's something that I think T-Dumps is probably just going to hold on to until until their economy is looking a little bit rough. And that's just not the case right now, as both these teams pretty even as far as credits are concerned. And I do think it really does come down to how each of these teams play with their utility, with their ultimates, especially because these are a lot of heavy hitting ultimate agents on both of these pools.
I like that. It's a really good way to break it down, and I'm excited to see how that works out. You bring up a very good point, and yeah, so Tour de Force conservation was on your mind, but looks like the opposition of thoughts here. T-Dump's going to go ahead and send it, get a leg shot off to that Viper too, so good damage. There's Sage Heal present, and might go find that shortly regardless. Jinx, I mean, alrighty. Bring her home. Do what it takes to make that the pick come to life, and a res on the board as well. And that's what you said. The ultimates, just when things were looking reasonable, the res comes through and puts Heavy Triggers back to a 5-man advantage. Well, 5-man total, 3-man advantage, and 47 seconds with a spike not necessarily in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and just like that, T-Dump's the only player remaining, is going to be able to potentially get some lucky few picks. Doesn't find the leg onto Dash Dev the first time, but is able to on the second one. 3 remaining, though, for Heavy Triggers and 14 HP. Definitely a lot of work that T-Dubs would have to go through to make this all happen. But, hopefully we can take a few members of Heavy Triggers down the road with us. Tries to peek around the corner, but Ant not in the corner. Makes that long angle go that much smoother. And just like that, Heavy Triggers, double digits. The resurrection mattering so much for their squad to even things up in that round. But this time we do see that Signal has a resurrection of their own ready to go going into this one. The defensive side of Heavy Triggers, though, Hunter's Fury as well as that null command ready to go.
Yeah, double digits seem like a mission away, but it's been a battle, and I think they're doing a good job. Hunter's Fury too. will work great if they want to clear out some long angles and maybe even get a great opening pick, couple it with a bit of an owl drone, maybe a recon dart or something of that nature. So Deeds here going to go ahead and commit the owl drone of choice, get some intel towards B. The full commit here. Looks like they want to go for this take lockdown. It's a great lockdown, huge radius, and it's going to be destroyed actually with that commitment of the Hunter's Fury. Regardless, Spike goes down despite the turbulence. Nice dash dev. 100% attended geometry class with that lineup. Great work, and halts that plant as well.
Halts the plant, forces Jinx to get up close and go to finish that one off. The decay almost doing a ton of damage there, but it's not going to quite be enough. The KO is down, but could be brought back here. It's going to be difficult to get there, though, as Dash Dev falls in an attempt to do so. Pieman is able to get that res onto Ann, only to fall again. T-dumps a ton of kills. Jinx from downtown is going to be able to finish it all off. The ultimates once again coming into play. The big ultimate round is the one that solidifies it all in the end, and Glizzy Gobblers continue to keep themselves Glizzian through these teams and keeping themselves in this tournament, and doing so with style. And it wasn't their map pick, but they were happy to play that composition once again.
Yeah, totally. For those that are in chat and listening intently, is glizzying an actual term? Please look it up. Let us know. Probably isn't. Now it is. Just glizzy it. If you're not glizzying it, what are you doing with your life? Honestly. But now as they are set to go to the grand finals here, fighting it out for the remainder of that prize pot. Of course, we're going to the top two teams. 350 total up for grabs here tonight. So don't forget that. Take this time, guys, while you're heading off to break, and gals, of course. Follow us on the socials, Discord and Twitter, please, and thank you. If y'all are interested in that GLG Country Club membership that I mentioned as well, !GLGCC in chat. And don't forget to, of course, check out Community Gaming, not only for Valorant, but for tons of other amazing titles that they offer, opportunities to compete, have fun, whether it's Valorant, Fall Guys, you name it, they got it. Just go browsing on that website. And if you're, having some good times playing Val, but you want to level up your gameplay just a hair or two more, check out Medify, your number one stop for coaching, support, and goodness to make you just a little bit more sweatier at your game of choice. So with that, let's go to a break, come back fresh, rejuvenated, and alive for this grand finals. Don't go too far. Becky, you and I here. Stay tuned. Viewers, back to you momentarily.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at GL Gaming.
Hello and welcome back to the grand finals of Pit of Valor number 97, brought to you, as always, by Great Lakes Gaming. I am Becky, joined here by Strive, and we are ready to just get right into it because we are going to a very sweet map. I'm very excited. We're going to Pearl.
Yeah, let's get down to the nitty gritty. For those that have had the chance to play much of this map, amazing. For those that haven't, sit back, relax, enjoy. This will be your grand tour of Pearl, and we'll kind of take you through it. New map, interesting, a lot of diversity, a lot of great changes, and a lot of things to learn. And this tends to be the kind of the trend when new maps come. It takes some time to get warmed up to it and really start to feel fuzzy inside, but inevitably it does. And somewhat feeling fuzzy inside, I think Apollo's like, wait a minute, I want to play some Pearl as well, please, and thank you, Mom. And as we get into agent selection here, let's see what we got coming down the pipeline. Is it going to be 5 Apollos versus 5 Apollos? That is a question to answer.
That's what I would like to see. A lot of dogs hanging out on this map. Pearl is going to be the pick, and it's interesting to see, since this map has been out for a little while now, we are getting to see a little bit of kind of wading through that first level of when a map comes out and you're not really sure what agents are the best ones to be utilized on a map and what exactly are the picks. And it looks like we're starting to see a few things a little bit more solidified here. The Viper is going to be a lock-in for billions here, and I think that that's going to be a great agent at kind of slicing and dicing this map up a little bit. Controller kind of the only place. Controller slash duelist the only thing really left up for NFE here, while the rest of the lock-ins coming across for the side of the Glizzy Gobblers. And it looks like Jinx, of course, is actually going to take a nice little side step, take that chamber from T-Dumps, and go for, instead, the Sage going T-Dumps' way. So interesting, very big change up since we're not going to the land of Icebox for those Glizzies anymore.
You know, maybe it's just me, but I felt like when Pearl came out, the adoptions felt a lot quicker than a lot of the newer maps in Valorant as they were released in the past, right? Like you look at Breeze, you look at Fracture. I feel like Pearl just caught on. People felt comfortable with it. And I think the map as a whole, it is fun to play. It's different. It feels like it's easily likable, if that makes any kind of sense. Maybe some of the viewers feel the same way that I do, but as we get into the selection, this is where I start to see, or I get to, put more Pearl maps under my belt and see how different teams are adapting, what composition feels right, what lineups feel right, and how overall things kind of jive and come together. So yeah, I'm just excited to be casting some girl Pearl here today, and I hope you guys are as well. For those that have not already, please hop on those socials, send some love, and follow the Discord, the Twitter. If you're not already a Twitch follower, be sure to hit that fantastic heart button as well, and spread that love here on a fantastic Wednesday. Pit of Valor number 97. Becky said it earlier, 3 more Pit of Valors. That'll be 100 weeks of Pit of Valor under our belts. That's over 2 years of goodness. So yeah, time flies, and look at it. Here we are now on Pearl, new map. What a day to be alive. I feel a lot older than I should be, but regardless, round number one is underway here. Let's see how they decide to run it through. Whoa! Jinx? No site entry allowed, please. Thank you.
Absolutely not. The rendezvous to safety as well. Some shots gonna come through this. Smoke is going for that default. A plant evolves. Gonna have to do some nice little hops around it. It's gonna completely block off this U-Haul area and continue to hold down Deets. Has those dark covers up as well. Jinx is going to pick up yet another kill before falling to Synapse there. A ton of kills coming across, but DJ from downtown taking some long-range shots with these pistols, has 3 kills in the back pocket, but T-Dumps is going to be able to get that last one and get this defused. Glizzy Gobblers continuing to keep this heated streak here and keep themselves with the first pistol round in their pocket on this defensive side.
Yeah, superb stuff all across the board, and we've kind of become accustomed to that plant position on that B side especially, and it's comfortable. It works well for lineups, offers you good range of vision from way downtown, and yeah, it's going to solidify that Glizzy round number 1. these guys know how to do pistols. I will say for a fact, even on Icebox, we saw them show up really well, and typically around 2 segues thereafter. I'm expecting that to be the case here, but this is Pearl. This is a new change up for us this evening, and of course, anything is possible. DJ did a number as well, but most importantly, Jinx on the board with 2 kills, and primarily with that opening 1 headhunter to the face was just a crispy shot to get us going.
Yeah, trying to get another crispy headshot. Unfortunately, this time is able to get a nice shot onto Billions, though. The body shot is going to be more than enough. Unfortunately, that Viper going down, making that B site look a lot less appetizing for the attackers, who have decided to just do a nice little scoot towards the other side of the map here.
Yeah, scoot's a good way to put it here, and we're scooting, albeit it's not at any kind of immensely crazy pace. It's more of a 6-month-old infant butt scoot at that point. And DJ gonna scoot a head off the side of T-Dumps there. Great one at that, and recovers a Bucky to boot. Now 4v3 situation. More Jwoo, close proximity battle, and of course the Spectre does a great job in those near ranges, holding off that A push.
Now, all left just up to Starbound. Has a Marshall in hand. Dark cover's coming out, though. You have to anticipate that the defensive side is watching this bomb that is down. And how exactly are we going to see this Jet handle this sticky situation here with everyone on the side of Glizzy Gobblers watching this angle? Waits for that dark cover, is able to secure some shots with that frenzy. 14 seconds on the clock. Move has to be made. Unfortunately, the Marshall shot not going to be as true as those Spectre shots from Signal.
Yeah, this is great, that round 2 that we talked about. I mean, Glizzy doesn't necessarily back away from any opportunity, but this is round 3 gun by. Let's see what Never Forgotten's got. So in terms of where we're at and why we're here, well, obviously it is grand finals, yes, but this is a Never Forgotten esports pick. So I always like bringing that up because it's interesting to see how the picks translate into results. And this is no exception. So let's get into this gun round here and see what we got. Glizzy going to go for the save, and rightfully so. They're not interested in upgrading, and if they got some headhunters and whatever like we saw previously with Jinx, I think that the world is their oyster in this case here. Attempt, but a swing and a miss. Back to safety for Jinx.
Yeah, trying to be resolute and hold that angle. Unfortunately, that screen can be shot through like most of the screens in Valorant. Now we're going for a different plant position. This wall, not quite covering that whole angle, but it does allow for a lot of the attacking side to post up towards this U-Haul. Once again, Deed's gonna throw out the paranoia, trying to figure out where exactly DJ is. A nice angle to be held, and catches Deeds and Signal unaware with a nice little peek out and relocation. This is looking to be a very good round for the side of Never Forgotten.
Yep, and the gun round does a fantastic job. Jwoo, do we get to recover maybe a weapon? That would be great, but this is unfortunate. There's a lot of people looking straight at Jwoo and his DJ with the 4-piece combination there. So far, it feels like we've pretty much visited B entirely. A is kind of out of the question. Let's see when that comes to be. This is now round number 4. Exploration is the name of today's game, and I think thus far that we kind of get a good feel for B. I want to see some more action at that A site.
Yeah, A site's one of those that's a little bit difficult to get to. You either have to go through that like very awkward mid section or the very roundabout corner on the other side, and it's really kind of difficult to get to, whereas the straightforward kind of run towards B is a lot more attacking side friendly. So I understand why we're seeing this difference here, as Jinx continuing to hold these angles and continuing to find some of these early kills. Picks up that one onto Evolves before being able to rendezvous away. DJ kind of trying to do the same thing, but with a tour de force.
Yeah, Deed's now looking at sight, watching. We have the crisscross of the Viper walls, which again makes it not so enticing as an attacker when it's dead nuts across your entrance into sight. It's not a brick wall, albeit, but it kind of feels like it when it's up. So we'll just take it a bit slower here. Ample time on the clock too to make some moves.
Moves indeed, is trying to maybe throw the scent off of this B site a little bit. Starbound watching very far away from the rest of the team. And the B side push is good once again, playing around those Viper walls and trying to figure out where the defensive side is holding, but the high angle above the Viper wall is going to be more than enough for Jinx to pick up a kill. Dietz as well throwing up on to that kill feed, and now only 2 players remaining for the attacking side. Can Jinx find another one here?
Question remains. Prowling. Op is primed and set. Looking. Hawking for a kill, but DJ knows exactly what's up. Nice jiggle, but where do we go from here? DJ quick with the transition, but it's Jinx making a timely appearance from above for the one. Looking down below, Starbound. Tailwind is hot. It's primed. Down to half, but moves have to be made from the defenders. We got the one in the books. Now, where do we go with Jinx, who's got to get on that spike sooner than later? It is planted in a good spot, but Jinx is also low. 37 hit points, spammable wall. Looking down below, and Starbound from above, as the name rightfully says, brings home that round. Nice clutch, great patience, and I love that equalizing kill to take us to that 1v1. Becky, I'm going to go on a limb and say...
Oh
with us.
my goodness. We were talking with our producer. Since I've been a little bit sick, I'm trying to like mute myself every time I have to clear my throat or do a cough, and forgot to unmute myself there. We were talking with our producer at the break how we haven't had any clutches throughout our entire tournament. We've had some just very swift gameplay back and forth, but we're finally getting that control clutch counter to tick up a little bit there thanks to Starbound, and continuing to try and keep the heat here is never forgotten, pushing on towards this A site. You're finally getting the A side action you wanted, Strive.
Yeah, here it is, going for it. Starbound indeed, prime with that Blaze Storm here, making the moves, looking for an opportunity. Gets the one, but Jinx is so quick on the peak there, expecting that aggression. T-Dumps also with the one clap to evolve. That Sage is out of the way, and now in a post plant in a 3v2, trying to get that Prowler to go through the crack. Makes it in the nick of time now. Signal on the back end. Close proximity for the one onto Synapse. Great pick to the head here. We got to deal with DJ though, and we don't deal with that. Equals problems now. 2v2 solidification. T-Dumps sticking it. Let's see what we got here in terms of support. Jinx cannot do it, and the double swing out of Billions and Co are good to bring home that nice clutch. So in the end, it's that's a site for you. Very exposed, very open, and a lot of places you can be, how can I say, destroyed from. We'll go with the word destroyed there, Becky.
I don't think that there's a better word to describe what I believe you're trying to communicate, and I think that destroyed is perfect, especially if you're double peeking into a certain situation. And ultimately, I think that Never Forgotten did a great job of being able to set up that post plant and make it all just come together super smooth, trying to walk this time, cut as much sound as possible, save for this little owl drone that's going to try and gather information, and it's going to be able to gather the information about where exactly Jay Wookie is holding. But the Viper's Pit, they're gonna be able to cross paths here. Unfortunately, Evolves not crosshaired in the right spot. And the fall finally, as Starbound gathers that information, the Nightfall to come out as well, tagging up players, the wall stopping the Prowler. Unfortunately, all of that utility is gone, and there is still a Viper's Pit between the defensive side of Glizzy Gobblers and getting onto this site.
Got a lot of this pit, covers the entirety of it. DJ is meanwhile just dancing with a shorty in hand. Billions onto the one. T-Dumps goes aggro onto site, but it's no bueno there. Everything from dugout to flower to secret was just absolutely on under lock and key, and Never Forgotten made that look really easy on that situation. So having said that, and then we got great taste of B, a great taste of A, and now that we've explored the majority of what this map has to offer, everyone put your legs up. You've now learned, as am I, continuing to pick up on the nuances of this matchup here and what these two teams are doing. Initial looks now from the defensive side is, saying we're gonna be paying close attention to this B side here, relying heavily on Jinx and Co to lock it down with that Viper. That standard wall now has advanced a little bit closer to site. Maybe a lessons learned at this point here. But what I love most is how Jinx is so aggressive, always looking for an opportunity. And if you're a chamber, Becky, why not? That's what your agent's suited for, and may as well let's say, utilize what your kit has to offer as, my goodness, Starbound utilizing no kit except a nice, well-placed one tap to the head.
Yeah, and now Evolve's gonna be able to use that heal orb, heal themselves up very nicely, find a kill through that wall to take out Jay Wookie. T-Dumps finds a kill with that Sheriff, but it's just not gonna be enough. The weaponry that is in the hands of Never Forgotten is just proving to be far superior, and Signal from downtown is gonna try to find some nicely timed headshots. Unfortunately, none of them are gonna connect. Billions is gonna find that final kill, and Never Forgotten continue to hold themselves very strongly with 5 in a row moving forward in this game.
I'd say there are patterns overall in the sense of how the retakes are coming through from Glizzy. I will say that DJ has done a fantastic job of watching ramp on the post plant and has yielded at least one pick on that B take, time in, time out when holding it off. And, from the side of Glizzy, these types of patterns do peek their head up in more ways than one. And if there's no change in that, if they don't deal with DJ or whoever's watching the back end, they're just going to continue to fall without any kind of trade potential. Maybe they got to send 2 on the flank. I don't know. But with the Aldro now, here we go, learning. They're expecting the aggro jinx. A bit of a snake bite way deep, and that's a huge amount of damage off as well. The wall goes down, and this time they're on site, I'd say a little bit more convincingly, but now in a post. Realistically, Becky, after this wall goes down, how many places can they come from, and what can you really watch minus the front of that wall? Yeah, here it is. Double flank. Triple flank, actually.
Triple, yeah. Deets will fall, but a nice little trade out there. As you mentioned, the triple flank, a nice adaptation that we're starting to see from Glizzy Gobblers. Unfortunately, the post plant setup is just so good from the side of Never Forgotten. Jay Wookie doing all of these trades, trying to hold down the fort as much as possible. Unfortunately, the trade back to that headhunter is just going to be a great swap there. Only this chamber remains. The wall comes out. Jinx gets a little too aggressive, but the hold from that defuse is going to be more than enough for the Glizzy Gobblers to get themselves around back into their favor, though a lot was expended to do so.
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much threw everything except the kitchen sink at that one. And I don't know, Becky, if your opinion is whether was it the wall that solidified that round or was it the triple flank? I'm gonna go on a limb and say it was a bit of both. But I think that triple flank and Jay Wookie's contributions that round worked, wonders in the grand scheme of bringing it home. It just took 3 people to come on the back end to make it happen.
And just like that, the adaptations from Glizzy Gobblers hopefully can continue to come through, because it looks like Never Forgotten are continuing to run the exact same strat. Same Viper wall setup here, though they are across the map trying to get some shots as DJ finds Deets, but at the same time, what rings true, Synapse, though, getting that resurrection to come through, so Never Forgotten continuing to hold strong.
And this is a patience game, right? That Viper wall is up, it's blocking any kind of entrance, and you're just kind of chilling at ramp, and that buys time, gives you some flank potential and whatnot. But this time on the back end of things, it's the defensive squad playing very passive, not necessarily overcommitting, and there is a minute left here. You don't want to fall to the trap of, oh my god, they're going B again for the 3rd time in a row type thing. You want to be stable in your positions and expect the unexpected, which could be an A hit at this point. So 50 on the clock, and Viper walls are down, everything's recharging, everyone getting comfortable for the execution on the site here. You can see on the minimap.
The flank that is coming through from Billions.
This is huge.
Is so deep. Oh my gosh. And you can tell the side of Never Forgotten is waiting for Billions to just get into position and get ready to push. And just like that, a kill from DJ. It is started.
Yeah, now T-Dumps and them are on the rotates, but you've already got Billions really well situated. Just looking, gonna cut another one off in a second, but no signal so quick on that shot. Says no more flanky, not at least on my agenda here. Prowler going out as well, get a little bit of intel if possible. Expires, and we still have that long range activity from DJ. This time, no ramp activity. Looking up high, can't get the pick. Goes to signal, evolves onto T-Dump, and it's now 1v2. The Devil of Fade versus Never Forgotten, and yeah, Evolves is there. They had that pinch crossfire really good, and hey, guess what? An op as well. Really good work. I think as an attacking squad, Never Forgotten here, Becky, on a roll indeed. 5 consecutive. Bit of a hiccup there with the one, but they're back at it once again.
Yeah, the adaptations that came through from Glizzy Gobblers was quickly amended. Never Forgotten decided to expend Billions kind of towards that mid area, make sure that those rotations and the flank wasn't going to be able to come out, and got a deep flank themselves as a result. And we kind of talk about it a lot on Icebox, but we're kind of seeing the same vibe here of the Sage and Viper combo, the wall plant from both of them, and continuing to just do some insane things here as wall plant holding very strong on Pearl as well. Jinx trying to hold strong there. Oh, Jay Wookie getting caught a little bit, taking a little bit of a ride there on that Sage wall. Eventually falls for it though.
Yeah, it's been like a sequential, surmounting situation of Jinx getting progressively more and more damage up until now, falling before any kind of sight picks even come through. Deets gets the one, but that's all that it is. Yeah. So I think at this point, if you're Jinx, you may want to start backing off the gas pedal just a hair, right? These aggressive pushes are kind of getting figured out. Previously we saw, damage done and then a heal come through. Then more damage done and just kind of surviving and falling to the back end and then getting picked off by Billions on the flank. Now, to lose Jinx early on tells you that I think Never Forgotten have figured out exactly the play style of Glizzy, at least on that side of the map. And why am I not surprised again? Everyone's pretty much caboose going to hit B again. It's ramp central at this point, but I'm not complaining. I don't know about you, Becky.
And yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it is how the famous saying goes, and certainly something that Never Forgotten Esports likely has tattooed on all of their players because they believe it very true. Jinx, though, has just been resolute and patient and finds this early kill onto that Sage as a result of doing so, and now just trying to watch. Ooh, careful of that angle. Oh my gosh, Starbound almost takes off Jinx's head, but thankfully able to move away and stay a little bit safe as Signal finds a kill onto Billions. That lurk from that Viper not going to be allowed this time around.
Yeah, no, not just yet here. Signal on the hunt, looking. Doesn't get anything at this point. If you're Glizzy, you got the number advantage. You can kind of take a breather at this point, I'd say. Stay true to your sights. Utilize that Viper as you have on that B. That wall is there and it's looking good. And you can see with 40 on the clock, Tour de Force, Hunter's Fury would work on a post plant, but they got to get on a site first, and that's proving to be a bit of a difficult task, I'd say.
Yeah, especially DJ falling. Starbound, nice little trade though. It's the first one they've been able to get this around. And now, ooh, trying to make more happen, but unfortunately falling to Signal there. The only one remaining is Synapse here and is about to get caught out from behind by Jay Wookie, utilizing that Viper wall to a superb manner. Being able to grab Glizzy Gobblers a fourth round, a chance for Never Forgotten to bring it to an 8-4, or Glizzy Gobblers, if they're able to pick up this one and then the pistol rounds, they could be looking to be in a great situation, even this game up. But that being said, Never Forgotten does have every ultimate under their belt ready to go.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. Billions from that tunnel flank still is kind of sticking in my mind a little bit. I want to see some more of that kind of stuff, right? Catching them completely off guard on the back end of things, kind of, disturbing the piece. So the initial look, okay, well, despite what we talk about, Jinx has no fear getting aggressive, utilizing what Chambers Kit does best there. A bit of a pick, and then falls back with the rendezvous. Meanwhile, the res is out, and that's 1 of 5. Both the Bladestorm and that Tour de Force are active, so it just leaves a Pit and a Hunter's Fury to throw at the wall here. And slow advances onto the site, but who really wants to peek this green Pit, considering it covers the entire opening? I don't know about you, Becky, but I'm not down.
Oh, but I mean, Billions has decided that they might want to tussle here. Unfortunately, a quick fall of 2 members means maybe we think twice about that. The Nightfall as well, gonna give a ton of information. The Viper's pits are overlapping, and it looks like with Billions back into the thick of it, they might still try and hit this B site.
Making some moves. Jwoo is just teetering in the fringe.
So what is happening? Wow. And Billions, you had the bomb. Now the Viper's pit stands between the bomb and the final 2 remaining members of Never Forgotten. Make it 1 player remaining.
DJ in a dream has the tour de force and 5 individuals to kill with 4 bullets in that chamber. So 13 seconds, and yeah, okay. I mean, ain't nobody interested in leaving that pit, not until things are looking more than optimal, and they do. And with that, we bring home what we thought was or what I think is a great half, actually. 7-5, Becky. A showing and a half, considering just how dominant Never Forgotten has been. Really good opening for us.
A good opening and a good comeback from Glizzy Gobblers. They had a nice start with that pistol into bonus. And then we kind of got to see the comeback from Never Forgotten into the final fight there towards the end. And we'll see if Glizzy Gobblers, they did pick up the pistol rounds previously, so they might be able to do that once again and bring us to an even game. And we certainly have quite the grand finals on our hands.
Yeah, and this is where I am intently waiting for a big, crazy pistol round, something completely out of the norm. And the initial look says, yeah, we're kind of sticking true. DJ giving us some Jinx vibes there, getting aggressive. Headhunter not connecting though, so right back to safety we go. Just chilling. And again, the same Viper wall too. I think we've kind of found, honestly, the comfort for both these teams, and definitely some practicing has been occurring here as well.
Yeah, I actually think that I like this Viper wall that we're seeing from the attacking side of Glizzy Gobblers a little bit more, because it does block off the entry of that hall, so we can't have members of the defensive side hanging out in that U-Haul area towards the back of B the same way that the other Viper wall was able to. And as a result, we're getting to see a little bit more little bit more wishy-washy gameplay from Glizzy oh my gosh, whoa. I've said it so many times that at this point it's just kind of I'm not, it's getting a little harder to say the more that I say it. And they try to go for this rotate, but you know, it just is so good to continue to play around that Viper wall. So they make the quick rotation all the way back. Dietz gets set up with these dark covers. Thankfully though, Synapse readying up that recon bolt is going to continue to be able to watch and gather information about the attacking side towards this map.
Yeah, the moves have been made and the execution now going 11 seconds. Not a lot of time to play with, and they get it. And now in the 3v2, kind of pinned on sight. Starbound on the back end. But wait a minute, T-dumps. Holy cow, what a set of shots back and forth now. Jay Wookie playing the wall. This is huge. The peak is going to have to be great, but Billions with the commitment just swings it. No fear and no reservations as they're going to go ahead and pull that 8th round together. And if history has shown us right, Becky, a Spectre buy means a potential 9th to follow through.
And we'll see if they're able to do that. We talked about potentially getting to an even round if Glizzy Gobblers were able to pick up that pistol, but they're going to be forced to save for that 3rd round of this half. Going forward here, DJ, I gotta mention it, 20-7. Just absolutely menacing KD on that chamber, and picking up a Marshall going into this round, going to continue to try and get some of those long range picks. And same Viper wall setups for both of these teams going into this 2nd round.
We're just gonna see the default kind of pan out for the time being here. A lot of aggression towards Starbound, who's looking intently, lines up the 1, potential 2 T-dumps, nice jiggle and a 1-tap. That's a great shutdown. They should be able to recover the Spectre as well with that here. Billions delaying the mid doors area with 1 and 2 snake bites. That means no real usage for late round, and that's okay. They've got that gun in hand, which is more than optimal, as the rest of the crew now makes that moves off towards A site, getting set up towards dugout and way back towards secret as well. Shock Dart 1 gonna tickle T-dumps just a little bit, at least for the time being, and DJ goes ahead with the cleanup of that one. Jay Wookie towards Flowers for the 1, still kind of deciding where do I want to go, where do I want to play, and then with that Spectre in hand, playing back towards dugout. DJ watching. Do they cross though? Does DJ connect on a multiple series of kills? It looks very likely considering the position.
Yeah, that vulnerability is going to go through. Unfortunately, DJ, not the right gun for the situation, but what is good for the situation is going to be Billions to just throw that toxic orb down and hold for the defuse. Nobody even peeks it. So even though we were able to hold on, pick up a gun, Jay Wookie with a Spectre from that previous round, going to be able to hold some strong credits, but the round not in their pocket this time. Never Forgotten. Looks like they're going to just continue to hold on to some sheriffs going into this one, be able to buy up for the next.
Yeah, as would I. And oh, Becky, this is getting a little bit more difficult to swallow. And yeah, just as I say that, the polar opposite gets delivered to my front door. A nice opening down towards mid, and with that opening, it's Glizzy again, just slow and right back to making some moves and transitions off towards a site now where they've found reasonable amounts of success. I'd say it's been their focus in this half for the most part here. Starbound on the back end of things. Can't connect on a pick. Jinx gets a follow-up, and with that, spike planted. 5v2, Signal just monstrous. And I'd say as a whole, Glizzy, I think their side of choice is definitely A, whereas I think Never Forgotten had a very much of a liking towards the B side.
And just that, oh my goodness, Apollo got very aggressive about this flank that Starbound was trying to do, and Synapse trying to see if anybody gets a little bit too aggressive here with that Marshall. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the case. Should fall eventually, but is trying to get some exit picks through here. Potentially going to try and pick up this Vandal, but people are watching it like a hawk, and Jinx is going to pick up 3 kills, finish it off very nicely. Glizzy Gobblers weren't able to find those initial 2 rounds, but were able to, off the back of having that stronger gun power, find themselves another round, and we're at 6-9 here, as Never Forgotten are going to be called to a timeout.
The overall theme of this matchup for me has been not way more kills, but a multitude of kills before we get anywhere near spike planting, right? We've gotten multiple trades back and forth, tons of flanks and movement throughout middle of the map, and the overall teams have been very much focused on eliminating each other and maybe not necessarily objective based. And I think that lends itself just to kind of how we're, putting utility in place, where are Viper walls going, what has been working and what has not been coming to be, and having a timeout now in such a close matchup coming out of most, in this case, the defender side with Billions and team. They're in a great spot, but they need to do something to maintain this advantage they build up. As this starts to pick up momentum for Glizzy Gobblers, we know that just as aggressive they are on the defense, they do know how to attack. And when you got Jinx making plays and the whole team backing that up, it's very difficult to stop that force. So off a timeout, let's see what they change and what formula they come to with the tables.
A nice array here as the attacking side of Glizzy Gobblers maybe going to take a page out of Never Forgotten's book and go for this B side push here, setting up this same old as far as the Viper walls are concerned once again. And Jinx loving this long angle. Ooh, sees DJ's head, but not correct crosshair placement to be able to bring it all home. Is going to continue to watch that angle as we push forward on this B long.
Doors for Starbound are open, and there's a Deets around the corner just watching it. Patience, and immediately minute 7 on the board, and we're already planting at this B site. So movement from Deets. Oh, catches Billions. That patience paid off wonders, and now rotating to meet the rest of the team. Rendezvous getting dropped for Jinx. Debating, it does have Tour de Force hot, faster than DJ on the prime for the 1. Spike is planted in a great spot. Wall down. Got to break it if we want to get somewhere, and they do, but the movement is there. Meanwhile, the crosshair is locked. Evolves is sticking it to the end. Oh! No
He didn't
shot.
do it! Oh my
So
gosh.
close.
I want to know the time. I want to know the time on that, because that looked like it was there. That looked like Evolves had stuck it, had somehow, against all odds, Jinx is able to find that final kill in the nick of time And Force Never Forgotten onto a save here. Sheriffs for the entire squad. Glizzy Gobblers are finding themselves a stride in this game.
Yeah, they're making good moves, just a 2-round deficit. Let's see, but coming off that timeout, let's be patient. Already, though, you can see the minimap rotates coming through from Sova. They're making that move off towards A and have triple stacked that side, and let's see if that pays off here in this case. Here we go. Signal, going to lead the crew right on through here. Evolves is tagged off, low HP. That's a big problem as T-Dumps is going to go ahead and solidify that pick, and that's how you take sight. You know, yeah, this is...
Whoa.
Wait, hold on. Full stop. Just apply the brakes there for a second. I may just be, you know, jump into the gun a little bit too soon as Jinx and Signal are holding off this site wonderfully and have got it down to a 2 versus 2. The Haunt pings the 1, spraying a connection. No, but the Shock Dart actually connects from Synapse. So low HP, Fade, Prowler catches DJ off, and that's good information as well.
Gonna be able to throw that seize as well. Catches Synapse on the turn, and Signal holding down the fort for Glizzy Gobblers. Just utility mattering so much for that squad. Really being able to solidify that round for them, as you know, Starbound and Billions were picking up big kills, big headshots with those sheriffs, and almost got it back into their favor. But a whole host of ultimates ready for the side of Never Forgotten, and it looks like we could spend money on guns going into this round, but DJ and Starbound are going to rely on that Bladestorm and Tour de Force respectively going into this one.
Yeah, I didn't expect that the series of picks like that in that fashion. It was just a complete 180, and with that situation now, just a 1-round deficit. Again, the Never Forgotten Christmas tree is very well lit as Billions opens this up onto Deets. Synapse here's a lot of rotates. Prowler finding Starbound, and this is where the cutoff occurs. Jinx getting the 1 right back. The 4v4, still spike in hand. And actually, despite the kind of A-sided presence, the rotates are going off to B. So I don't know what Spidey sense is tingled there for Never Forgotten, but they feel kind of exposed and are actually going off to support that chamber. This is the time for Glizzy to execute on that A-site if they so wish.
Starbound on the prowl here, moving back towards spawn as Evolves goes for that resurrection, but is just immediately going to be shut down once again by Jinx. T-Dumps resurrection for resurrection, and we're going to put Deets back as well. And just like that, Glizzy Gobblers are able to keep themselves in an advantageous situation as Billions finds a kill onto Jinx in this mid rotation, and the commit to the plant on A site comes through.
Yeah, it does. Despite all that presence in dugout from that Sage, they're going to go ahead and stick it right to the end here, playing passive and way far back, but Evolves now on the dugout, still being patient, waiting for some support to come through. The wall is blocking at least 1 choke point, and the conservation of the Sage wall for the retake is good. The pit goes down as well. Not as deep of a reach as you'd like it to be, but nonetheless, it is protecting the spike. Billions here looking to make some moves and ensure protection. Get towards that spike and does a great job there with Evolves' support. T-Dumps for the 1, looking for more kills with the lightest weapon in the arsenal, not before DJ shuts that down. So they hop on the defuse first to hit double digits, and I will say yet again, the Sage Wall definitely reigns supreme on that retake, and the Viper Pit, despite being a commitment, it works superbly to protect that spike.
Yeah, great use of utility. It's been kind of the theme of the night, and the theme on these maps, Pearl and Icebox, has kind of been all we've gotten to see Strive, and it is 2 maps where these utility agents just matter so much, because, you know, Glizzy Gobblers have on multiple maps now gone for 0 duelist compositions and have continued to just be able to make it work with the information gathering, as well as these controllers have just been able to kind of shut off vision in all of the ways that would matter. And unfortunately, Jinx not looking up at the right time. DJ with a nice shot, finds 1, finds 2, and that's 2 big members of the Glizzy Gobblers down. And we're continuing to prowl for more here. Switches to the Headhunter, but Jay Wookie finally with vengeance for the entire squad.
I gotta ask the question, right? You didn't hear the rendezvous, so why are we just continuing to walk peek the one individual like that? And now you can see Jay Wookie on the prowl for more. Yeah, Synapse trades it. I'm kind of surprised that Glizzy just continued to walk it like that, and one after each other just fall to DJ. Turns the round over, and I think if they're going to learn one thing or two from that is don't just walk peak a chamber dry. You're going to get picked off, and yeah, not the round to be making that kind of mistake, I'd say.
And just like that, one away from match point for Never Forgotten as well, and 26-12 on this chamber, and we're starting to see exactly where those kills are coming from, because if that round says anything about how this game has gone, it tells you a lot about the KD of DJ.
Yeah, we're still now hoping to take it to that final. I was going to say, yeah, we're hoping and we're pushing as Starbound gets the opener onto Jinx. And that's your chamber gone, so your opening pick potential is kind of wiped off the map for the time being. And the overall vibe and energy tells me kind of indecisiveness from Glizzy, right? They're just hovering around that middle area. A Lonesome Omen is kind of lurking towards A, looking for a pick, but the rest of the team has left B open. Heavily mid-sided here. Do we get this Sage pick at the minimum? That would be super if they swing it off together. But again, mono E mono picks is equal trouble. Oh my God, Starbound.
Starbound.
This is just absolutely amazing.
Oh no. That's the bomb too, so you know they're going to be forced to come back, but a nice wide swing from T-Dumps to trade that one back out. Glizzy Gobblers 2-4 now though. Rough situation as Deeds tries to gather information, but actually just commits to the From the Shadows and gets immediately punished for it from Synapse. T-Dumps doing a great job trying to hold down the fort and get all these trades back and forth, but in a 1v3 situation, this is a rough one that T-Dumps has here.
There's a hill to climb and a wall to raise, and the wall does go up, but three Never Forgotten esports members, woo, with the one, but not the follow-up. This T-Dumps gets the three-piece combination. So match point here. Becky we're just kissing victory. Off the timeout, adaptation, you've said it before, yes, definitely came to be. It took some time, but with DJ on that board at 26-13, the Chambers have been a number in this matchup for both ends. Jinx, of course, has been on top equally as so, 22-15 as well. Couple that with the dry peeking that occurred. Hey, you got to give it to them. They're making the best of what they've been handed off so far.
Just like this, at least we're able to buy up into these guns for the side of Glizzy Gobblers to try and continue to compete a nice long arm on that fade. Try to gather some information with that haunt, and evolves lots of audio cues, but is not going to, oh, there we go, deploys the wall, and just like that, Signal has the Nightfall ready, but it's so scary. Do you really commit to it into a wall, especially when everyone is falling at the entry? Synapse picks up 2 nice kills with that Hunter's Fury, evolves, peeks around, finds 2 more. Deeds on the lurk is the only one remaining, the only one standing between Never Forgotten and victory.
We're just one away, and it comes up with a multi-swing coming out of middle, and that is Never Forgotten Esports here, GLG viewers, fans alike. Your winners of this week's Pit of Valor. They take home a beautiful $200. Second place, $100 to Glizzy Gobblers. A fantastic showing, an amazing play back and forth. And for it to be on Pearl, I don't think any of our viewers, nor you and I, are complaining.
Oh, I'm so excited that we got to see Pearl. I think the only thing that would have been like the extra little cherry on top for me would have been able to see another team composition with the Phoenix. I'm waiting for the moment. Maybe people are still a little bit trepidatious about the Phoenix. I understand. But please play him. Give him a shot. That's all that I'm asking. But the person who certainly has been given a shot and was taking shots is our MVP for this map, which is, you gotta DJ just with the KD like that, 26-13, literally 2 for 1 every single round. What are you gonna say?
No, there's not much to say except amazing work. Congratulations. And most importantly here, thanks to MSI, we've had our giveaways. The headset winner was King of Hearts that occurred earlier on today. Y'all heard about that. And in this case, we have an amazing mouse. The GH50 headset was off, and now that mouse is going to DJ. So congrats. That is amazing stuff. And again, sponsored by MSI. The love, You gotta love it. They showed up a couple months ago and had so much to give to our viewers, and they're doing it again for us now. And we look forward to crowning more victors, more MVPs, and giving away more goodies in future Pit of Valors to come as well.
And we're going to throw out these other sponsors as well. A big thank you to Medify and Community Gaming as well. They're helping make these prize pools that much sweeter, as well as giving us a place to host these tournaments if you're community gaming. A big thank you. And if you're interested in getting yourself some coaching and getting on the same level as our amazing Pit of Valor players, check out Medify. And a final thank you to Control as well, who is sponsoring those clutches, as well as giving us some extra goodies to give away on these Pit of Valor nights. So a big thank you to all of those sponsors who are continuing to just make these Wednesday nights that much more exciting. No more Wednesday slumps, because we are here. It is exciting, and we have so many things to give away, so many great players to showcase, and just a phenomenal community. And that's all thanks to all of you as well.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And on that note, guys, we're going to wrap it up for this evening. Call it a fantastic one at that. So that wraps up number 97, 98, 99. Big 100 is around the bend. So for those that joined us tonight, thank you so much. For those that didn't join us, well, those that joined us, spread the word, get them out here, and we'll hopefully see everyone here next week again for another Pit of Valor. Be sure to sign up on Community Gaming's page. On that note, have yourself a fantastic night and a great rest of your week. On behalf of myself, Becky, Carol, who's been observing, Pi on the production side, and of course our fellow co-casters of earlier, and Anton and Mick that delivered the first 3 rounds, and of course our fantastic TOs and admins in the back end, thank you so much, and we'll see you next week.